The year I turned 18, I finally stood before the Destiny Star Array. This was Westlake First High School in Jiangnan Province, part of the Daxia Empire. Once students came of age, they could place a divine stone into the array and draw their class. The first draw always granted a class, but more than 90% of people received a civilian class. Only those who drew a combat class were given a second divine stone by the school to draw a class-related item. For everyone else, it was a gamble that would decide the course of their entire life. It was no different for me, even though I had transmigrated to this world years ago. In all 18 years of my life, I had never considered myself lucky. "Dummy, are you nervous?" Li Xuaner squeezed in beside me. She was petite and came from a wealthy family, yet she did not have the slightest trace of a spoiled heiress's attitude. We had known each other for 3 years, and she had always wanted to draw a healing class. Her reason was simple. When we formed a party someday, she could stand behind me and keep me alive. Before I could answer, Wang Hu walked over. His family was rich and influential, and he had pursued Shuer for a long time. He had never had a kind look for a poor student like me who stood in his way. When his turn came, the star array erupted in golden light. Rare class, Flame Mage. The crowd exploded. Wang Hu smugly accepted his second divine stone, only to draw a white staff. Even so, a rare combat class was more than enough to make the teachers crowd around and congratulate him. Shuer went next. She placed her divine stone into the Destiny Star Array, and a golden card flew out of the light. Rare class, Elven Saintess. It was not merely a healing class, but a top-tier rare class capable of providing support, purification, and even summoning elves. She threw her arms around me in excitement, then drew another golden staff on her second draw. Unfortunately, it was only a high-grade piece of equipment, not her exclusive weapon. "You're up." She stepped aside and clenched a fist in encouragement. "It'll definitely be a combat class." I entered the array and pressed my divine stone into its slot. Cards spun like a storm as white, green, blue, purple, and gold flashed in succession. Then the entire array was suddenly swallowed by crimson light. The schoolyard fell silent. A red card unlike anything ever shown in our textbooks slowly descended into my hand. Unique hidden class, Sword Formation Master. The school's records offered no answer as to what red represented. Gold was the highest known card grade and signified a rare class. A red card had never appeared in any public record. Principal Ning ordered everyone to step back while he personally checked whether the star array had overloaded. Meanwhile, the teachers running the ceremony sent the result to the education authorities and confirmed 3 separate times that the word unique was not a display error. I lowered my eyes to the card in my palm. It had no warmth, yet the instant my consciousness touched it, I seemed to hear countless swords ringing. Before my class awakening, I had imagined becoming a warrior, a mage, or even an ordinary civilian professional, and I had been prepared to accept any outcome. Now that I truly possessed a unique hidden class, my first reaction was not wild elation, but the caution of someone stepping into completely unknown territory. The rarer the class, the fewer public guides existed for it. Ordinary professionals could follow the experience of those who came before them, but I would have to learn through trial and error. The look Wang Hu gave me had already shifted from contempt to jealousy. Shuer tugged at my sleeve and quietly warned me not to reveal all my abilities in front of the crowd, no matter what I obtained from my second draw. I nodded, only to realize that the Destiny Star Array had not shut down. After the class card dissolved into red light and entered my body, the center of the array lit up again. The second divine stone provided by the school was waiting for me. Before me, most students had become chefs, repair technicians, gardeners, or alchemist assistants. Civilian classes were not inferior. The city could not function without them. Their advancement paths were simply stable, and they rarely needed to enter dungeons. The schoolyard only truly erupted whenever golden light appeared, because it meant someone had earned the right to step onto a battlefield and the chance to change their family's social standing through the national entrance exam. After Wang Hu drew Flame Mage, several school trustees handed him their cards on the spot and promised him equipment and power leveling teams. He basked in the attention and even formed a golden flame on his fingertip to show off in front of me. Shuer ignored him. When her name was called, she quietly took my hand and told me that if we both drew civilian classes, we could open a shop together in Westlake City. If only one of us received a combat class, we should not let it drive us apart. After she drew Elven Saintess, her first reaction was not to look at the envy around her. She turned and smiled at me. That expectation, offered without conditions, actually made me less nervous when I entered the array. Whatever color my card turned out to be, it could not erase the value of the 18 years I had already lived. Precisely because I had not staked everything on the outcome, I was able to observe the array and remember the reactions around me when the red light appeared instead of doing nothing but celebrate. The instant red light shot into the sky, every eye locked onto me. A unique hidden class meant that only one person in the entire world could possess it. Principal Ningqin personally rushed to the array to confirm the result, while the teachers responsible for recording it checked the reading over and over, terrified that the equipment had malfunctioned. I had no time to pay attention to any of them. As soon as my class awakening was complete, a notification visible only to me appeared. When an identical class card is detected, that card will be converted into a constellation. Sword Formation Master can possess a maximum of 6 constellations. Following the rules, the school gave me a second divine stone. I expected to draw some kind of sword equipment. Instead, red light appeared again. Duplicate Sword Formation Master obtained. Constellation increased. The star array did not stop. Another card began to spin. A third red card, a fourth, a fifth. Every time one descended, the cries around me grew even louder. I made no choices and supplied no additional divine stones. Yet the drawing process continued again and again, as if some power had taken control of it. The notifications finally stopped only after the 6th constellation star had fully lit. Sword Formation Master has reached its theoretical maximum constellation level. Even I stood there stunned. To max out a class's constellations, another person would have to draw the same class 6 times from an enormous card pool. Mine was a unique hidden class, making the theoretical odds so low they were almost negligible. Yet with the single extra divine stone provided by the school, I had instantly completed a journey most people could not finish in an entire lifetime. The teachers had been struck speechless. Wang Hu's smug expression had frozen solid, while Schweiner's eyes shone as if she were even happier than when she had drawn Elvin Saintis herself. But the card draw was not truly over. After I reached maximum constellations, one final card emerged from the array. This time there was no red light and no strange phenomenon, only the most ordinary white glow. The card transformed into a worn sword case and dropped into my arms. Iron sword case. I lifted the lid. A single ordinary iron sword lay quietly inside. The case contained 10 card slots, and the other 9 were all empty. The spectators could not help sighing. Some thought I had exhausted all my luck earlier, while others mocked the fact that the class-related item for a unique hidden class was merely a white-grade piece of equipment. I was not disappointed. The light produced during a card draw did not determine whether a class was powerful. The real answer lay in my status panel. The 6 constellation stars formed a complete star chart deep within my consciousness. Each star I lit made my connection to swords clearer. When the final one settled into place, it felt as if a structure that had always been incomplete had finally closed and become whole. Schwer forced her way through the teachers surrounding me and asked if I felt unwell. I shifted the sword case into my left hand, checked that my breathing and heartbeat were normal, and told her only that my class had been enhanced. I did not reveal the specific effects of all 6 constellations in the schoolyard. No precedent existed for my unique class, and any detail about my skills could give someone a way to counter me. Standing in the distance, Wang Hu deliberately raised his voice and said a white sword case was unworthy of a red class. Several people agreed with him. They believed card draws were governed by balance. After producing red cards over and over, my final piece of equipment had to be pathetically weak. I tapped the case with one finger. It was made from ordinary wood and iron, yet its internal space could securely hold 10 swords. That alone was unusual for white-grade equipment. More importantly, the case's grade might not determine my attack power at all. What mattered was how my class used it. I did not argue with them. Once my skill panel opened, the truth would speak for itself. The teacher overseeing the ceremony tried to stop the repeated draws, worried that the star array was draining its energy. Principal Ning discovered that it had not consumed any new divine stones. However, all the red cards had come from the same class-related draw, so he allowed the process to continue. He ordered the students to shut down their live streams to prevent information about an unknown class from spreading beyond the school immediately. The 6 duplicate classes were not 6 identical copies of a body. Each time a card descended, another constellation star appeared in my consciousness. Their positions were fixed, like slots reserved for a complete set of powers. When all 6 were filled, the excess red light automatically flowed back into the array. The theoretical maximum was not something the teachers had guessed. It was a hard limit explicitly set by the system. The contrast created by the final white card brought sound back to the schoolyard. Some people thought it restored a sense of fairness. Others suspected that the preceding red light had been nothing more than a visual anomaly with no practical effect. Schwerer took the sword case, weighed it in her hands, and discovered that despite its light weight, its 10 slots could automatically secure swords of different sizes. I drew the only iron sword from the case. Its edge was ordinary, but the moment I gripped it, a mental connection actively linked itself to me. That suggested the true purpose of the related equipment was not to provide attack stats, but to serve as an interface between my class and my swords. I kept that discovery to myself. I would finish the school's registration process first, then verify it at an empty training ground. I avoided the crowd and opened my status panel. Class, Sword Formation Master, Unique. Level, 1 EXP, 0%. Strength, 10 Agility, 5 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 5. Critical rate, 10% critical damage, 100%. Iron Sword Case, 1 out of 10. My base attributes were not outrageous. The truly absurd parts were my skills and 6 constellations. Sword Formation LV, 1. Deploy a sword formation with a radius of 33 feet. Continuously consumes spirit. Critical damage within the formation increases by 100%. Sword Control LV, 1. Use spirit to control swords for ranged attacks. Constellation 1, Sword Master. Sword formation radius increases tenfold. Constellation 2, Sword Intent. Sword formation and sword control no longer consume spirit. Constellation 3, Sword Bones. Continuously restores stamina while you are inside the sword formation. Constellation 4, Sword Embryo. Whenever you attack one target, every other target within the formation takes splash damage equal to 10% of that attack's damage. Constellation 5, Sword Heart. Attacks within the formation are guaranteed critical hits. Excess critical rate is converted into critical damage at twice its value, and critical damage is additionally increased by 100%. Constellation 6, Sword Immortal. All attacks ignore defense. I read everything 3 times before I was convinced I had not misunderstood it. The original 33-foot radius became 330 feet after the constellation enhancement. Sword formation and sword control cost nothing. Merely standing inside the formation restored my stamina. Even more terrifying were the guaranteed critical hits, group splash damage, and complete defense penetration. This was more than powerful. It eliminated, all at once, the problems of resource consumption, defense, accuracy, and endurance that ordinary classes had no choice but to face. I tried deploying my sword formation at the school's training ground. An invisible domain spread outward with me at its center, and I could sense every location within 330 feet. The iron sword flew out of its case, wavering at first before becoming steadier and steadier. With a single thought, it could reverse course, stop on a dime, or stab a target from any angle. It was as agile as an extra arm. In that moment, an unfamiliar image even flashed through my mind. An abyssal army flooded a wasteland. Then thousands upon thousands of flying swords fell from the sky, and a single rain of blades brought 1,000,000 monsters crashing to the ground. The vision vanished in an instant, but a thin layer of sweat already covered my back. Of the 300 students in my graduating class, only 35 had drawn combat classes. The remaining 265 would all follow civilian careers. Combat professionals were outnumbered nearly 9 to 1. That was the most concrete divide in this world. Only 1 month remained before the national entrance exam. I had not merely earned a ticket to compete. I possessed a class that seemed capable of breaking the rules themselves. I tightened my grip on the iron sword. For the first time, I truly believed the summit of this world was not beyond my reach. I ran several more basic tests. My control became slightly less precise after a flying sword left my line of sight, but as long as the target remained within the formation, I could sense its position relative to the blade. An iron sword at the 330-foot boundary could still turn sharply, though its movement lagged compared with one nearby. I could also control 10 swords at different heights and angles separately, while Constellation 2 erased the mental burden completely. That meant I could treat the flying swords as 10 tireless ranged swordsmen. A frontal blade could draw attention, blades on the flanks could restrict movement, and one from behind could deliver the killing strike. Against a group of enemies, I might not even need to hit them individually. As long as I attacked one of them, the splash damage would cover all the others simultaneously. I did not ignore my weaknesses. Sword control required actual swords. If all 10 iron blades were destroyed, my damage output would plummet. No matter how large the formation grew, it did not automatically reveal enemy attributes. Ignoring defense did not mean ignoring evasion. An opponent fast enough to exceed my perception, capable of disarming me, or able to strike my body directly would still be dangerous. Only after recording both the strengths and the vulnerabilities did I close the panel. Reliable power did not come from staring only at the brightest description. It came from knowing exactly when that power could fail. I also needed to reinterpret the critical hit rules. A normal professional with a 10% critical rate would deal bonus damage on roughly 1 attack in 10. Sword Heart guaranteed a critical hit on every attack inside the formation. My original critical rate no longer determined whether a critical hit occurred. Instead, it was doubled and converted into critical damage. My base 10% therefore added another 20% on top of the constellation's fixed 100% bonus. Sword Formation's description said it continuously consumes spirit, and Constellation 2 removed that cost. It did not remove the skill itself. If an enemy possessed anti-magic, silence, or a domain-sealing ability, I might still be unable to deploy the formation. The same applied to sword control. Zero cost meant I never had to worry about running out of energy, not that I no longer needed the skill. Swordbone's stamina recovery was difficult to test at the training ground. I sprinted around the field several times at full speed, then stepped into the formation. My breathing and muscle fatigue eased rapidly. The recovery did not refill my stamina instantly, however, and might not keep up with a continuous barrage of heavy blows. Potions and damage reduction equipment still had value. Finally, I guided 10 imagined trajectories through 10 different fixed points at once. My mind could process multiple control threads, but complicated changes in direction introduced a slight delay. My skills were only level 1. Their mechanics might be powerful, but I still needed extensive training to master them. By the time the tests ended, the sun had dropped behind the school wall. The world had not changed the instant I drew a red card. Real growth would still begin with my first monster. Capital University had an almost brutally demanding prerequisite for its entrance exam. Reach level 19 within 1 month of awakening your class. An ordinary beginner was doing well to reach level 10 in a month. Level 19 required a top-tier class, resources, a party, and luck, all at the same time. Principal Ning told me, however, that a hidden beginner dungeon had just appeared in Westlake City's western outskirts. Its maximum level was 12. It granted 50% more experience than an ordinary dungeon, and the first clear would award a divine stone. The entire school had only 2 entry slots. One went to me, and the other went to Schwer. Schwer wanted me to join her and 3 other students with combat classes. She was even willing to pay for experienced professionals to carry us. I refused. No matter how powerful Sword Formation Master looked, those abilities were still nothing more than words on a panel. I needed to enter a dungeon myself and learn whether I could survive a real battle. Before going home, I spent all the New Year's money I had saved over the past 3 years on 9 of the cheapest iron swords and a training dummy. The instant all 10 sword slots were filled and I prepared to test them, a notification suddenly appeared. Achievement system activated. You reached the theoretical maximum constellation level during your class draw. Divine tier talent awakened. Absolute luck. Absolute luck LV. 1. Your luck reaches the maximum during card draws. Can take effect up to 10 times per month. You awakened as a maximum constellation sword formation master. Divine tier talent awakened. I am the sword immortal. I am the sword immortal LV. 1. All damage is increased tenfold. I stared at the words, all damage is increased tenfold, for a long time before turning my attention to absolute luck. So what had happened earlier was not an accident. Reaching maximum constellations had not used up all my luck. On the contrary, I now possessed a conceptual level talent capable of forcing every card draw toward the best possible outcome. Sword Formation Master had a set of 10 exclusive swords. With 5 more divine stones, I could theoretically refine my first exclusive weapon to its highest stage. But divine stones were incredibly rare. An ordinary person might not see even one in an entire month. My talent could activate 10 times each month, but first I had to find enough opportunities to draw cards. I suspended 10 iron swords around me and looked back at the training dummy. The dungeon slot, the divine stone for the first clear, my maximum constellation class, and my 2 divine tier talents were all pushing me in the same direction. I had to enter that beginner dungeon in the western outskirts, and I had to clear it alone. I began by calibrating the 10 swords for synchronized attacks against the training dummy. The ordinary iron swords weighed almost the same, but differences in edge were caused subtle deviations in their flight paths. Sword control corrected most of those variations automatically, while I still had to adapt to the rest. I numbered all 10 swords and practiced spreading them apart, bringing them together, and launching crossing attacks inside my room until every blade reached its assigned position the instant the thought entered my mind. I also made a separate note of absolute luck's limit of 10 uses per month. It could not create divine stones from nothing, and I could not waste such precious activations on ordinary card draws. The ideal approach was to prioritize exclusive weapons or core resources capable of changing my entire advancement path. Principal Ning later sent me the dungeon instructions. Both students could choose to enter alone or with a party, and the danger of death was real. The divine stone for the first clear would go only to the side that dealt the final blow. When Schwerer invited me into a 5-person party, she clearly knew the arrangement might cost her the first clear reward, yet she still placed safety above the prize. I appreciated her concern, but it only made me more certain that I needed to go alone. Only by keeping all the experience, the first clear reward, and the combat feedback for myself could I catch up to Capital University's level 19 threshold within 1 month. Capital University's level 19 requirement was not designed merely to eliminate poor students. Before their first class advancement at level 30, beginners were most likely to become dependent on people carrying them through content the wrong way. Reaching level 19 in 1 month proved that a student possessed top-tier class potential, resource management, and real combat adaptability. The school could offer only limited help. Everything else depended on the individual's choices. The paid carry team Schwerer proposed had been hired by the Lee family. Every member was above level 20, which would guarantee our safety, but they would also take a large share of the experience. If I followed them, the combat data would not reflect my real abilities. When facing an abyssal enemy that refused to behave according to the guides, a protected level 19 professional might prove less reliable than a level 12 who had truly fought alone. I divided my saved money into 3 portions. The 9 iron swords took the largest share, the training dummy was for damage testing, and the little that remained could buy only basic supplies. I did not purchase flashy armor. Beginner gear in the same price range could not stop a high-level monster and would only slow my movement. Once the legendary medal appeared, that choice looked even wiser. The source of absolute luck also put me on guard. The system had activated only after I completed the maximum constellation achievement, which meant more hidden achievements might exist. Every abnormal notification deserved to be recorded in the future. I could not treat the system as nothing more than an automatic scoreboard. The training dummy's defense was comparable to that of an ordinary level 10 monster. I began by controlling only 1 iron sword. The instant the blade struck the dummy, a number appeared. Damage, 546. A level 1 flame mage's fireball normally dealt only around 20 damage. A level 10 dungeon boss had roughly 10 to 20,000 HP, yet 1 ordinary iron sword in my hands dealt 546 damage at level 1. All 10 swords together would deal 5,460. If the splash damage from Constellation 4 stacked, the more monsters I faced, the stronger I would become. I had just recalled the flying swords when Grandma came in through the doorway. After my parents disappeared in a dungeon accident, she and my Aunt Jiang Yuya, who was only 4 years older than me, had raised me. When Grandma heard I had drawn a combat class, she remained silent for a long time before giving me a furious lecture. She said combat professionals might look glorious, but every bit of that glory was built on casualties. My parents were the most direct example. She forbade me from underestimating a dungeon just because I had 1 lucky draw, and she would not allow me to risk my life merely to show off. I knew she was not opposed to me becoming stronger. She was simply afraid of losing another member of our family. When I returned to my room that night, I found an old box on my desk. A note had been tucked under the lid, bearing a single sentence. Since you've chosen this path, stay alive and walk it to the end. Inside the box was an Imperial Medal of Special Merit. Imperial Medal of Special Merit, Legendary Strength, Agility, Spirit, and Constitution plus 100 each. Damage received minus 10%. Can be equipped at level 1. My breath caught. Medals of Special Merit were granted only to people who had truly changed the course of a large-scale battle. Every one represented countless encounters with life and death. In everyday life, Grandma was merely a somewhat stern old woman. I had never imagined that she carried such a past. After equipping the medal, my panel immediately changed to 110 Strength, 105 Agility, 130 Spirit, and 105 Constitution. A single piece of equipment had pushed a level 1 beginner's attributes beyond level 10. I tightened my hand around the medal. Instead of the wild joy of obtaining godly equipment, a new weight settled over my heart. Grandma had earned this by risking her life. Now she had entrusted it to me as a talisman that might keep me alive. I could take risks in the hidden dungeon tomorrow, but I could not act recklessly. I would bring the medal inside, and I would bring it home intact. Grandma did not explain where the medal had come from. When I took the note to her, She said only that she had spent a few years in the army when she was young. Her tone made it sound like an ordinary job. But no one earned the Empire's highest distinction through a few ordinary years of military service. She did not want to tell me, so I did not press her. My aunt later whispered that before my parents disappeared, military visitors came to our home regularly. After the accident, Grandma cut off most of those contacts and forbade anyone from discussing the battlefield in front of me. The details I had once ignored finally connected after the medal appeared. I returned the ordinary amulet I had planned to take into the dungeon. The legendary medal could be equipped at level 1, granted a total of 400 attribute points, and reduced damage by 10%. It already far surpassed any protective equipment available to a beginner. It could not make decisions for me, but it might save my life after a single mistake. Before bed, I inspected my 10 iron swords, food, water, and escape scroll again. Even if my skills consumed no energy, I could not place every hope in a status panel. A dungeon might contain poison, traps, dangerous terrain, or unknown mechanics. The more carefully I prepared, the better my chances of coming out alive. My aunt was nowhere near as restrained as Grandma. When she learned I intended to clear the dungeon alone, she called me insane, then stuffed the tracking communicator she used during performances into my pack. She said there might be no signal inside the dungeon, but at least the family could find me the moment I came out. She always called me a little brat, yet when she was truly worried, no one showed it more openly. Grandma sat at the dining table and made me recite every condition under which I would retreat. Probe unfamiliar monsters before committing. Create distance if my stamina fell below half. Never stay merely to protect my pride when the exit was available. Report any abnormal rule immediately. She did not order me to give up. She only demanded that I promise to follow those rules. Only after I agreed did she remind me that the medal's damage reduction would not make me immortal. If the gap in strength was too great, even reduced damage could shatter my internal organs. Some forms of control, suffocation, and curses did not obey defense calculations at all. She clearly knew far more than the teachers at school, yet she still refused to speak about her past. That night, I kept the medal close against my body. For the first time, I felt that the two seemingly ordinary elders in my family both carried stories they had never told me. Entering the dungeon was not only about the entrance exam. It was also about earning the ability to uncover those stories someday. Early the next morning, I checked my panel again at the school's gathering point. With the medal's bonuses, I had 110 strength, 105 agility, 130 spirit, and 105 constitution. Attributes like these gave me more confidence, but they could not replace real combat experience. Schwer had already assembled 4 teammates, 2 fire mages, 1 warrior, and herself, an elven saintess. She had saved a place for me, and no one in the party objected. The hidden dungeon granted abundant experience, and entering as a group of 5 was the safest option. I'm still going solo, I said, declining the invitation. Schwer grabbed my arm anxiously. You've never even killed a real monster. That's exactly why I need to learn where my limits are. Don't worry, I'm not going in there to die. In the end, she could not stop me. All she could do was repeatedly warn me to leave immediately if I encountered real danger. The hidden dungeon had been provisionally named the West Outskirts Beginner Dungeon. When the teleportation ended, I found myself in a quiet meadow. The sunlight, breeze, and wildflowers all looked as real as the outside world. Only the red-eyed rabbits in the distance reminded me that this was a place where people could die. I deployed my sword formation. All 10 iron swords rose from the case at once, covering a 330-foot radius. The first rabbit had barely leaped at me when I sent an iron sword straight into its face. Damage, 996. The rabbit disintegrated on the spot. At the same time, the attack's 10% splash damage swept through the formation, and several nearby low-level monsters fell with it. EXP plus 1%. I did not lose myself in the thrill of my first kill. Instead, I continued verifying distance, speed, and turning performance. My sword formation covered 330 feet. Sword control consumed no spirit, and the iron swords could attack from my blind spots. As long as I kept moving, these low-level monsters could not even touch me. Once I confirmed my basic tactics, I began advancing deeper into the dungeon. The 10 flying swords spread out along the edge of the formation, immediately locking onto any monster that entered its range. The denser the monsters became, the faster the splash damage stacked. Areas that normally required a party to clear were swept clean before me, as if an invisible flood had passed through them. Half an hour later, golden light rose from within my body. Level increased to 2. Strength, 120 agility, 110 spirit, 160 constitution, 110. Each time I gained a level, my strength increased by 10, agility by 5, spirit by 30, and constitution by 5, for a total growth of 50 points. Ordinary classes usually gained only 25, and this was only the beginning. I did not immediately charge deeper. Leveling changed my strength and spirit, which altered the sword's speed and damage. The control force I had grown accustomed to needed recalibration. I used several isolated monsters for testing, checking a single sword before trying 10 separate attacks. The results showed that the upgraded blades were not only faster, but could also turn within a tighter radius. I could change course while a rabbit was in midair and strike its vital point from the side. Monsters did not leave intact corpses when they died, only small amounts of material. The discomfort of my first kill was quickly suppressed by the instinct to survive. I reminded myself that these were not training dummies. A rabbit's claws could tear open my throat, and a single lapse in concentration would carry a price. I also discovered that Constellation 4 did not simply divide damage evenly. When I attacked one target, every other target took 10%. If 10 swords struck 10 different monsters, each of those monsters also received 9 additional instances of splash damage. The denser the group, the more absurd the total damage became. The mechanic worked best when I kept the enemies clustered, but it also required careful distance control so none could circle out of the formation. I advanced along the edge of the meadow, deliberately keeping one route open for retreat. No matter how powerful my skills were, I needed an escape path during my first real battle. Schwin's 5-person party had entered a separate instance before me. The hidden beginner dungeon generated a mirrored space with the same layout for every party. We could not compete for monsters, but we also could not meet midway through the run. That meant she could never leave her own instance to help if something happened to me. Choosing to go solo meant accepting a completely independent outcome. The first rabbits relied on simple attacks, but the wolves farther ahead began coordinating in packs. 2 would draw my flying swords from the front, while the others circled along the low side of a grassy slope. I sent the outer blades after the decoys, kept 2 close to my body, and waited until the flankers came within 65 feet before striking without warning. When monster materials fell, I did not bend down to collect them immediately. I first swept the surroundings with the sword formation. Dungeons used loot to distract adventurers, and beginners had been ambushed by a second wave while picking things up. Once the area was secure, I could collect nearby items remotely through my inventory without exposing my body. After reaching level 2, my improved physical attributes sharpened both my hearing and my reactions. I gradually learned to judge a monster's direction from the movement of the grass, using my real-world observations to confirm the sword formation's perception. True combat awareness was formed through one small decision after another. By the time I entered the level 3 region and looked back, the entrance had dwindled to a distant point of light. The way out remained behind me, but it was no longer close at hand. When I reached level 3, sword formation and sword control both advanced to level 2. I selected a monster with higher defense for a test. A single iron sword swept past it, and the damage instantly jumped to 1,579. If all 10 swords hit together, they would deal 15,790 damage, already enough to kill many level 10 bosses. The sword formation's coverage expanded further as well. I did not consume spirit, and my stamina automatically recovered inside the formation, so my food and potions temporarily became nothing more than dead weight. Endurance, the most troublesome problem for other beginners, simply did not exist for me. I cleared my way deeper into the dungeon. I learned only later that 2 hours after I entered, the outside world detected an abnormal energy reading. The other students had begun withdrawing one after another, while the military and the Adventurers Association discovered that the dungeon's aura was changing. At the time, I knew none of that. All I knew was that the monsters were growing denser and more aggressive, while my experience rose much faster than expected. When I reached level 4, my panel showed 140 strength, 120 agility, 220 spirit, 120 constitution, a 13% critical rate, and 130% critical damage. The base radius of a level 2 sword formation was 65 feet. After the constellation enhancement, I could control an area extending 660 feet in every direction. I began to sense that something was wrong. According to the school's information, even though this was a newly discovered hidden dungeon, the first half should not contain so many monsters. Muffled tremors occasionally came from deeper inside, as if something enormous were awakening. I stopped and did not rush onward merely for more experience. I divided the 10 flying swords into 2 groups. One stayed close to defend me, while the other moved ahead to scout. The sword formation could sense what was inside its domain, but it could not reveal the detailed attributes of an unknown monster. If I met an enemy capable of ranged attacks or moving far faster than I could, charging blindly could still get me killed. That caution saved my life. Inside the fog ahead, several monsters that should have been level 12 were convulsing in agony. Black bubbles rose from the ground and burrowed into their bodies. Their bones swelled, dark purple patterns emerged across their skin, and their once normal eyes turned entirely crimson. This was no ordinary evolution. I was about to retreat when the entire dungeon shook. A blood-red warning appeared before my eyes. Abyssal power contamination detected. Dungeon rules are being reconstructed. The abyss-corrupted monsters did not charge immediately. They seemed to be adapting to new bodies. Their joints twisted, and their formerly simple attacks became far more vicious. I drove one iron sword into the closest target and felt the resistance against the blade increase sharply. Only after a second sword entered through its eye did I truly kill it. The experience was far higher than what an ordinary monster of the same level provided, but that did not make it worth getting greedy. The black energy increased both their strength and speed, while a few actively tried to circle toward my flanks. I arranged my 10 swords in 3 layers. The outer layer tested them, the middle intercepted their charges, and the last 2 remained in front of me at all times. If a monster broke through, I would still have close-range flying swords to save my life. I leveled quickly, but my unease only grew. The deeper I went, the thicker the black energy became, which meant the source of the corruption lay in the boss region. If the outside could detect the anomaly, the military had probably begun evacuating the other students. If they could not, no one would know what had happened here until I emerged. I tried to head back toward the entrance. The teleportation boundary still existed, indicating that the rewritten rules had not sealed it completely. But the next second, the entire sky darkened, and space itself seemed to be covered by a red membrane. The true abyssal raid mode completed its formation at that moment. Watching the bubbles of corruption burrow into the monsters reminded me of a parasite. The black energy did more than double their attributes. It changed their behavior. Monsters that would normally retreat in fear lost all sense of pain and kept charging even after flying swords pierced them. Some released a second burst of contamination after death. I switched to severing joints and penetrating their cores instead of merely creating the largest possible wound. Injuries could not stop enemies that felt no pain. I had to render their bodies structurally incapable of attacking. The 10 swords assignments changed accordingly. 2 destroyed their legs, 4 suppressed their upper bodies, and the rest handled killing blows and defense. As the concentration of black energy increased, interference appeared near the edge of my sword formation. My awareness of distant flying swords occasionally blurred, suggesting that abyssal energy could suppress mental abilities. My constellation removed the cost of control, but it did not guarantee a perfectly stable signal. I tightened the sword's distribution, giving up on covering the entire 660-foot range in favor of preserving control precision. Between level 4 and level 6, my attributes continued rising, but the monsters strengthened at the same time. The dungeon seemed to be using increased experience to lure me deeper. If the exit had remained open, I would have withdrawn first. Now my only path out led through the most dangerous region, so I had no choice but to turn that bait into real combat power. The dungeon has entered abyssal raid mode. The final boss has received an abyssal enhancement. Its base attributes have increased at least tenfold. The dungeon entrance is sealed. Either the participants or the boss must die. If the participants are killed, the boss will be strengthened further and invade reality. When the countdown ends, the boss will likewise enter reality. I stared at the notifications and finally understood the true severity of the situation. My retreat had been cut off. To everyone outside, I was probably already as good as dead, but I had no time to be afraid. Since one side had to emerge victorious, my only option was to level as quickly as possible and seize every resource I could convert into combat power. The first wave of abyss-corrupted monsters charged. I sent 2 iron swords forward to probe them. The blades tore through the black mist. They could no longer kill instantly as they had before, but they still dealt steady damage. The other 8 swords immediately followed, 10 trajectories crossing from different angles. After the monsters fell, experience notifications appeared one after another: 200, 300, 500. The abyssal enhancement made them more dangerous, but also made them worth far more experience than ordinary monsters. I fought while giving ground, never allowing myself to be surrounded. Constellation Force splash damage injured every enemy within the same area, so the most effective tactic was not to chase them down one by one. I drew them inside the sword formation and unleashed concentrated bursts. The 10 flying swords needed to attack only the monsters at the front, and the accumulating splash damage would crush the horde behind them. After one round of combat after another, I reached level 6. The tremors from deep within the dungeon grew more violent, indicating that the final boss had completed its corruption. I used an iron sword to cut through the vines blocking my way and continued toward the core region. No one could support me here, and no teammate could compensate for a mistake. A single bad judgment could allow the abyssal monster to escape the dungeon and attack the school in Westlake City. When I thought of Grandma, Schwer, and everyone still waiting outside, I became calmer instead. I was not doing this to prove how impressive a solo run looked. Now I had to survive and clear the dungeon. The countdown hung at the edge of my vision. Every minute it lost brought reality one step closer to disaster. If the boss emerged with attributes enhanced more than tenfold, neither the beginner camp nor the school's defenses could stop it. Even if powerful military professionals arrived in time, someone would die first. I abandoned my original pace of steadily clearing monsters and began gathering them deliberately. First, I used a flying sword to create noise and draw nearby corrupted units into one area. Once enough had assembled, I sent all 10 blades in from different directions. After the constellation's overlapping splash damage, most monsters fell in the first round, while the 2 swords guarding my body finished those left at low health. The tactic was efficient, but it was also dangerous. On one occasion, 3 monsters leaped down from the canopy and cleared the outer blades completely. I rolled sideways, but the wind from their claws still clipped my shoulder. The legendary metal and my fearless attribute absorbed the impact. Once I regained my footing, I did not rush to counterattack. I created distance, confirmed my body could still move, and only then recalled the flying swords from behind them. That mistake made one thing even clearer: an advantage against groups did not equal absolute safety. The more I tried to accelerate, the more carefully I had to avoid entering the center of a horde. Besides the countdown, the system also displayed the boss's corruption progress. Each batch of corrupted monsters I killed paused that progress briefly, but never reduced it. Ordinary monsters were only nodes spreading the contamination. The true source remained at the core. If I stayed in the outer region to farm experience, all I would accomplish was waiting for the boss to enter reality on its own. I chose the route with the highest monster density, since it most likely led toward the source. Flying swords clashed ahead of me to draw units from both sides in the same direction, while I passed through the comparatively open ground behind them. I did not need to exterminate every group. My tactical objective was to reach the boss, not to empty the map. When I encountered monsters capable of spitting corrosive fluid, spots quickly appeared on the surfaces of my iron swords. Damaged weapons would directly reduce my output, so I immediately stored the affected blades and attacked from beyond the monster's range with the others. I made a note that I absolutely needed spare weapons. After level 6, the monsters granted enough experience to make my progress bar jump rapidly. Each level restored my condition, but also required me to recalibrate my combat rhythm. I did not treat the recovery as an infinite resource, because the boss battle might not provide any minor monsters. Before entering the core, I needed to preserve my full stamina and all 10 swords. 5 hours after entering the dungeon, I finally reached level 10. Strength, 200 agility, 150 spirit, 400 constitution, 150. Critical rate, 19% critical damage, 190%. Sword formation LV, 3 sword control LV, 3. At level 3, my skills raised the damage of a single iron sword to 3,836. One corrupted giant priest I encountered had even taken 23,985 damage from a single blade. Yet when I finally stepped into the boss region, I still felt an oppressive weight in the air. The corrupted Cyclops King stood more than 33 feet tall, and its enormous club resembled a stone pillar laid on its side. Abyssal power concealed its level. Since I could not determine its HP, I could only strike first. All 10 swords attacked. Damage, 38,360. The first wave of blades ripped a massive wound across its chest, but it did not fall. I immediately reversed the swords and launched a second wave. That still failed to kill it. The Cyclops King roared and swung its stone club down. The blow had not even touched the ground when the shockwave overturned the earth. I dodged the direct strike, yet the remaining force still hurled me away and instantly cut my stamina in half. The legendary metal and my sword formation's recovery kept me mobile, but the impact proved that one clean hit could kill me outright. I could not give it another chance to attack. I rolled to create distance while the 10 flying swords circled behind it. The Cyclops King turned to pursue me, exposing the wound on its chest. The movement also opened a gap over its heart. The third attack converged at once. 10 streaks of sword light entered through its back, and one pierced its heart. The Cyclops King staggered 2 steps, lost its grip on the club, and finally crashed into the ruins. Corrupted Cyclops King slain. EXP plus 10,000. Level increased to 11. First Abyssal Encounter achievement completed. Advanced Talent awakened. Eye of the Abyss. You can inspect targets whose level is no more than 50 levels above your own. A treasure chest appeared behind the boss. It contained a beginner skill scroll, a divine stone, and an exclusive skill scroll for Sword Formation Master. I placed all 3 items in my inventory, then turned back toward the spot where the Cyclops King had vanished. I had won the battle quickly, but it had not been risk-free. If I had relaxed after the second attack because my damage looked high enough, that club would have ended everything. The dungeon exit did not open immediately. I needed to eliminate the remaining corrupted monsters and make sure the abyssal power could no longer spread. After the Cyclops King fell, cracks from its club continued spreading through the ground. I drank some water, steadied my breathing, and checked my recovery rate. Constellation 3 worked steadily, returning the damage from the shockwave to a safe level in moments. The mental tension, however, did not fade nearly as quickly. Looking back, my first attack had been a probe. I should have used the second to observe the boss's recovery and movements, then aimed at its weakness with the third. Instead, I chased the kill with consecutive attacks and nearly took the stone club head-on. My damage was enough to suppress the boss, but it did not automatically grant me experience. A truly dangerous enemy would exploit that impatience. Nor was it wise to use all 3 chest rewards immediately. The scrolls might grant unknown skills, and drawing with the divine stone would create a conspicuous phenomenon. Only after confirming that no more monsters were spawning in the boss region did I lean against a broken wall and handle the items one by one, recording every change in my communicator's offline notes. The exit's continued absence meant the dungeon did not consider the raid complete. I redeployed the sword formation and sent the 10 flying swords outward from the core in a grid search. The boss might not have been the only source of corruption. Missing even 1 black energy unit could allow the abyssal power to return. The damage the Cyclops King survived over 3 attacks gave me a rough estimate of its HP range. The first 2 instances of 38,360 damage did not kill it, while the third ended the fight only after hitting its heart. Either the weak point strike dealt additional damage, or the first 2 attacks had pushed it to a critical threshold. Without my ability to ignore defense, its stone skin would have drastically reduced ordinary weapon damage and prolonged the battle several times over. The range of the club's shockwave extended beyond the visible impact point. I lost half my stamina even after avoiding the direct strike, which meant the boss skill combined ground tremors with an air pressure blast. The next time I fought a giant enemy, I could not watch only the weapon's path. I also had to anticipate the area attached to the attack. Reaching level 11 increased my base attributes again, and the level up fully healed my injuries. The system did not award extra equipment for killing an enemy above my level. The true rewards were concentrated in the chest, proving that abyssal bosses followed different drop rules from ordinary bosses. I also needed to remember Eye of the Abyss's 50-level limit. Failing to see a target's attributes did not mean the ability was malfunctioning or that the target was hidden. The safest assumption was that the enemy stood at least 51 levels above me. My grid search eventually found several corrupted insects hiding beneath the ruins. They had no combat ability, but continuously released black energy into the ground. Only after I destroyed every one did the exit truly begin to form. I used the 2 scrolls first. The beginner skill scroll granted me Poison Resistance LV1, increasing my poison resistance by 10%. The exclusive skill scroll granted the passive skill, Sword Formation Space. The sword case and its swords could be stored in an independent space, and I could retrieve them from any location within the sword formation. That meant my flying swords no longer needed to start beside me. I could open the sword formation space behind an enemy, beneath its feet, or directly over its head. If I had possessed this skill against the Cyclops King, the fight would have ended even faster. After eliminating the remaining monsters, I reached level 12. My panel updated to 220 strength, 160 agility, 460 spirit, 160 constitution, a 21% critical rate, and 210% critical damage. Sword formation and sword control remained level 3, poison resistance was level 1, and sword formation space was now active. At last, the dungeon exit appeared. I later learned from the association's report that when the corrupted giant king disappeared, a thread of black smoke escaped from the dungeon. The consciousness within carried word back to the abyss that a level 10 human had slain a corrupted boss alone, and it marked me as a target who had to be eliminated early. At the time, I knew nothing about it. I stepped through the portal. The first thing I saw was not Schwer, but a row of gun barrels aimed directly at me. The military had sealed off the site. Only after the soldiers confirmed that I had not been contaminated by the abyss did they slowly lower their weapons. Captain Xiaochuyang, the officer in charge, told me that the beginner dungeon had undergone abyssal corruption and its original level 12 boss had been strengthened at least tenfold. Even a normal elite party of level 20 professionals might not have cleared it safely. "How did you survive?" he asked. "I killed the boss and walked out." The only sound left around us was the wind. As far as they knew, a level 12 beginner trapped in abyssal raid mode was practically dead. I had not only survived, but climbed from level 1 to level 12 and brought out the first clear reward. Schwer rushed in from beyond the security line. The instant she confirmed I was unhurt, her eyes turned red. Principal Ning wanted to lecture me as well, but after opening his mouth several times, he could not find a single word. I looked toward the dungeon entrance, which had returned to a peaceful state, and felt no relief at all. The abyss was not some distant enemy confined to textbooks. It had already set its sights on beginner dungeons, and it might be searching for more human professionals who had not yet had time to grow. I had just personally destroyed one of the pieces it had placed in reality. The value of sword formation space became clear while I eliminated the final batch of monsters. Before, my flying swords had to return from their current positions, wasting time when stone walls or narrow passages blocked them. Now I could store them first, then release them directly behind a target. The corrupted monsters saw me standing in the distance, yet the attacks appeared from angles they had left completely unguarded. Poison resistance was not a useless skill either. Several corrupted insects along the dungeon's edge sprayed green mist. Professionals below level 10 would continuously lose stamina after inhaling it. My resistance was only 10%, but it at least slowed the effect, allowing the sword formation's recovery to offset the loss. Without that resistance, the return trip might have been more troublesome than the boss battle. Before opening the exit, the system confirmed that the abyssal contamination had been purged. I stored all 10 swords to keep the military from seeing so many weapons and mistakenly deciding I had been controlled. Even so, the moment I crossed the portal, every gun swung toward me in unison. The soldiers were not targeting me personally. They were preventing an abyssal monster from using a student's body to enter reality. I raised both hands and submitted to the required mental, blood, and status checks. Only when the instruments showed normal results did the people on site truly believe that the student trapped in the dungeon was not a contaminated imposter. The military screening had 3 stages. First, a mental probe confirmed my consciousness was intact. Then they drew a small blood sample to test for abyssal residue. Finally, a high-level priest cast purification. Qi Xiao nearly activated on its own to protect me when the mental probe approached. I ordered it to remain stored in advance so it would not mistake a routine examination for an attack. When Xia Chaiyang heard me call the enemy an ordinary beginner boss, he made me describe its appearance and damage again. As soon as I mentioned its 33-foot height, HP increased by more than tenfold, and a single shockwave stripping half my stamina, he concluded that it had not been an ordinary version at all. It was a standard Abyss-enhanced boss. After I entered the boss region, the outside world had been unable to forcibly close the dungeon. The military could do nothing but evacuate the students, establish a firing line, and wait for the outcome. If I died, the first row of soldiers would sacrifice their lives to delay the enhanced boss before it reached the city. Only after learning that did I truly understand what every minute I spent inside had meant to the people outside. Schwenner's party remained beyond the security line after withdrawing safely. She did not simply blame herself for failing to accompany me. She believed she should have stopped me from going alone in the first place. I told her that even if all 5 of them had entered my mirrored instance, abyssal mode would have adjusted the boss to the party's strength. It would not necessarily have been easier. More importantly, the battle proved that Sword Formation Master could advance independently, while exposing my weakness in judging area attacks. The experience I brought back alive was more valuable than a flawless clear. I gave them a simplified account of the battle. The boss had more than 10 times the HP of its ordinary version, but its attack pattern was not complicated. As long as I avoided the giant club and maintained my damage output, I could win. Xia Chaiyang's expression grew even stranger after he heard that. He said a level 12 abyssal boss required at least an elite level 20 party. What I called a little extra effort would have been certain death for someone else. He invited me to join the military on the spot, promising division-level benefits, equipment, and dungeon resources. Principal Ning immediately stepped between us and emphasized that I still had the right to choose my university and future path. I did not hesitate. Thank you, Captain Xia, but I'll take the national entrance exam first. Which university are you aiming for? Capital University, and I'm going in as the #1 scorer in the country. Everyone around us froze for a moment after I said it. I was not deliberately trying to sound arrogant. With a maximum constellation sword formation master, divine tier talents, and a starting point at level 12, refusing even to compete for the top spot would be the real waste of this destiny. Xia Chaoyang did not pressure me again. He left his contact information and said the military's doors would always remain open. After the crowd dispersed, Schwerer pushed a potion into my arms. Advanced healing potion, usable below level 60. Instantly restores a large amount of stamina. It was worth 100,000 yuan. With her head lowered, she apologized for not entering the dungeon with me and leaving me to face the danger alone. If you'd gone in, you would have only taken some of my experience, I said, deliberately keeping my tone light. Going solo was actually better for reaching level 12 this time. She punched me in irritation, but at least she finally stopped blaming herself. I promised to repay the cost of the potion someday, then headed to the Adventurers Association alone. I needed to register as a professional, sell my loot, and find a new place to level. More importantly, the Divine Stone from the dungeon reward was still in my inventory. The public Destiny Star arrays at the Adventurers Association charged 1,000 yuan per card draw. That was not a small amount of money for me, but the value of a Divine Stone paired with absolute luck could not be measured by 1,000 yuan. I suppressed my anticipation and went to the counter to deal with Schwerer's potion first. The association hall looked far more like the true professional world than the school did. Dungeon commissions, material prices, and casualty warnings scrolled across the walls. Fully armed parties stood at the counters beside newly awakened students who could not even afford equipment. For the first time, I saw clearly that advancing as a combat professional required more than levels. It demanded money, intelligence, and dependable supply channels. When the registration clerk entered my class into the system, the database had no template for it. All they could do was mark it as a newly discovered unique class. I voluntarily concealed my constellations, talents, and detailed skills, revealing only my level and class category. The association allowed professionals to keep their core abilities confidential. At most, a client could ask them to prove that they met a party's requirements. After Schwerer's advanced potion was placed on the appraisal platform, the staff confirmed that it was powerful enough to save a level 60 professional once. 80,000 yuan was a great deal of money to me, and it was not pocket change she could casually ignore either. Selling it did not mean I failed to appreciate it. At my current stage, cash could buy maps, equipment, and opportunities to draw cards. Holding the potion until level 60 would actually waste her intention to help me survive the beginning of my journey. I saved the transaction receipts separately. What I repaid in the future could not be only 80,000 yuan. It should also account for the risk and trust she had taken on for me. Xia Chaoyang's military offer was not an empty verbal promise. He produced a provisional recruitment agreement that detailed training resources, medical coverage, and survivor benefits for my family. The division-level package was calculated under special talent regulations. It did not mean I would immediately hold a division commander's rank, but it was enough to guarantee an ordinary family's security for life. Nor had I refused because I disliked the military. If I joined full-time now, assignments would determine my advancement path, and I might lose the entrance exam and university resources forever. No one had experience with my unique class. I needed exposure to as many different systems as possible before deciding on my long-term direction. When Principal Ning stepped between us, he did not criticize the soldiers. He merely demanded that Xia Chaoyang give me enough time to make a fully informed choice. They were arguing about the path that would develop my potential, not about which side could claim ownership of a student. Xia Chaoyang's decision to leave his contact information proved that the military respected my choice. After I declared that I would become the country's top scorer, I saw Schwerer look startled, then smile and nod. She did not think I was arrogant. She only reminded me that the #1 scorer had to defeat hundreds of thousands of combat class candidates nationwide. My goal could be ambitious, but my preparation had to be even more solid. That very night, I downloaded Capital University's historical admission scores, its hard level 19 requirement, and all the rules for the entrance exam dungeons to my communicator. My Abyssal First Clear had given me a lead, but it could not replace steady growth over the next 20-some days. Every card drawing room at the Adventurers Association was individually sealed. In the past, people had been robbed the moment they left the array after drawing high-grade items. The association would rather bear the additional cost than compromise its users' privacy. That suited me perfectly. Before entering the room, I sold the advanced healing potion to the association. Consignment required a 5% fee and waiting for a buyer, while a direct sale to the association paid only 80% of market value. I had no money at all, so I chose to take the 80,000 yuan immediately. I recorded the debt in my heart and would repay Schwerer later. After the door closed, I placed the divine stone into the array and activated absolute luck. Red light exploded through the cramped room. A scarlet longsword flew out of the card. Even before it settled, its razor-sharp aura made my skin tighten as if the sword had already left its sheath. Divine Sword. Qi Xiao, exclusive, Tier 1. Attack plus 1000 critical rate plus 50% critical damage plus 200%. Automatically protects its master. Wielder is immune to mental attacks. No equipment level requirement. Note, one of the 10 great swords. Protects its master, repels evil, and suppresses unholy forces. I took Qi Xiao in my hand. The connection flowing from its blade was 100 times clearer than that of an ordinary iron sword. When I calculated my current attributes, skills, constellations, and the tenfold damage from I am the Sword Immortal, a full force strike already approached 700,000 damage. Level 12. 700,000 damage. I immediately stored Qi Xiao inside the sword formation space. The fluctuation created by the exclusive weapon had not been small, and people nearby with high spirit might have sensed it. If every one of my card draws produced a red exclusive weapon, it would eventually attract unwanted attention. I spent the remaining money on a map of the region around Westlake City, food, and wilderness supplies. Awakened professionals usually possessed a basic inventory, so carrying those things was no problem. That night, I left through the city's western gate. The entrance exam was still a month away, and level 12 was nowhere near my final destination. The monsters in the Goblin Activity Zone outside the city ranged from level 15 to level 20. They were intelligent, set traps, and grew even more dangerous at night, so ordinary beginners rarely traveled there alone. To me, danger also meant experience, materials, and an undisturbed environment for testing my abilities. I wanted to see just how high my ceiling had risen after equipping Qi Xiao. Before the card room's shielding array dispersed, I tested storing and retrieving the weapon 3 times. Qi Xiao could enter the sword formation space like an ordinary iron sword, and it could appear on its own if I faced a mental threat. Automatically protects its master did not mean it would block everything for me. It would intervene only against dangers it could recognize and respond to in time. I broke the theoretical damage of nearly 700,000 into its sources. My attributes and sword control formed the base. Sword formation increased critical damage. My constellations guaranteed a critical hit and ignored defense. Then I and the Sword Immortal multiplied the final result tenfold. If any one of those elements was sealed, the number I produced in battle would fall. That calculation kept me from being blinded by the panel. Before I left the city, the guards checked my professional identification and warned me that goblins could imitate cries for help to lure people into traps. I was not to approach any unmarked caves at night, and I should report mutant monsters before attempting anything else. I memorized every warning and chose a route sheltered from the wind so my scent would not reveal me first. The city wall's lights remained visible from the edge of the woods. Farther in, only the chirping of insects remained. I did not expose all 10 iron swords. 5 hovered low to the ground, 3 hid in the canopy, and 2 stayed beside me. The real test had begun the moment I entered the darkness. The 1,000 yuan card drawing charge did not pay for a divine stone. It was only a service fee for using the star array and private shielding room. Without a divine stone, no amount of ordinary currency could activate the core drawing process. For that reason, the association strictly inspected the source of every stone to keep abyssal counterfeits from contaminating a destiny array. When the red card appeared, Qi Xiao first circled the room as a sword-shaped phantom, then condensed into a physical weapon. The blade carried no scent of blood. Instead, it radiated a power that calmed the mind. The note about suppressing unholy forces corresponded with its immunity to mental attacks. Its true nature was more than a simple attack increase. I tried placing Qi Xiao into my ordinary inventory, but the system informed me that an exclusive weapon could only be equipped by its wielder or stored in the sword formation space. That reduced the risk of losing it, but also meant no one could steal it merely by taking my storage bag. When I bought the map, I checked more than monster levels. I also marked the city defense patrol routes and emergency signal points. If I could hold out until I reached a patrol zone after encountering danger, my chances of survival would rise dramatically. The goblin activity zone lay exactly between two patrol routes. It had more monsters and fewer people, but also slower reinforcements. Before night fully fell, I stopped beneath the last watchtower to finish my meal, then returned every scrap of packaging to my inventory. Scents and trash could both reveal my path. In the wilderness, every small habit might decide whether I lived to fight another battle. The goblin activity zone was quieter than the map suggested. These monsters knew how to hide, ambush, and coordinate attacks. The moment I entered the woods, Eye of the Abyss locked onto a goblin vanguard concealed behind a tree. Level: 15 Strength, 220 Agility, 30 Spirit, 10 Constitution, 90 Skill, Axe Strike. I did not use Chi Xiao. I summoned only one iron sword from the sword formation space. The blade skimmed through the brush and dealt 4,484 damage. The target died instantly, but the nearby goblins were only badly wounded by the splash damage instead of being eliminated. The 10 iron swords immediately appeared from different positions, and the second wave wiped out the entire squad. Goblins dropped bones, weapons, and energy crystals. A level 15 crystal was worth around 1,000 yuan. In sufficient numbers, they could provide a reliable income. I collected materials along the way while controlling the edge of my sword formation to avoid being slowed by traps. Before long, an abnormally large goblin blocked my path. Mutant Goblin Elite Level, 16. Strength, 500 Agility, 10 Spirit, 10 Constitution, 500. Skills, Heavy Punch, Stomp. It was slow, but its strength and constitution far exceeded others of the same level. When its giant fist came down, I retreated to avoid the impact, then sent 10 iron swords into it simultaneously from every side. Damage, 44,840. The elite died before it could launch a second attack. It granted 5,000 experience and dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Venom-Tempered Dagger, Silver Attack plus 100, Assassin Skill Damage plus 10%. Attacks inflict poison, usable at level 15. Sturdy Round Shield, Green Defense plus 120, damage received minus 10. Usable at level 15. This was the first time I had obtained equipment worth selling. Combat classes consumed enormous resources because equipment, scrolls, and potions were expensive. But anyone capable of farming monsters reliably could also earn money at a rate far beyond a civilian professional. The sky darkened, and the monsters in the woods began growing restless. Returning to the city would have been the normal decision, but I remained in perfect condition, and my sword formation consumed no spirit. The goblins were stronger at night, but also granted more experience and better drops. I spread all 10 iron swords apart and continued deeper into the activity zone. Goblins did not leap straight at me like the rabbits in the beginner dungeon. The first squad used wooden shields to block my view, while 2 others threw short spears from behind the trees. One even lay face down in the mud and pretended to be dead. The sword formation could sense their positions, but it could not automatically interpret their intentions. I deliberately backed away and let them think their encirclement had succeeded, then dropped 3 flying swords from the canopy. The wooden shields stopped the blades coming from the front, but there was no defense against an attack from behind. When the spear thrower fell first, its splash damage spread to the other 3. One follow-up wave ended the fight. The corpse on the ground suddenly sprang up while I collected the materials. A flying sword emerged from the space to block at close range. Its flat knocked the dagger aside, and a second blade pierced the goblin's chest. I did not dismiss that exchange merely because I won. If I had sent every sword into the distance to chase enemies, I would have had no close-range defense. Sword formation space allowed me to release blades from any position, but my consciousness still needed time to react. A true surprise attack could compress that window to its limit. After the mutant elite dropped equipment, I also inspected the surrounding tracks. It had not appeared alone. Numerous footprints in the deeper forest all moved in the same direction, as though the monsters were avoiding a particular region. Following those tracks in reverse eventually brought me close to the Shadow Forest, a location absent from the map. The mutant goblin elite's heavy punch was not purely physical. Its fist created a short-range tremor when it struck the ground. Although I stood behind my flying swords, my feet still went numb. With only 10 agility, its greatest threat was not pursuit, but turning a confined area into ground where no one could stand. I used 2 swords to make it turn, then divided the other 8 into upper and lower layers. The upper group aimed at its eyes and throat, while the lower sealed off its knee joints. The damage from all 10 swords resolved simultaneously. Its enhanced defense from 500 Constitution meant nothing against Constellation 6. The silver dagger still carried poison after it dropped. Since I did not yet have 100% poison resistance, I lifted it with an iron sword for appraisal instead of touching it directly. The green-grade round shield was bulky and consumed a large portion of my inventory. I removed its broken handle before storing it. The monster tracks led outward rather than converging on a nest, proving that something deeper inside frightened even a goblin elite. The map showed no marker. Either the dungeon had formed only recently, or a barrier had concealed it for a long time. In either case, I needed to record the real-world coordinates before entering alone. I sent the location to my offline notes and set the association to be notified automatically if I failed to return within 6 hours. Only after securing that last safeguard did I touch the hidden portal. Equipment in this world was divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine artifact grades from lowest to highest. A Tier 1 exclusive weapon ranked between epic and legendary. Once fully refined, it could reach divine artifact grade, while its practical value was even higher. That meant the silver dagger and green-grade shield I had just obtained were merely entry-level equipment, yet they were still worth a considerable amount of money. Under the night sky, I encountered a level 20 goblin axeman. Strength, 600 agility, 50 spirit, 20 constitution, 220. To an ordinary beginner, this enemy could wipe out an entire party. To me, all 10 swords attacking together still ended the fight in a single wave. It granted 1,000 experience when it fell, and the surrounding monsters struck by splash damage vanished one after another. After fighting continuously for an hour, I reached level 13 and my spirit rose to 490. Then, deep in the woods, I found a portal that did not appear on the map. Hidden Dungeon, Shadow Forest. Recommended level, 15. Difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare, unknown. A hidden dungeon usually offered a first clear reward. I did not immediately choose the unreadable difficulty. I entered nightmare first. When the teleportation ended, oppressive gray fog surrounded me. The tree trunks looked as though they had been soaked in blood, and even the soil beneath my feet reeked of decay. This place was nothing like a normal forest. The first monster rose from the fog. Shadow Forest Giant, Enhanced Elite. Level, 15 Strength, 1,000 Agility, 100 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 1,000. Skills, Tremor, Rock Throw. It had barely bent down to pick up a stone when I brought all 10 iron swords down at once. Damage, 48,238. The giant crashed to the ground and granted 2,000 experience. The monster's attributes on nightmare difficulty were already absurdly high, yet they still could not stop me. What truly made me wary was the atmosphere of the forest. It did not feel like the abyssal corruption in the West Outskirts dungeon, but it carried the same sense of malice deliberately built into the environment. An ordinary dungeon tested a professional's attributes and teamwork. This place seemed designed to test whether someone could respond to special mechanics. I slowed my advance and observed the trees, altars, and changes in the fog. Hidden bosses were rarely defeated through damage alone. If I ignored their mechanics, even overwhelming output might become useless. The fog weakened my sense of direction. An ordinary compass spun constantly inside the dungeon, so I used iron swords to leave marks at different heights on the tree trunks and kept one flying blade pointed toward the entrance. As long as that mental connection remained unbroken, I would know which way led out. When a shadow giant fell, its body did not disintegrate like an ordinary monster. It transformed into gray fog that flowed toward the center of the forest. The second and third did the same. That suggested the boss could draw energy from the deaths of ordinary monsters, and the longer I delayed, the more complicated its final mechanics would become. I stopped deliberately gathering monsters for experience and cleared a straight path at maximum speed. Along the way, I found several extinguished stone platforms bearing traces of candle wax and mental fluctuations. Chi Xiao trembled faintly whenever it approached, proving that the principal threat here involved mental attacks. My exclusive weapons immunity gave me an advantage, but could not guarantee a teammate's safety. If I brought others in the future, purification, mental barriers, and the ability to destroy altars from a distance would all be mandatory. By the time 4 clusters of black flame pierced the fog, I had already guessed that the true boss would not be a simple target with high HP. The first use of Mental Storm consumed 500 spirit, nearly half of what I had at the time. If the necklace had not provided another 500 spirit, I would have been almost unable to continue controlling my swords afterward. Constellation 2 made sword formation and sword control free, but did not affect equipment skills. They operated under two completely different sets of rules. The damage value of 2,610,480 came from stacking across a large group of targets. It did not mean I could deal the same number to one enemy. The more forest giants present, the more powerful my splash damage became. If the boss stood alone, Mental Storm would deal only 10 times my spirit as base damage, followed by the bonuses from critical hits and my talent. I could not mistakenly apply an area clearing number to a duel. The giants' attributes doubled on unknown difficulty, and so did the experience they granted. I made sure to retain at least 500 spirit after every mental storm in case the boss mechanics demanded a second area skill. Ordinary iron swords could still kill the monsters, only more slowly. There was no need to exhaust all my energy at once. Before entering the clearing with 8 altars, I stopped at the edge of my sword formation and sent an iron sword across the boundary to probe. The corrupted boss did not leave the altar region to pursue it, proving that the battlefield was fixed. If I encountered a mechanic I could not handle, I could at least withdraw temporarily to recover and observe. That conclusion gave me the confidence to enter the battle zone instead of retreating merely because the enemy had 200,000 spirit. The ordinary monsters on Nightmare difficulty failed to slow me down. The 10 iron swords eliminated individual targets, while my constellation's splash damage cleared the field. My experience soon climbed to 82% of level 13. At the end of the forest lay a circular clearing. A ragged scarecrow stood in its center, surrounded by 4 altars burning with black fire. Shadow Scarecrow boss level, 16. Strength, 0 agility, 0 spirit, 10,000 constitution, 0. Skills, Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection. Those attributes were clearly abnormal. I first guided the flying swords through its body. The scarecrow immediately shattered, but in the next second, black flames poured from the altars into the center, and it stood up again without a mark. Raw damage alone could not kill it. I turned my attention to the altars. When the first cluster of black fire went out, a shriek struck directly at my consciousness. Qishao drew itself, and a red barrier stopped Mental Storm. I did not experience even a moment of disorientation. The second and third altars were the same. Each one unleashed a stronger mental attack when extinguished, but none could penetrate Qishao's mental immunity. The instant the fourth altar shattered, the clearing exploded. A gray-black mark burrowed toward my heart. Death Curse received. If not purified within 1 minute, you will die instantly. Qishao lit again, dispersing the curse before it could truly take hold. Once all 4 black flames were extinguished, the scarecrow lost its ability to resurrect. I drove a flying sword through its core and finally received 20,000 experience. The boss dropped a necklace. Cursed Necklace, Spirit plus 500, grants skill Mental Storm. Curse, Strength minus 250, Constitution minus 250, no level requirement. 1 piece of the cursed set. Qishao could make me immune to mental attacks, but could not directly remove an equipment curse. I tried putting the necklace on anyway and unexpectedly discovered that neither negative attribute took effect. Only my spirit increased. Clearly, the exclusive weapon's protection extended further than its description suggested. My panel changed to 230 strength, 165 agility, 990 spirit, 165 constitution, a 22% critical rate, and 220% critical damage. The first clear chest contained a divine stone, and the second piece of the set, a cursed ring. Spirit plus 500, curse, agility minus 250, constitution minus 250. Receiving 2 cursed items together made me realize that this dungeon concealed a deeper secret. The difficulty marked unknown likely held the complete answer. After the boss resurrected for the first time, I did not continue attacking its body. I used ordinary iron swords to probe the altars instead. The blades encountered no physical resistance when they touched the black fire, but the mental connection produced a brief stab of pain, suggesting the altars were closer to mental constructs than physical objects. Only after Qishao joined the attack did the black flames truly go out. Each destroyed altar made the scarecrow move faster. By the time the third was extinguished, it could produce multiple phantoms inside the gray fog and tried to make me misidentify its core. I did not chase the images. I kept the entire area covered by the sword formation and waited for all the phantoms to attack together. Only the true body made physical contact with an iron sword, and once I identified it, I concentrated my fire. When the death curse appeared, the 1-minute countdown made me seriously consider retreating for the first time. A return scroll might not remove a curse already attached to my soul, and leaving recklessly could cause me to die in reality. Chi Xiao rang on its own, and red light swept across my chest. Only when the countdown reached 0 without triggering my death did I confirm that the exclusive weapon could suppress even a mental curse of this kind. After the necklace's negative attributes were suppressed, I did not immediately assume it would remain safe forever. The description mentioned only reduced strength and constitution, without explaining the conditions under which that suppression might fail. The stronger a piece of equipment was, the more important it became to prepare an alternative in case its effect stopped working. The necklace's mental storm shared its name with the boss skill, but the effect had been converted into an equipment ability that the wearer could activate deliberately. It had no casting time, making it ideal for clearing the field when surrounded. Its weakness was a fixed cost of 500 spirit. Even if a low-level professional obtained it, they could not afford to use it. After the cursed ring appeared, the set still did not reveal its complete effect. It only indicated that one of 3 pieces remained missing. That proved the Shadow Forest's reward order had been deliberately designed. Nightmare difficulty granted 2 pieces, while the hidden difficulty held the final component and the key item that would transform the set. An ordinary party that stopped after Nightmare would receive only dangerous equipment with severe penalties. I placed the ring on my other hand and tested the pieces individually and together. Chi Xiao's glow strengthened when both were active, as though it had to continually suppress more curses. If the exclusive weapon were disarmed or sealed, the negative attributes might emerge immediately and cause my strength and constitution to plummet. For that reason, until I obtained the Heart of Curses, I treated the set as temporary burst equipment rather than wearing it throughout unknown battles. After entering the hidden difficulty, I equipped it again only once I had confirmed that Chi Xiao could protect me at any time. A mechanic-driven dungeon never tested only whether I could understand the boss. It also tested whether I understood the rewards I had just obtained. After I equipped the cursed ring, my spirit rose to 1,490, and its negative curse still failed to take effect. I had completed the nightmare first clear, yet the portal did not disappear immediately. The unreadable 4th difficulty remained. I rested briefly, confirmed that Chi Xiao and my healing supplies were ready, then selected it. The instant I landed, a mental attack came through the forest from far away. Chi Xiao automatically raised a barrier and blocked the ambush for me. The giants in the fog rose at the same time. Shadow Forest Giant level, 15. Strength, 2,000 agility, 200 spirit, 60 constitution, 2,000. All 4 attributes had doubled compared with nightmare difficulty. I did not allow the nearest giant to approach. For the first time, I activated the mental storm attached to the cursed necklace. The skill consumed 500 spirit and had the same range as my sword formation, nearly 1,000 feet in every direction. An invisible storm expanded from my body and swept over every target in the forest. Mental storm itself dealt damage equal to 10 times my spirit to each enemy. After adding I am the sword immortal, guaranteed critical hits, defense penetration, and group splash damage, the final number reached 2,610,480. Every monster in my vision fell at once. Experience notifications of 4,000, 5,000, and 8,000 appeared without pause, and I reached level 14 on the spot. This was the true battlefield potential of a sword formation master. The more enemies present, the more instances of splash damage constellation generated. Mental storm attacked every target within the sword formation simultaneously. When the 2 mechanics combined, one area attack became a strategic level battlefield wipe. I carefully managed the 500 spirit cost and continued forward. It did not take long to reach level 15. The clearing at the end of the forest still contained a scarecrow, but it felt far colder than on nightmare difficulty. The 4 altars had become 8, and a violet-black aura like the one in the west outskirts dungeon churned inside the boss. Corrupted Shadow Scarecrow boss level, 16. Spirit, 200,000. 8 altars meant 8 resurrections, and destroying each one required enduring 2 mental shrieks. For any party without mental immunity, the mechanic was virtually impossible. I tightened my grip on Chi Xiao. Only one conclusion remained in my mind. A second abyssal dungeon had appeared. The corrupted boss's 200,000 spirit did more than increase spell damage. It simultaneously maintained 8 altars, long-range shrieks, and the black threads of resurrection, proving that spirit also determined the power of its mechanics. Without Chi Xiao's immunity, a party would need at least 2 purifiers rotating their abilities. Otherwise, they would not survive even the first altar. I numbered the 8 altars by distance and destroyed the 2 farthest first, so I would not have to cross the entire battlefield later when my stamina was lower. The boss used straw ropes to bind any flying sword that attacked an altar. I deliberately allowed ordinary iron swords to be caught, giving Qi Xiao the opening to complete the destruction. After every pair of shrieks, another circle of black markings appeared on the ground. If enough accumulated, they might trigger a curse over the entire field. Rather than endure them from one position, I kept moving through areas that remained uncorrupted. Immunity to mental attacks did not mean immunity to collapsing terrain. I still needed room to move. After the 8th altar went dark, the boss's spirit fell rapidly from 200,000 and its resurrection notification disappeared. I waited until every black thread had broken before sending all 10 swords into its core. Without confirming that first, an early kill would only have relit the altars. When purple smoke rose from the core, the system did not display a clear result. That was further proof that the true enemy had not left. The 8 altars formed a larger circle than on nightmare difficulty, with black lines connecting every one. Attacking the boss directly caused the damage to disperse along those lines, almost as if all 8 resurrections shared one life. I touched the nearest altar with a single iron sword and confirmed that it triggered 2 mental shrieks. Then I decided to remove them clockwise, one at a time, rather than activate multiple mechanics simultaneously. With 200,000 spirit, a direct mental storm from the boss might damage the surrounding space, even if Qi Xiao made me immune to the attack itself. I kept the exclusive weapon close for defense while the ordinary iron swords destroyed the altars. Every time a black flame went out, shrieks struck from 2 directions. Qi Xiao's red barrier shifted with the angle of each attack and stopped all 16 without a gap. When the 7th altar shattered, the corrupted scarecrow began actively pulling on the black threads, trying to use the final 2 sources of energy to reignite the dead altars. I immediately sent 9 iron swords to suppress every extinguished position while Qi Xiao delivered the last strike. Only after the mechanic was completely severed did the boss's core become truly exposed. I had assumed the most dangerous part of the battle was over. Then the purple smoke began to condense, and pressure far beyond the dungeon's level told me that the scarecrow had only been a lock. The thing behind the door had been waiting all along for someone capable of opening it. The 8 altars went dark one after another, and Qi Xiao blocked all 16 mental attacks. Once the corrupted scarecrow lost its final resurrection, my flying swords pierced its core. I received 40,000 experience and the 3rd piece of the cursed set, a cursed bracelet. The battle should have ended, but a cloud of purple smoke poured from the boss's corpse. The smoke condensed into a demon wearing a mage's robe. His aura was far more terrifying than the Cyclops King's, and I immediately activated Eye of the Abyss. Unable to inspect target, I was already level 15, giving the skill an upper limit of level 65. If I could not see his attributes, he had to be at least level 70. The demon introduced himself as Otis, a grand mental mage of the Abyss. Acting under the orders of the king, he had infiltrated Daxia to corrupt beginner dungeons across the empire and erase humanity's geniuses before they could mature. He had previously tortured an entire level 70 vanguard to death with mental magic. He considered me an anomaly that had to be eliminated, but he knew nothing about Qi Xiao's abilities. Qi Xiao ambushed him from behind and dealt 2,097,480 damage. Red light punched through Otis's body, but he immediately dissolved into smoke and reformed on the other side. He successively unleashed soul control, mental storm, soul fire, death curse, soul poison, and soul detonation. Every spell could have instantly killed professionals far above my level, yet all of them broke against Qi Xiao like waves against a mountain. I did not stop attacking merely because I was immune. 10 iron swords sealed off his retreat, while Qi Xiao repeatedly sliced through the smoke, forcing him to reconstruct his body over and over. His level was high, and he possessed numerous survival abilities, so I could not kill him for the moment. He specialized entirely in mental magic, however, and could not hurt me either. After several rounds of stalemate, Otis finally realized that continuing the fight was pointless. He left me with one sentence: "Next time, I won't give you another chance," then transformed into purple smoke and withdrew. Otis successfully repelled. EXP plus 200,000. Achievement completed. Facing the Abyss. Advanced talent awakened. Fearless body. The true hidden first clear chest appeared in the center of the dungeon. I received 1 divine stone, 10 beginner skill scrolls, 1 class skill scroll, and a special item called the Heart of Curses. The victory did not allow me to relax. Otis now knew that Qi Xiao granted immunity to mental attacks. If he returned with other forms of magic next time, I would no longer be fighting an opponent incapable of harming me. Otis continually tried to enter my consciousness while he spoke. Every question created a subtle mental fluctuation in the air. He was clearly trying to make me lower my guard during the conversation. Qi Xiao could block his spells, but it could not decide for me which words were bait. I answered only with information already publicly known and revealed nothing about my talents, constellations, or number of divine stones. His voice held obvious reverence whenever he mentioned the king, but he never revealed a specific identity. The Abyss had a rigidly hierarchical system of rule, and even a level 70 leader was merely an executor. The corruption of beginner dungeons might be only one piece of a far larger plan. Repelling one Otis did not mean the crisis was over. While Qi Xiao attacked him repeatedly, I noticed that his reforming smoke always produced a purple core first, followed by the restoration of his limbs. If our attributes and levels had been closer, striking that core might have killed him. The current gap in speed was too great, and the core appeared for too short a time. I could force him back, but could not complete the kill. Before withdrawing, Otis deliberately created smoke in two directions. I did not chase the wrong target. Although Eye of the Abyss could not display his attributes, it could still sense his true life aura. But the maneuver also confirmed for him that my inspection had a limit. Next time, he would likely bring a way to conceal himself. Reporting those details would be more valuable than simply declaring that I had won. Otis had not taken me seriously at first. He assumed a level 15 human who saw a level 70 demon would lose the will to resist. He even spent time explaining how the Vanguard had slaughtered one another inside an illusion. That arrogance gave Qi Xiao its first opportunity to ambush him. After the blade pierced him, rebuilding his smoke-formed body was not free. Each reconstruction made the purple color slightly fainter, proving that the damage was real even if I could not deplete his life quickly. I did not blindly chase a kill. I used ordinary iron swords to restrict the space, forcing him to cast spell after spell and expose the structure of his abilities. Soul Control tried to seize my body. Mental Storm oppressed my consciousness. Soul Fire and Soul Poison caused continuous corrosion, while Death Curse locked directly onto my life. The 6 kinds of magic appeared different, but all used the mind as their medium. Qi Xiao lit before every attack could touch me, proving that mental immunity was not a simple resistance bonus. It was a conceptual rejection. I could have continued pursuing Otis as he fled, but I did not leave the dungeon's core. If a level 70 enemy pretended to weaken himself merely to lure me outside Qi Xiao's protective range, the consequences would be irreversible. Surviving with the intelligence was more important than showing off by stabbing him a few more times. Before leaving, I organized every reward one by one. I was level 16 with 23% experience. My attributes were 270 strength, 190 agility, 1,590 spirit, and 190 constitution. My critical rate was 25%, and my critical damage was 250%. Fearless Body, damage received minus 80%. Combined with the legendary medal's 10%, my total damage reduction reached 90%. This did not make me invincible through simple addition. I would still suffer the force of impacts and lose stamina, but my ability to survive had undergone a qualitative transformation. The cursed bracelet granted 500 spirit, while its curse reduced strength and agility by 250 each. Once I assembled all 3 pieces, I used the Heart of Curses. Heart of Curses. Every curse effect applied to you is converted into a beneficial effect. Every attribute that the 3 items originally reduced now increased instead. My strength rose to 760, agility to 680, constitution to 680, and spirit to 2090. Qi Xiao had merely suppressed the curses before. The Heart of Curses truly transformed their negative power into bonuses. Most of the 10 beginner skill scrolls produced duplicate abilities, but poison resistance advanced all the way to level 5 and now granted 50% poison resistance. The ability from the class skill scroll was even more important. Attribute conversion LV. 1. Within the sword formation, spirit can be converted into strength, agility, or constitution at a 1-to-1 ratio. I could change the conversion with a thought. When I shifted all my spirit into strength, it rose from 760 to 2,840. When I shifted it into agility, that attribute rose from 680 to 2,760. The same conversion increased constitution from 680 to 2,760. I was no longer merely a long-range artillery platform. I could enhance strength for explosive power, agility for pursuit, or constitution when I faced an unavoidable attack. As long as my sword formation remained active, I could temporarily change my role according to the battle. When I left, The fourth difficulty disappeared from the portal as if it had never existed. My inventory still contained 2 divine stones, a batch of goblin materials, and new equipment. My next steps were clear. Report the Shadow Forest to the Association, sell the materials, draw more exclusive weapons, and continue leveling. Most important of all, I needed to tell Da Xiao about Otis. A level 70 abyssal demon was systematically corrupting beginner dungeons. This was no longer a danger that concerned only me. When the heart of curses merged into my body, there was no light, only a brief chill. The black patterns on all 3 pieces of the set reversed at once. The curses that Qi Xiao had suppressed seemed to find an outlet again, but rather than weakening me, they pushed my strength, agility, and constitution upward. I tested attribute conversion in each direction. When spirit became strength, the iron sword in my hand deformed slightly under my grip. When it became agility, the falling leaves in my vision appeared to slow. When it became constitution, my heartbeat and breathing steadied, and my skin could clearly withstand stronger impacts. The switch was nearly instantaneous, but I could not add the same pool of spirit in full to all 3 attributes at once. I had to make a definite choice in battle. Fearless Body provided 80% damage reduction, and the metal added another 10%. The system displayed a combined result of 90%. I tested the effect with a low-power flying sword. It reduced the loss of life and stamina, but did not erase pain, impact, or knockback. An enemy with enough strength could still throw me through the air, suffocate me, or trap me. Those limits did not diminish my gains. They taught me how to use them. Against a ranged mage, I could convert to agility and pursue. Against an unavoidable heavy strike, I could convert to constitution. When close combat demanded a perfect block, I could shift into strength and agility. The Sword Formation Master's combat style was finally beginning to feel complete. When I returned to the Adventurers Association, I registered the hidden dungeon first. The manager who received me, Li Anping, was a level 40 flame archmage. At first, he assumed I had discovered a small dungeon meant for levels 8 to 12. The instant I told him its recommended level was 15 and that I had cleared Nightmare alone, his expression turned serious. I shared every mechanic I could make public. The ordinary forest giants had both 1,000 strength and 1,000 constitution. The boss had 10,000 spirit, along with resurrection, mental storm, and death curse. It could not truly die while the 4 altars remained intact. Destroying the final altar also inflicted a 1-minute death curse on the entire party, so challengers had to bring purification. Li Anping warned me that false dungeon intelligence could get other professionals killed and would carry severe association penalties. I know. That's why I didn't make up a single number. He looked me over again and immediately arranged for a team to verify the report. I did not publicly mention the hidden difficulty or Otis. I said only that I had more important intelligence to report in private. While I waited, I went to the trading area. The silver equipment and wilderness materials sold for a total of 120,000 yuan. The clerk also told me that a single beginner skill scroll normally cost 100,000. Before their first advancement at level 30, each person could learn at most 3 class skills and 5 general skills. After level 30, they could no longer use beginner skill scrolls. That was why promising newcomers never had enough money. I entered a private card room and fed my 2 divine stones into the same target one after the other, Qi Xiao. Absolute luck activated, and 2 red cards appeared in succession. The new copies of Qi Xiao dissolved into red light and fused with my original exclusive weapon. After 2 refinements, Qi Xiao advanced to Tier 3. When I gripped the hilt, its edge felt far more formidable than before. Even without checking the panel, I knew my increase in combat power from this trip far exceeded the levels I had gained. Outside the card room, Li Anping's team had completed the first round of verification. The Shadow Forest entrance, monster attributes, and altar mechanics all match my account. He personally waited at the door and invited me into his office. You can tell me now. He closed the door. What else did you leave out? I laid the hidden difficulty, the corrupted boss, and the name Otis before him. When Li Anping heard level 70, he did not believe me immediately, but he did not reject the claim to my face either. He first retrieved the abyssal records from my west outskirts dungeon, then checked the energy around the Shadow Forest entrance. Both carried similar purple mental fluctuations. Only then did he elevate the incident from an ordinary hidden dungeon to the highest alert level. I had not revealed the 4th difficulty to the front desk clerk. If ordinary adventurers learned of a higher first clear reward, they might rush inside before the association sealed the entrance. The nightmare boss already required purification and mental defenses. The hidden difficulty would simply kill a party that lacked Qi Xiao's protection. Before refining Qi Xiao with the 2 divine stones, I verified how many uses of absolute luck remained this month. The continuous maximum constellation awakening had counted as 1 activation. Drawing my first Qi Xiao and refining it twice counted as 1 each, leaving room beneath the 10-use limit. The talent could not change earlier outcomes, but it ensured that every rare divine stone served one of my core objectives. After Tier 3 Qi Xiao gained its new survival passive, I used a system simulation to confirm that the ability refreshed once per calendar month. An unused activation did not carry over. In other words, it could preserve my life only once at a time. I could not save it for 10 months and accumulate 10 extra lives. When I left the card room, I waited for every trace of red energy to dissipate before opening the door. The association protected privacy, but true secrecy still required me to minimize the traces I left behind. Registering the dungeon required a rough map. I separately drew the entrance, giant spawn region, 4 altar boss clearing, and the hidden difficulties 8 altar layout. Beside the diagrams, I wrote, mental defense required, final altar triggers death curse, and do not challenge without purification. The information would enter future raid manuals directly. Any ambiguity could kill strangers. I also checked goblin material prices in the trading area. Selling directly to the association paid less, but settled the same day. Consignment produced more profit, but carried price risk and fees. I kept the rare crystal cores that might be useful for forging and sold only bulky bones and ordinary weapons, freeing more than half my inventory. The 2 Qi Xiao refinements did more than stack numerical bonuses. At Tier 2, the patterns on the blade lengthened. After Tier 3 was complete, its automatic protection reacted noticeably faster, and it gained a once-per-month survival ability. Forcing my stamina to remain at 1 point when it reached 0 was not the same as resurrection. If damage continued afterward, I would still die immediately. It could save me from 1 fatal instant, but it could never replace retreating or healing. The Divine Artifact quest required me to clear 10 abyssal dungeons, further proving that my exclusive weapons growth was directly linked to the abyss. That made joining the raid team even more valuable. Tier 3 Qi Xiao's attributes had changed. Attack plus 3000 critical rate plus 70% critical damage plus 400%. Once per month, if your stamina reaches 0, it is forcibly retained at 1 point. Automatically protects its master, immune to mental attacks. No equipment level requirement. At the same time, the exclusive weapon unlocked a Divine Artifact quest. Cleared 10 abyssal dungeons. Current progress, 0/10. After verifying the regular difficulties of the Shadow Forest, the association awarded me 10,000 contribution points, silver adventurer status, and level 2 membership privileges. Adventurer ranks, from lowest to highest, were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine. After reaching platinum, members could also receive a monthly association stipend. Those rewards were already substantial, but when Li Anping heard the abyssal intelligence, he nearly shot out of his chair. You're saying the hidden difficulty was corrupted too? And Otis appeared inside. Yes, he's at least level 70, a grand mental mage acting under the orders of a king who sent him into Daxia. He intends to corrupt every beginner dungeon and eliminate humanity's geniuses before they can grow. Li Anping's face changed completely. The rate of abyssal corruption in beginner dungeons throughout the regions had indeed increased significantly. What had seemed like scattered anomalies now had one common explanation. He demanded to know how I survived. My exclusive weapon makes me immune to mental attacks. Otis used only mental magic at the time, so I got lucky and drove him back. You make it sound easy. Li Anping stared at me. That was a level 70 abyssal leader. Strictly speaking, I was only level 15 at the time. The office remained silent for several seconds. Then Li Anping's voice almost tore the roof off. A level 15 drove back a level 70, and you call that lucky? I stopped provoking him and emphasized that Otis now knew about my immunity. If he returned, he would inevitably prepare methods that did not rely on mental magic. I could not handle a level 70 enemy indefinitely on my own. Reporting the intelligence to the nation would protect more beginners and allow Daxia's true experts to track Otis. If Daxia found him first, the blade hanging over my head could finally come down where I could see it. Li Anping calmed himself and immediately encrypted the information for escalation. After he sent the report, he no longer looked at me with simple surprise. It was more like he was looking at someone capable of changing a battlefield. But I knew clearly that at level 16, I remained far from safe. Otis had failed the first time because he lacked information. He would not make the same mistake again. Liamping asked why I had not killed Otis on the spot. I explained the level 70 demon's smoke reconstruction, speed advantage, and survival mechanics. I refused to equate capable of inflicting damage with capable of securing a kill. If my report exaggerated my success, the nation might send an underleveled pursuit team and repeat the destruction of the vanguard. He also shared the association's older cases. Otis had left mental contamination in several provinces, but never revealed his complete form. After the level 70 vanguard died, only chaotic records remained, and no one knew whether the same demon had caused every incident. My direct encounter provided the first account of his class, abilities, and objective. A soundproof barrier rose temporarily around the office, and every electronic device disconnected from the public network. The intelligence was inscribed into an encrypted crystal and transmitted to headquarters through a dedicated association line rather than an ordinary communications server. Security at that level proved that the danger of a traitor was not merely my personal paranoia. After the report, Liamping advised me to avoid entering unknown dungeons alone for the time being. I promised to be more cautious, but I did not agree to stop advancing. Otis had already targeted me. Hiding inside the city would provide only temporary safety. Continuing to increase my level and improve my exclusive weapon was the only way to escape the pursuit for good. While we discussed how to protect me, a response arrived from headquarters. Chairman Bai Zhenghua had personally accepted the intelligence and demanded an immediate meeting with me. Liamping asked me to repeat Otis's exact words once more. I separated confirmed facts from my own conclusions as carefully as possible. It was confirmed that Otis acted under the king's orders, corrupted beginner dungeons, and targeted human geniuses. It was my inference that the king might command more agents and that Otis would bring non-mental methods next time. He assigned a classification to every sentence. The association could not treat speculation as fact, or regions would defend themselves in the wrong direction. My mental immunity was classified as top secret and disclosed only to pursuit teams with the appropriate clearance, reducing the chance that the information would find its way back into the abyss. Liamping also explained that 10,000 contribution points were not equal to 10,000 yuan. Many internal association resources could not be purchased directly with money. The more contribution I had, the more destiny compasses, skill scrolls, and special dungeon permissions I could redeem. Silver status also meant I would not need to repeat basic screening whenever I traveled to another city. For the first time, the completed report made me realize that I had entered a much larger system. A school merely delivered students into the professional world. The association, the military, and the universities formed the framework of humanity's long war against the abyss. No matter how powerful an individual became, they still needed those organizations to provide borders, intelligence, and rescue. Revealing Otis, therefore, did not expose a weakness. It transformed one person's encounter into a threat that all of Daxia could confront. Attribute conversion at level 1 was already enough to change how I fought. Raising strength from 760 to 2,840 allowed me to wield Qi Xiao in close combat. At 2,760 agility, I could avoid attacks far beyond my level. Raising Constitution to 2,760 and combining it with 90% damage reduction let me survive one mistake that should have been fatal. Conversion also carried a price. If I shifted away all my spirit, I could not use Mental Storm, and control over my flying swords would temporarily break. If an enemy launched a non-mental ranged attack during the conversion, I could rely only on Qi Xiao's automatic protection. The most reasonable approach was to convert only what I needed, not empty my spirit every time. The system categorized the Heart of Curses as a special item. It did not occupy an equipment slot and could not be removed deliberately. Once merged, it remained permanently active. Any curse an enemy inflicted on me in the future might strengthen me instead. If outsiders learned of that conceptual ability, curse-based professionals would avoid using their powers on me, so I decided to keep it secret. Fearless Body and the Curse set caused my panel to soar without changing my level. Ordinary association inspection spells usually displayed only class and level, so outsiders would drastically underestimate me. A hidden advantage could save my life, but it could also tempt a high-level enemy to use lethal force without warning. In a real battle, I had to decide for myself whether to reveal my power early. Once I finished organizing everything, I separately recorded the Shadow Forest's entrance, the differences between its two difficulties, and Otis's identifying features so fatigue would not cause me to omit anything after returning to the city. Liamping asked with great care, "Can you describe how you repelled Otis in more detail? I'm not trying to pry into your class secrets. Daxia and the association urgently need intelligence on him. If what you provide is useful, you'll be well compensated. After weighing it briefly, I decided to disclose my mental immunity. Keeping the ability hidden would indeed be safer, but Otis had already seen it. Continuing to conceal it from my own side would only cause the nation to misjudge how he fought. More importantly, the demon was intelligent and patient. If he returned after filling the gaps in his arsenal with other types of abilities, I might not survive long enough to make another report. My exclusive weapon grants immunity to mental attacks. The soul control, mental storm, death curse, soul fire, and soul poison he used were all mental spells, so none of them could hurt me. Liamping nodded. He said the association's previous vanguard had been annihilated precisely because it lacked mental defenses. My experience confirmed the leadership's assessment of Otis. I then relayed the plan the demon had revealed himself. The king had assigned him to target not one particular dungeon, but every beginner dungeon within Daxia. He intended to sever humanity's supply of talent at its source and bury combat professionals before they had time to mature. Liamping shot to his feet. Anomalies had recently increased in beginner dungeons across the empire. This report connected all those isolated events into an attack on Daxia's foundation. Without saying another word, he rushed out of the office to escalate it. He returned a long time later, barely able to contain his excitement. Elder Bai wants to meet you and reward you personally. Chairman Bai Zhenghua? He was a legendary grand mage whose exploits appeared in our textbooks. He had once held an abyssal entrance alone and stopped an entire abyssal army from advancing a single step. Liamping did not explain why Elder Bai happened to be in Westlake City. He merely led me to the entrance of a concealed room. I pushed the door open. The only person inside was an old man in a white mage's robe. I had sensed nothing unusual from outside. The moment I crossed the threshold, however, a terrifying aura descended like a mountain. Almost by instinct, I summoned Qi Xiao in front of me and activated Eye of the Abyss. Unable to inspect target. Good reflexes. The old man withdrew his pressure. Few young people today are as vigilant as you. I immediately recalled the sword and bowed. Elder Bai recognized Qi Xiao as an exclusive weapon at a glance. He even accurately recounted how I had reached maximum constellations with one draw during my awakening and then drew my exclusive weapon on the third day. I was only lucky, I said. Luck is a part of strength. If Daxia had more people like you, I would only be happier. He took a bottle of ice-cold cola from the void and handed it to me with a smile, saying Liamping had told him I liked it. I accepted without ceremony and took a drink. A notification appeared immediately. Divine-grade cola consumed. All 4 primary attributes permanently +10. I nearly choked on the soda. Elder Bai called it nothing more than a meeting gift, then moved to the real subject. First, the intelligence I provided could save the lives of many young people, so Daxia had to reward me. Second, he invited me to join the Abyssal Raid team. The organization published the coordinates of Abyssal dungeons nationwide in real time. Members could form parties freely and choose which challenges to accept, and the association paid generous rewards after successful clears. I needed to clear 10 Abyssal dungeons for Qi Xiao's quest, but I did not agree immediately. The team members should all be high-level elites. Why choose me? Elder Bai glanced toward the door. You've hidden yourself well, but an aura doesn't lie. Many level 30 professionals after their first advancement would not be your match. If it were a true fight to the death, even level 40 Liamping outside that door might die to your sword. I did not deny it. Join the team, and I'll give you another reward. This time, I answered without hesitation. All right. Elder Bai did not make decisions for me merely because I was young. He explained the team's rules clearly. Every mission was voluntary, but once a member accepted one, they had to upload accurate progress. Anyone who discovered an abyssal mutation and concealed it would be permanently expelled. When members formed a party, the distribution of all loot had to be written into a contract before entering. The association would not enforce verbal promises. I asked who would be responsible if incorrect mission intelligence caused a member's death. Elder Bai answered that the association assigned at least 2 scouting teams for cross-verification, but could never completely rule out abyssal deception. Raiders had to preserve their independent judgment. No map could replace observing the scene themselves. That suited my habits exactly. Both the West Outskirts dungeon and the Shadow Forest had proved that the Abyss could change the rules at any time. Treating official information as absolute truth was the most dangerous approach of all. The divine-grade cola seemed to increase each primary attribute by only 10 points, but the permanent bonus would remain regardless of equipment changes. Elder Bai clearly had not conjured an ordinary drink on a whim. He had used high-level alchemy to make an attribute potion taste like something I enjoyed. The thoughtfulness surprised me even more than the numbers. Before leaving the room, I asked whether he would hunt Otis immediately. Elderby said the front line could not abandon every defensive position for one infiltrator, but the association would establish a dedicated task force. The next time the demon exposed an energy trace, someone in Daxiao would be there to catch it. The pressure Elderby gave off was different from Otis's. Otis felt like icy needles continuously entering my consciousness. Around Elderby, it seemed as if the rules of the entire space bent toward him and the elements automatically grew quiet merely because he stood there. Eye of the Abyss could not inspect either man, but that did not mean they were equally powerful. When Qishao appeared automatically, Elderby did not defend himself. He simply withdrew his pressure. That composure confirmed that he had seen through the sword's trajectory from the beginning and held no malice. If he truly intended to harm me, I would not have had time to deploy my sword formation. When discussing the team, he did not exaggerate merely because I had repelled Otis. Elderby explicitly said that a favorable class matchup was part of combat power, but did not mean I could reliably defeat a level 70. The team would allow me to view high-level missions, not encourage me to throw my life away against them. The local association would still evaluate me before I could accept a challenge. I agreed to join and stated my own boundary. I would reject every publicity appearance or interview that exposed my identity. Otis already targeted geniuses, and there was no need to hand him a more detailed profile. Elderby accepted immediately. The association would record my abyssal contributions only under an anonymous number. For the first time, this meeting brought me into direct contact with one of Daxia's strongest figures. People like him did not stand above everyone and wait for the young to worship them. They continually searched for those capable of taking over the battle line. Elderby first gave me 10 beginner skill scrolls and 100,000 association contribution points as a reward for the crucial intelligence on Otis. A rough calculation was enough to show me the scale. The 10 scrolls were worth 1,000,000 yuan. If measured by their exchange value inside the association, 100,000 contribution points were worth, well, over 10 million. Isn't this too much? Compared with the losses you helped the country avoid, it's a drop in the ocean. Elderby also handed me a crystal sphere about the size of a ping-pong ball. If I crushed it, he would appear instantly no matter where I was and attack once without conditions. Even if Otis came for me again, the demon would have no path but death. I carefully placed the crystal sphere in my inventory. It was more than a life-saving item. It meant one of Daxia's greatest experts was willing to bear the cost of crossing space, once for my sake. Elderby had other matters to handle and soon teleported away. Before leaving, he said only, "The future belongs to you young people. Don't waste the road ahead of you." Once I stepped outside, Li Amping immediately added me as a contact and brought me into the Abyssal Raid Team's group chat. In return, I asked him to help me redeem a portable destiny compass. A high-end compass offered little more than exquisite craftsmanship and symbolic ceremonies performed by monks or Taoist priests to make the user feel luckier. That meant nothing to me. Absolute luck was already the strongest supernatural advantage possible. Li Amping produced a plain compass with a market price of 1,000,000 yuan, equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. He transferred it to me for 8,000. Even if it looked secondhand, its core array and card drawing function were intact, which satisfied me completely. By the time I left the association, dozens of new messages had appeared in the group. Abyssal Dungeon in the western Luoqing Mines. Need a level 45 healer. Forest east of Shenzhen. Looking for a high-damage level 50 mage. Fishman Island in the East Sea has undergone abyssal corruption. Recruiting a level 60 paladin with a full epic set. Blessing and purification strongly preferred. The group was nowhere near as solemn as I had imagined. It resembled an impromptu marketplace for high-level professionals. A member named Rabbit, whose profile picture showed a beautiful woman, publicly asked the newcomer to say hello. Then she used my communication address to message me privately, saying she was near Westlake City, wanted to meet offline, and had a surprise prepared. I blocked her immediately. One misplaced act of trust inside an abyssal dungeon could kill someone. Members' identities were protected, and no one could guarantee that an unfamiliar teammate would not stab me from behind at the critical moment. If I truly took on a mission, I would rather master the intelligence and clear it alone than casually entrust my back to a stranger. The map showed that both abyssal dungeons near Westlake City had already been cleared, and both records happened to belong to me. I could not advance Qishao's quest again in the near future. I turned my attention back to the entrance exam. I needed 3 more levels to reach 19. There was a level 20 wilderness dungeon beside the Rakshasa River east of the city. It offered good experience and equipment, enough to train there until level 19. If nothing unexpected happened, The next part of my journey should be simple. The portable compass solved my privacy problem. Public card rooms were sealed, but a red exclusive weapon still created an energy fluctuation, allowing staff to narrow the source down by room and time. With my own compass, I could draw cards far from any crowd. As long as I placed a simple barrier first, no one would know which draw had produced the red light. I checked the contribution store. After spending 8,000 on the compass, I had 92,000 points remaining. I could redeem skill scrolls, return scrolls, advanced maps, purification potions, and disposable barriers, generally for less than their outside market prices. Contribution could not be cashed out directly, but it purchased survival resources that money alone could not buy. People in the Abyssal group continuously tagged the newcomer. After I blocked Rabbit, another veteran privately warned me that she enjoyed testing new members and might not mean genuine harm, though no one knew whether her profile picture matched the person behind it. I thanked him but left her blocked. Trust in a lethal environment could not be built on one group member vouching for another. Before traveling to the Rakshasa River, I bought a brief dungeon introduction from the association but not the complete map. I was not trying to save money. The public information mentioned only that the underwater palace had a complicated layout, while the full map had to be purchased separately from a local vendor. I assumed the sword formation's perception would be enough to locate the boss. That judgment soon cost me an entire exit cooldown. If nothing unexpected happens, is exactly when the unexpected loves to appear. After receiving the Destiny Compass, I first asked Leonping to demonstrate its maintenance. The core array required stabilizing crystal powder after every 10 draws. If it remained and used for a long time, I needed to seal the slot to prevent impurities from interfering with the Divine Stone. Absolute luck guaranteed my result, not that damaged equipment could be ignored. The Abyssal map used colors to indicate danger. Yellow meant suspected contamination, red confirmed abyssal corruption, and black marked the coordinates of a high-level boss that no one could clear. Westlake City's 2 records had changed from red to gray, and my anonymous raider number appeared beside both. For the first time, I saw my actions become part of a nationwide system. Missions posted in the group included minimum level requirements, but did not inspect a member's true hidden strength. Some parties accepted low-level healers for rare purification, while others required full epic equipment because a dungeon mechanic could kill in one hit. The chat looked like a street market, but every condition in it had been written in past casualties. I changed notifications to emergency map updates only, keeping ordinary conversation from distracting me while I leveled. If a new abyssal dungeon appeared near Westlake City, the system would vibrate separately. I could read regular recruitment messages once I was safe. The Rakshasa River was only a temporary leveling area. My real goals remained level 19 and Capital University. Receiving 100,000 contribution points did not make me stop and go shopping. Resources mattered only after they became combat power. I left through the eastern gate and followed the Rakshasa River for a couple of miles. This was Westlake City's most popular leveling zone. Professionals had already cleared every wilderness monster along the way, while parties crowded around the dungeon entrance and called for recruits. Normal difficulty, 4 of 5. Hard run needs a tank. Gear by contribution points. Materials split evenly. Guaranteed nightmare clear. Need healer and support. The Rakshasa River dungeon had normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties. A party with damage, a tank, and healing could clear normal. Hard usually required 4 people. Nightmare practically assumed a complete 5-person party, with both healer and tank indispensable, at least 2 damage dealers, and a final support specialist to strengthen the party and weaken the monsters. Someone mistook Sword Formation Master for a formation-based support class and invited me into a nightmare party. When I refused and entered nightmare alone, discussion broke out all around me. To them, a level 16 entering a level 20 dungeon solo was not confidence. It was suicide. When the teleportation ended, I stood on the riverbed with an air bubble surrounding my head. A massive underwater palace rose ahead. The air inside the bubble could last no more than an hour. If I failed to return to the entrance before it ran out, I would die all the same. A pair of elite monsters guarded the palace gate. Shrimp soldier level, 20 strength, 1,500 agility, 2,000 spirit, 500 constitution, 1,000 skills, intimidation, whip strike, water bolt. Crab general level, 20 strength, 3,000 agility, 500 spirit, 500 constitution, 1,000 skills, intimidation, pincer strike, charge. Judging by strength alone, even a level 20 knight might struggle to withstand them. I gave them no chance to coordinate. Chi Shao flashed once, and both elites fell simultaneously. each granted 3,000 experience, and dropped a shrimp tail and crab claw. Inside the palace, the Great Hall was packed with shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I activated Mental Storm and erased the entire room in one attack, instantly increasing my experience bar by 20%. Watching a huge group of enemies disappear together felt like wiping a cluttered chessboard clean with one sweep. It was undeniably satisfying. The real problem soon appeared. The palace had 3 main routes, and each branched over and over into a 3-dimensional maze. I recorded directions while clearing monsters, but after half an hour and reaching level 17, I still could not find the boss room. Less than half my air remained. If I continued gambling on random paths, I might become trapped before I ever found the boss. This dungeon had existed for years, so a complete map had to be available on the market. There was no reason to risk my life to prove my sense of direction. I decisively retraced my path and abandoned the raid. When I reappeared at the entrance more than 40 minutes later, the spectators first mocked me for failing exactly as expected. Then someone noticed I had advanced from level 16 to level 17, and the voices immediately changed. They realized I had not been defeated by the monsters. I simply had not found my way through the maze. I gave no response and prepared to return to the city to buy a map. Nightmare difficulty had a 6-hour cooldown, leaving me plenty of time. At that moment, a woman dressed as an assassin blocked my path. "You just ran Nightmare solo, didn't you? I have information on the Rakshasa River's hidden boss. Want to talk?" Eye of the Abyss returned a result. Guan Xin, Shadow Assassin, level 22. Only after confirming she had not concealed her level did I nod and follow her away from the crowd. The air bubble did not burst exactly 1 hour after entering. It shrank gradually as I breathed. More intense combat and faster movement increased its consumption. Because I used flying swords instead of fighting in close quarters, my physical burden was lower. That was why I could still return safely after more than 40 minutes. An ordinary 5-person party fighting hard through every corridor would have even less usable time. The maze was more than branching hallways. Some water gates opened after monsters died, while others closed with the passage of time. I initially marked the walls with flying swords, only to find the current had erased the scratches when I circled back. The sword formation could sense living things and swords, but it could not generate a map of the entire palace. That was the true reason I became lost. When I chose to retreat, the next unknown passage lay only a few dozen yards away. I might have found the boss in 5 minutes or wandered in circles for another 20. Once the air grew low, every hopeful thought of just one more try could become death. I would rather waste a 6-hour cooldown than gamble my life on choosing a direction. After I left, some people changed from mockery to invitations and offered a free map in exchange for joining their parties. I still refused. Reassessing my abilities at the last minute did not mean they truly understood me, and there was no guarantee a party would keep its promises once valuable loot appeared. Guan Xion's decision to approach at that moment showed that she had watched me for a long time. She knew I had not hidden near the entrance for 40 minutes. She also knew a level 17 beginner had cleared large numbers of nightmare monsters alone. Guan Xion wanted to move elsewhere not only to protect the intelligence. The coral key had a low drop rate, and if parties near the entrance saw it, someone might follow us and attempt a robbery. She twirled her dagger as though idly, but was actually using its surface to watch the reflections behind her. When she tested me with stealth, she never truly aimed at a vital point. Her dagger stopped outside attack range. Even so, circling behind me without permission was enough to be considered hostile. I held an iron sword against her neck without ending the negotiation to draw a clear boundary. Cooperation was possible, but I would tolerate a dangerous test only once. A return scroll had to be torn open over 3 uninterrupted seconds, and any control effect would cancel it. It was not absolute protection, merely an extra option when no retreat remained. Even after accepting the scroll, I demanded that Guan Xion explain the boss's level, party limit, and known phases before I agreed. I would not nod blindly because she had given me an item. Her willingness to exchange a 100,000 yuan scroll and a cooldown clearing charm for one attempt at cooperation proved that the legendary trial was worth even more to her. An epic reward was only part of the attraction. She might truly be after a skill or awakened talent. Before entering the dungeon, we placed an even loot split in the party contract. No matter how sincere a verbal promise sounded, a system contract would keep an item's value from destroying it after the boss died. Once we reached an empty area, Guan Xion suddenly vanished. She reappeared behind me, but before her dagger rose, an iron sword extended from the sword formation space beside her neck. "Explain yourself," I said, turning to face her. "Next time, the sword won't stop." Guan Xian put the dagger away and said she was only testing whether I was qualified to join her. A hidden boss was no game. Bringing in someone without the necessary strength would get both of us killed. Based on the result, you look like the unqualified one. That left her speechless for a moment. Then she produced a coral key. The ordinary boss of the Rakshasa River had a chance to drop it. The key opened a hidden door containing a level 30 humanoid boss. No more than 2 people could enter the room. Neither could exceed level 25, and the party's average level had to remain below 20. My first reaction was that it had to be a scam. 2 people with an average level below 20 were expected to challenge a level 30 boss. The rule made no sense. Guan Xian explained that legendary trials commonly took this form. Special missions like them were hidden around the world. A clear always granted at least an epic item, while sufficient luck could produce a special skill or awaken talent. Universities offered dedicated courses on them, and she had found this one by following a trail of clues. She could not prove that I would win. All she could say was that her intuition was usually accurate. That was not enough, and I still refused to risk my life. She responded by giving me a return scroll worth 100,000 yuan, guaranteeing that I could leave the dungeon immediately if things went wrong. With an escape route, a solid lead, and a first clear reward, I finally agreed. My nightmare cooldown had not ended, but Guan Xian produced a charm that removed dungeon cooldowns and took me straight back inside. She knew a shortcut that avoided the monsters and led directly to the boss. I told her to use the main route instead. My reason was simple. I needed to level. 10 iron swords instantly killed the shrimp soldier and crab general at the entrance. Mental storms swept through the great hall, and every monster inside disappeared together. Guan Xian stood in the empty palace for a long moment before finally asking what I had done. Cleared the mobs. Stopped staring and lead the way. She became noticeably quieter after that. Every elite monster along our route died in one hit, and we reached the boss room in less than 10 minutes. Guan Xian wanted to explain the weakness and have me hold the boss's attention while she circled behind. I opened the door, saw a giant snake more than 30 feet long, and first read its attributes with Eye of the Abyss. Rakshasa King Serpent level, 20. Strength, 3,200 agility, 4,200 spirit, 2,000 constitution, 6,000. Skills, whip strike, bite, venomous constriction, venom shot. 6,000 constitution was indeed high. It also possessed speed, poison, and constriction. If an ordinary party allowed the fight to drag on, it would become extremely troublesome. But we were in a hurry. I summoned Qishao. Red light pierced the serpent's head, and the Rakshasa King's serpent crashed down before it could fully raise itself. EXP plus 42,000. The loot automatically entered party leader Guan Xian's inventory. Gold-grade Rakshasa King serpent hide armor, a gold-grade serpent fang venom blade, and 1 poison aspect crystal core. Guan Xian stared at the kill notification and managed only 3 words. You one-shot it. Guan Xian had never fully relaxed while guiding me. She deliberately changed directions several times to see whether the maze would make me impatient and repeatedly asked about mental storm's cooldown. I told her only that my clearing ability was sufficient. I did not reveal its 0 cost, my constellation splash damage, or the exact range. Her shortcut was actually a sequence for opening water gates. Left, right, center, then through 2 sunken corridors. Choosing the wrong order returned the party to the Great Hall. If I had possessed that information during my first solo attempt, I could have saved at least half an hour. The Rakshasa King Serpent had extremely high agility. The normal strategy required a tank in poison-resistant gear to endure the constriction while assassins or ranged attackers targeted its eyes and vital point below the head, and a healer purified the poison continuously. Guan Xian's plan to circle behind came from the strategy she had learned earlier. My ability to skip the mechanics with Qixiao's damage did not make her intelligence worthless. The currents in the room stopped only after the boss died. Guan Xian kept glancing at me while inspecting the venom blade, clearly re-evaluating the risk of our cooperation. A temporary teammate capable of one-shotting the boss would be even more dangerous than the boss if he ignored the agreement. I brought up our prearranged equal split myself, showing her that a difference in power would not change the contract. Only after establishing that rule could we possibly enter an even more dangerous hidden chamber together. The boss loot entering the leader's inventory was a standard dungeon rule. If the leader did not display it, members could see only the item names and could not verify their attributes. Guan Xian placed all 3 items on the ground for appraisal, fulfilling her obligation of transparent distribution first. The gold serpent armor and venom blade clearly belonged to the same equipment family. Either one started at a market value of more than 1 million yuan, and the set was worth even more. The crystal core could also be used to brew advanced poison resistance potions. Her initial offer of 5 million was not unfair, while the extra 2 million she proposed came from fear that I might change my mind. I insisted on half, not because I disdained money. If an agreement could change once because of the amount involved, there would be no boundary when we found a more valuable divine artifact. A reliable teammate was not someone who never negotiated over interests, but someone who defined them before entering and honored the result afterward. She raised my share from 2.5 million to 3 million, and I accepted because she voluntarily rounded the amount upward without changing the essence of a 50-50 split. The transfer entered the contract, preventing either of us from later claiming more based on our contribution to the kill. When the hidden door opened, the ordinary dungeon exit remained available. We confirmed our return scrolls, healing potions, and escape route one final time before accepting the challenge together. No legendary trial was valuable enough to justify dying unprepared. The serpent hide armor granted 200 defense, 200 agility, and 20% more poison damage. The serpent fang venom blade granted 200 attack, added poison damage, and increased assassin skill damage by 20%. Both required level 20 and were clearly better suited to Guan Xian. She said she had contributed nothing to the fight and offered to purchase all the loot at market price for 5 million yuan. When I remained silent, she assumed the price was too low and prepared to add another 2 million after we left the dungeon. We agreed to split it, so we'll split it. Give me 2.5 million. She laughed at me for refusing extra money. I told her that this was our agreement, regardless of whether she managed to deal damage. In the end, she disliked the fact that 250 was slang for an idiot and voluntarily changed the amount to 3 million. After distributing the loot, she pushed aside the weeds beyond the exit and inserted the coral key into a hidden door. The riverbed lay outside, yet not a single drop of water existed beyond that door, as though it led to a completely independent world. The Rakshasa King's dojo lies ahead. Individual level cap, 25. Party average must be below level 20. After we confirmed the challenge, we were transported into an empty dojo. A humanoid boss more than 10 feet tall sat cross-legged in the center, wearing a demon mask and red armor. A sheathed long sword rested beside it. Even without moving, it radiated a noble, majestic pressure. Rakshasa King hidden boss level, 30. Strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 10,000 constitution, 10,000. Skills, flash of the sword, king's pressure, undying will. All 4 attributes were 10,000, far beyond any normal value at our stage. Guan Xian had attempted the trial once before and spent an hour merely overcoming the first phase. The boss locked its HP at every transition. After drawing its sword in the second phase, its speed and aggression increased sharply. We could not force our way through with damage alone. I told Guan Xian to remain outside and support me from the edge, then stepped into the dojo alone. The Rakshasa King opened its eyes and stood. I summoned Qi Shao behind it and pierced it with one strike. The boss fell to one knee. Flames immediately ignited around its body. Its skin turned red, and its long sword left the sheath. The first phase ended instantly. When Qi Shao attacked a second time, the Rakshasa King swung at the exact instant my blade arrived and knocked the exclusive weapon aside by force. It was the first enemy I had ever encountered that could block one of my flying swords. Guan Xian shouted for me to be careful. The Rakshasa King had already transformed into red light and appeared in front of me, activating Flash of the Sword. Qi Shao automatically protected me by forming a barrier. After the 2 swords collided, the boss withdrew perfectly and effortlessly dispersed the force of my counterattack. I avoided being staggered, but my stamina dropped noticeably. Fearless Body and the metal gave me 90% damage reduction, and my constitution was around 705. But the Rakshasa King possessed 10,000 strength. Even the remaining 10% of its damage placed enormous strain on my body. I could not survive too many consecutive hits. Guan Xian told me the Rakshasa King had not used an ordinary block. It had performed an advanced technique called a perfect parry, which required catching an opening at the exact instant an attack landed. Success completely negated physical damage and could even stagger the enemy. Failure meant taking the attack in full. The true test of this legendary trial had finally appeared before me. Power allowed me to enter the second phase, but it could not carry me past a threshold of technique. The Rakshasa King's pressure was different from that of an ordinary boss. It did not roar or pursue me without purpose. Every movement kept the point of its sword aimed in my direction. Qi Xiao's instant penetration in the first phase did not mean the boss was weak. The trial allowed challengers to prove through power that they qualified to enter the next stage. After the second phase began, I attacked from 3 angles simultaneously. The Rakshasa King did not chase the blades with its weapon. Instead, it struck the point of force at the instant each attack would land. Once the flying swords were deflected, their subsequent paths collided with one another, and the boss dismantled my entire encirclement with a single sword. Although the automatic barrier stopped flash of the sword, I could still feel the force passing through it and into my body. Qi Xiao prevented the stagger, but did not erase the damage. Even after Fearless Body reduced it by 90%, the remaining impact numbed my arms. A level 17 professional without damage reduction would have failed the trial on that first contact. Guan Xian stood outside the boundary and could not join directly. The legendary trial divided the dojo into a challenge zone and an observation zone. If a second person entered, the phase reset. All she could provide was intelligence and potions. That also explained why she had failed before despite understanding the mechanic. A level 22 shadow assassin could use technique to defeat the first phase, but she could not survive even one failure in the second. I had 14 opportunities to make mistakes, and I had to turn every failure into new information. The Rakshasa King's 4 attributes were identical, which meant it possessed no weakness in the traditional sense. 10,000 spirit made its pressure overwhelming. 10,000 agility ensured flash of the sword's speed. 10,000 strength provided lethal attacks, and 10,000 constitution supported its multi-phase HP locks. The trial forced challengers to rely on its mechanics rather than attack the lowest attribute. Guan Xian had worn down the first phase previously through continuous perfect parries. She could describe the principle, but she could not transfer muscle memory directly into my body. I had to endure the attacks myself before I could learn when the Rakshasa King changed its moves. After converting spirit into strength and agility, every flying sword dropped to the ground, but the sword formation itself remained. As soon as I restored spirit, my connection with the blades reformed. That allowed me to switch between close combat training and ranged counterattacks without redeploying the domain. The 3 intermediate potions had a shared interval and could not be consumed in the same second. I fixed them at my waist and drank only when my stamina fell to a dangerous level, avoiding wasted recovery. After every failure, I first recorded the sword path, then waited for Constellation 3 to restore part of my stamina, stretching the 14 opportunities as far as possible. From being unable to see the first strike at all to recognizing the opening motion by the 10th, my improvement did not happen all at once. The first true perfect parry was simply the moment when every previous failure finally produced the same answer. I tried having Qi Xiao defend at the exact instant the Rakshasa King's attack arrived. The first time, I judged too early. The Rakshasa King changed its sword path at the last moment, struck the barrier head-on, and lowered my stamina again. The second time, I was half a beat too slow. The blade passed through a gap in my defense, and pain exploded across my chest. Only when all 10 iron swords closed in did the boss retreat voluntarily. I used the flying swords to surround it, but the Rakshasa King continuously struck the point of force on each blade. Metallic collisions merged into one continuous sound as all 10 attacks were knocked away. Increasing the number alone could not overcome the gap in technique. "Do you have any healing potions?" I asked Guan Xian. She threw 3 intermediate healing potions into the arena. The dungeon allowed no more than 3. The boss would eliminate her with one strike, so saving them for herself was meaningless. With my constitution, I could survive roughly 3 uses of flash of the sword from full stamina. The sword formation's constant recovery could squeeze out 1 additional chance. 1 intermediate potion restored me completely, giving me 12 opportunities across 3 bottles. Including what I had left now, I could practice no more than 14 times. If I could not learn within 14 attempts, we would withdraw and prepare again. A perfect parry was directly related to strength and agility. I activated attribute conversion and shifted all my spirit into those 2 attributes. My spirit temporarily fell to 0, while strength rose to 1,845 and agility to 1,770. Without spirit to support them, the 10 flying swords clattered to the ground. I simply took Qi Xiao in my hand and faced the Rakshasa King in close combat for the first time. Now I'm a warrior. Come on. The Rakshasa King flourished its blade. The eyes beneath the demon mask seemed to hold a little more amusement. Red light flashed. With my attributes increased, I could finally make out its movement, but I still failed to catch the correct moment. The first strike reduced my stamina to 1/3. The second emptied it. I drank the first potion and my injuries recovered instantly. Third, fourth, fifth. The Rakshasa king attacked only once each time, then withdrew elegantly after landing the hit, like a teacher who permitted no mistakes. It never pursued while I was injured, conclusively proving my judgment. The legendary trial was not designed to crush challengers with superior levels. It forced them to master the perfect parry under the pressure of life and death. By the time I finished the second potion, I had begun to understand the pattern. Flash of the sword began extremely fast, but the real opening always appeared when the blade crossed its center line. I could not chase its speed with my eyes. I had to predict the trajectory in advance. I swallowed the third potion, and the Rakshasa king transformed into red light again. I did not retreat. Chi Xiao swept diagonally upward, and the two blades collided in the briefest instant. Clang! For the first time, the Rakshasa king's sword flew from its hand. I released attribute conversion and restored my spirit. At my command, Chi Xiao pierced its chest. The boss fell to its knees, but no completion result appeared in the dojo. Undying will. King's pressure. A violent impact forced me backward. The Rakshasa king rose again, and its heavy armor dropped away to expose an upper body covered in scars. The distant long sword flew back into its hand, its blade bursting into flame. The third phase. Guan Xin told me to use the return scroll immediately. The trial permitted unlimited attempts. I should not gamble my life on the last step. I stored every flying sword and did not convert my attributes again. The repeated practice earlier had already carved the attack rhythm into my memory. It did not matter if I could not see the movement. As long as I understood the skill's opening motion, I could parry it through timing alone. The third phase tested more than power and technique. It demanded the courage to advance toward death. Chi Xiao could forcibly retain 1 point of stamina once per month. I had at least one genuine margin for error. Come on. The Rakshasa king charged with its sword. At the instant it closed in, 9 iron swords shot out of the sword formation space in front of me. One struck the flaw in its blade with perfect accuracy. Perfect parry. The burning long sword was knocked away, leaving the Rakshasa king's chest completely exposed. Chi Xiao transformed into a red line and pierced straight through its heart. Rakshasa king slain. EXP plus 100,000. Rakshasa king's mask and Rakshasa king's heart obtained. Legendary trial completed. Skill obtained. Parry instinct. First legendary trial completed. Advanced talent awakened. I am legend. The hidden chest slowly rose in the center of the dojo. After succeeding with my first perfect parry, I did not let that brief victory overwhelm me. Releasing attribute conversion required spirit to regain control of the flying swords, and Chi Xiao had a tiny transition between close combat and controlled flight modes. I kept the blade aligned with the Rakshasa king's chest in advance, then completed the thrust only after the stagger appeared. Otherwise, the opening would have been wasted. The third phase's king's pressure did more than knock me back. It created an instinctive urge to kneel and stop resisting. Even Guan Xin turned pale outside the arena. Chi Xiao could block mental spells, but it did not make the decision for me. What allowed me to remain standing was the realization that courage was the final answer demanded by the trial. The 9 iron swords did not shoot from the space at random. Based on my records of the previous 14 attacks, I assigned each blade to a possible sword path. Whether the Rakshasa king thrust, slashed horizontally, or changed moves, at least one sword would arrive at the opening at the critical instant. The blade that ultimately connected missed its ideal point by only half an inch, while another had already scraped my shoulder. After the boss fell, the burning longsword dissolved into points of light first. Only then did the Rakshasa king incline its head toward me. It felt less like a monster dying than a teacher acknowledging that a student had completed the lesson. The skill parry instinct summarized that instruction. It guaranteed success on my first attempt, while every later parry would still depend on me. Only when I put my sword away did my hands begin to tremble from the accumulated damage and tension. Courage was not ignorance of danger. It was knowing that one failed strike meant death and still raising my weapon at the correct moment. Once all the potions were gone, my only escape routes were the return scroll and Chi Xiao's death prevention ability. Before the third phase began, I gave the scroll to Guan Xin and instructed her to tear it if I lost consciousness. The system permitted a party leader to activate an emergency withdrawal for a dying member, but the dojo would count the challenge as failed. The Rakshasa king's final strike was faster than in the second phase, but its core trajectory did not change. The flames magnified its visual threat, while the true blade still entered along the path I had trained against. I did not let the fire mislead me. I watched the opening movement of its shoulder and wrist. The 9-sword perfect parry combined sword control with the technique I had just learned. An ordinary melee fighter could attempt the timing with only the weapon in their hand. I could make 9 sword points test the same instant. As long as one reached the correct opening, the others became insurance that blocked every retreat. The system did not counterattack for me after the successful parry. I still had to command Qi Xiao to pierce the heart. That proved the trial reward was not an automatic combat cheat. It offered the user one guaranteed opportunity. A slow reaction could still allow the stagger from the perfect parry to end unused. When Guan Xian entered the dojo, she checked that I could still stand before looking at the chest. She had not forgotten her teammate's condition because epic loot had appeared. That made me reevaluate her as well. Because Guan Xian and I remained in a party, she received the base experience and parry instinct as well. Since she was the leader, however, the equipment and materials entered her inventory automatically. Parry instinct. Your first block is guaranteed to trigger a perfect parry. I am legend. If a dungeon contains a legendary trial, clearing that dungeon is guaranteed to drop the item that opens the trial. The former reliably negated one physical attack and could create a stagger in return. The latter ensured that drop rates would never make me miss a hidden trial again. Neither ability simply added numbers, but either could change an outcome at the critical moment. The Rakshasa King's mask was epic equipment capable of summoning the Rakshasa King to fight beside its wearer. When the summon died, it returned to the mask and recovered on its own. The Rakshasa King's heart was an epic material, a precious core required when a divine-tier blacksmith forged legendary equipment. Guan Xian wanted to give me both. I took only the mask and left the heart to her. Do you know that this heart is worth at least tens of millions? Even if it's worth 100 million, we still split it. Without your key, your intelligence, and your 3 potions, I couldn't have passed the trial. She stared at me for several seconds, then smiled and stored the material. She said I might speak too stiffly, but at least I was reliable. The first clear chest belonged to me alone. It contained 1 divine stone and 5 beginner skill scrolls. After we left the dungeon, Guan Xian transferred the promised 3 million yuan and asked to add me as a contact so we could work together again. I declined. One temporary partnership proved that she was trustworthy for the moment. It was not enough for me to share every future secret. I left the party and went home alone. On the 3rd day after my class awakening, I had already reached level 18. Leveling was no longer the most urgent issue before me. After several days of continuous fighting, I needed to shower, change my clothes, and properly organize everything I had gained. Grandma and my aunt were both out. I sat in the living room and used all 15 beginner skill scrolls from the association reward and the chest. Almost every notification was for a duplicate skill. In the end, they increased only poison resistance, pushing it to level 10. Poison resistance, LV. 10. Gain 100% poison resistance. Using 15 scrolls to enhance only one skill looked absurd. From another perspective, at least I would never have to worry about ordinary poison again. I set up the portable destiny compass and inserted the divine stone I had just obtained. Absolute luck activated, and a red card rose from the array. Come out, Qi Xiao. I had rarely called the name aloud, but instead of Qi Xiao, an azure sword flew from the card. Water vapor filled the living room, and the sound of ocean waves seemed to echo beside my ears. Divine Sword. Zhanlu, exclusive, Tier 1. Attack plus 1000 damage plus 100% automatically protects its master wielder, is immune to water aspect attacks, no level requirement. One of the 10 great swords. Protects its master, purges demons, and washes the world clean. As I stared at the completely unfamiliar exclusive weapon, I finally realized something even more outrageous. Sword Formation Master did not have only one exclusive weapon. It had 10 of them. The Rakshasa King's mask and its summon shared a recovery system, but the description did not specify a summoning range. I performed a simple test on the way home. My connection to the Rakshasa King remained stable more than half a mile away, though the remote view developed a slight delay. While it rested inside the mask, I could not summon it again by force. It was suitable for scouting and one powerful assault, not as a tireless substitute for myself. Guan Xian did not resent losing the Rakshasa King's mask. She stored the heart on the spot and made no attempt to raise her share after the fact. Even if she hoped to work together again, at least both of us honored the agreement from beginning to end this time. When I used the scrolls at home, all 15 duplicates landed on poison resistance. It seemed wasteful, but made me consider another possibility regarding absolute luck. The talent made an outcome the best, but best did not necessarily mean receiving the largest number of new skills. Against some future enemy with lethal poison, 100% resistance might be exactly what I needed most. After Zhanlu appeared, I let a drop of water fall toward the blade. Blue light absorbed it before it could touch the metal. I then tested the weakest waterbolt scroll I had, and that spell vanished as well. The sword granted immunity to water aspect damage. It did not erase ordinary water from reality. I could still drink, bathe, and move along a riverbed. I did not yet know which attributes the 10 exclusive weapons represented. Qi Xiao covered mental powers, and Zhanlu covered water. If the later swords covered fire, wind, lightning, and other systems, Sword Formation Master might eventually acquire nearly complete elemental protection. Until I actually drew them, however, I could not treat speculation as an ability. I Am Legend did not display a trial's location directly. It only guaranteed that the unlocking item would drop after I cleared the dungeon. In other words, I still had to complete the ordinary dungeon before learning whether hidden content existed. The talent prevented bad luck from making me miss an opportunity. It did not let me skip exploration. Parry Instinct's phrase, first block, reset on a per-battle basis. Against the same enemy's second physical attack, I had to rely on my normal judgment and technique. Nor could I deliberately leave and re-enter combat to refresh it repeatedly. It was one trump card, not infinite immunity. Zhanlu's plus 100% total damage did not simply add to the tenfold multiplier from I Am the Sword Immortal. The system's calculation applied weapon and skill effects first, then independent damage multipliers. The real increase was therefore greater than adding 100% to base attack. Qi Xiao supplied high attack and critical bonuses, while Zhanlu doubled the entire result. Equipping both caused them to amplify each other. I did not test them at full power inside the house, avoiding damage to the building or alarming the neighbors. Even the lowest possible attack against the training dummy cracked its surface, enough to prove the theoretical calculation was not merely a number on paper. Before putting the compass away, I recorded my remaining uses of absolute luck for the month again. The sudden expansion to 10 exclusive weapons changed my need for divine stones from 5 refinements to complete one sword into a much longer-term resource plan. If I could fully refine all 10 swords, I might someday possess 10 divine artifacts simultaneously. Even divine tier professionals did not necessarily own one divine artifact, yet a maximum constellation sword formation master placed 10 slots directly before me. Absolute luck guaranteed that if I obtained enough divine stones, I could transform that possibility into reality one step at a time. I had just stored Zhanlu inside the sword formation space when someone knocked. Xiao Chaoyang stood outside. If you're here to recruit me into the military again, I've already decided to take the entrance exam. We're not stopping you from attending university this time. He smiled and explained why he had come. Headquarters spent 3 days meeting about you. They've decided to make an exception and let you join the Hidden Dragon Unit as an auxiliary member. You can continue attending Capital University while receiving military resources. The Hidden Dragon Unit was Daxia's secret special operations force, and every member was an elite. Joining would place the military behind me and open access to exclusive dungeons, equipment, and intelligence. In return, I would have to undertake missions. As a beginner, I would focus on development and training. Later, I would become the military's blade for eliminating special targets, not run ordinary errands. There were no free resources in this world. I thought of Grandma's Medal of Special Merit and of the Abyss deliberately carrying its war into beginner dungeons. I'll join. Xiao Chaoyang had originally planned to take me through the Hidden Dragon trial once I reached level 15. When his inspection spell landed on me and showed level 18, he stood frozen in the doorway for a long time. I explained that I had cleared another abyssal dungeon in the Shadow Forest, then gained additional levels in the Rakshasa River's Nightmare difficulty and Legendary Trial. Only after hearing that I had repelled Otis did he realize the Adventurers Association had not synchronized all its intelligence with the military. He rushed to report it. Before long, he returned and said Daxia's Supreme Defense Commander, the Divine Tier Warrior Wan Chang'an, wanted to meet me personally. We hurried to the Westlake City Defense Force base. The 2 guards outside headquarters were both level 60 elites, and several military experts stood inside. The middle-aged man in the center did not deliberately release his power, yet he gave me a sense of pressure no weaker than Elder Bai's. Wan Chang'an turned toward me and said only one word. Good. The next instant, he raised a hand and summoned a longsword. Golden sword light shot toward my face without warning, so fast that no one around us had time to react. Qi Xiao appeared automatically. Xiao Chaoyang had explained that being an auxiliary hidden dragon did not exempt me from responsibility. When training conflicted with university courses, the military would attempt to coordinate them. During a national emergency, my hidden dragon identity took priority. Members could refuse missions that clearly exceeded their abilities, but could never leak intelligence or use their rank to interfere in local affairs for personal gain. I accepted those conditions. Military resources were not a gift without cost. They were an advance investment by the nation. If I wanted equipment without accepting danger, I was unworthy of the uniform. On the way to the base, Xia Choyang also showed me the Hidden Dragon trial outline. Candidates had to be at least level 15 and pass base attribute testing, combat response evaluation, loyalty screening, and psychological assessment. A normal candidate completed the entire process. Even with records from 2 abyssal dungeons and Elderbai's endorsement, I had only received a recommendation. Wan Chong'an would decide whether to waive the test. The 2 level 60 guards outside headquarters did not lower their standards because I was a student. They verified my identity, inspected my inventory for dangerous items, and checked my mental state before allowing me inside. The Hidden Dragon unit faced abyssal infiltrators. Any special treatment could become a security breach. Wan Chong'an's sword strike had not been an uncontrolled attack either. The golden light looked lethal, but he had preserved enough control to withdraw it at the final moment. Its purpose was to test whether I would freeze under pressure from one of Daxia's strongest people. Parry instinct turned the probe into a collision no one expected. The instant the golden sword flew away, I felt parry instinct become unavailable. If Wan Chong'an followed with a second attack, Qi Xiao would have to rely on its automatic protection and my own reactions. He did not continue, proving that the test had achieved its purpose. The other officers were shocked not because they thought my strength exceeded that of a war god. A perfect parry could ignore an absolute difference in attributes and redirect an attack at the correct instant. That was the value of a conceptual skill. It could affect one critical collision before I ever grew to the same level. I voluntarily explained the skill so no one would mistake one guaranteed success for stable combat power. If the military assigned missions on the assumption that I could fight Wan Chong'an head-on, people would die in the very next battle. Demonstrating my potential and accurately reporting the limits of my abilities were equally important. Wan Chong'an was not angry about the embarrassment. After everyone else left, he first checked whether Qi Xiao had been damaged. He recognized that the exclusive weapon remained at a low tier and warned me that high-level physical attacks might not be fully negated by its protective barrier. Blocking one strike did not mean I could blindly challenge experts. That willingness to confront the unexpected instead of hiding from it made me more prepared to listen when he began speaking about my parents and the Hidden Dragon unit. Parry instinct. With a clang, Wan Chong'an's sword was perfectly knocked aside. The entire headquarters fell silent. Xia Chuyang went pale, while several officers looked as though they could not understand what had just happened. I recalled Qi Xiao and explained first. It's only a skill that guarantees my first block will succeed. It doesn't mean I can truly fight War God Wan head-on. Only then did the tension ease. Wan Chong'an coughed twice, and the satisfaction in his gaze actually deepened. Wan Chong'an asked everyone else to leave headquarters, then gave me a pair of boots that had accompanied him for years. Windrider boots, legendary strength, agility, spirit, and constitution plus 1,000 each. Wind aspect damage received minus 50%. Usable at level 15. Ride the wind. Movement speed plus 100% when activated. The value of legendary equipment could not be measured by an ordinary market price, especially equipment he had personally worn for more than 20 years. I tried to decline, but he said he no longer needed it. Only by giving it to me could the item serve a purpose again. Once I equipped the boots, it felt as if the ground had released me. All 4 attributes rose by 1,000, and moving, jumping, and turning became unbelievably light. The gift was only the beginning of our meeting. Wan Chong'an told me he had not come in person merely because of Xia Chuyang's report. Grandma had once been his teacher, while my parents were elite members of the Hidden Dragon unit under his command. Grandma refused to speak about her military past after retiring, and became even more unwilling to meet her former subordinates after my parents disappeared. That was why I had never heard of the connection. The front line recently found traces of your parents, he said. My heart suddenly raced. They're alive. We don't know. The people we saw appeared to have become abyssal bosses. The hope that had just risen was immediately crushed beneath a different fear. I had never truly met my parents after transmigrating to this world, but the emotions left behind by the original owner of this body remained. I had been an orphan in my previous life as well. That made me understand better than anyone what it meant to hear that my family might return. My parents had disappeared while raiding an abyssal dungeon. The military searched for a month without finding a trace. Now they had appeared on the abyssal front in the form of bosses. This could not be an ordinary accident, and it might be related to the abyss's recent unrest. I asked Wan Chang'an to notify me immediately if he received any new information. He agreed, but told me not to inform Grandma yet. If she heard that her children were on the abyssal front, she might ignore her health and charge there herself. The situation was no longer suitable for a retired woman to risk entering. After the personal matter, he handed me a dark green hidden dragon uniform. I changed and stood before him. My thoughts remained trapped on the news of my parents, but I forced myself to stand straight. Hidden Dragon Major, attention, he called loudly. Sir, my name had appeared in a formal order, so I could answer only as a soldier. Wan Chang'an looked at me as though he could see two former subordinates through the person standing before him. Welcome to the Hidden Dragon Unit. Those words meant I was no longer merely a student preparing for the entrance exam. I had officially taken on another responsibility. The news made me reconsider the word missing. My family had always said my parents never returned from a dungeon, and I had assumed the worst. The frontline sighting proved that they existed in some form, at least. Becoming abyssal bosses could mean contamination or control, but it could also be a disguise using similar appearances. I could not draw a conclusion before making direct contact. I asked Wan Chang'an for whatever sighting data he was allowed to share. He provided only one blurry image. Two humanoid figures stood on an abyssal city wall, their faces closely resembling old photographs, while violet-black fog concealed their auras. The reconnaissance team had not dared to approach and could not determine whether they retained consciousness. He also told me that Grandma's Medal of Special Merit did not represent only her own battlefield achievements. She had trained several military elite units and personally held an abyssal entrance for a long time. My parents joined Hidden Dragon by following the path she had taken. After the accident, Grandma blamed herself for everything and severed her military connections entirely. At last, I understood why she both opposed me risking my life and left her most precious medal on my desk. She could not stop the next generation from walking onto the battlefield. All she could do was help us survive a little longer. The word major did not make me proud during the commissioning. The rank came from my potential and a special appointment, not actual experience commanding a large force. Proving that I deserved it would require one mission after another. After I equipped the Windrider boots, all 4 attributes increased by 1,000, and my total spirit exceeded 3,000 for the first time. That also gave attribute conversion a larger base. If I converted all my spirit into agility at a 1-to-1 ratio and activated Ride the Wind, my speed already far exceeded others at my level. Once the skill reached level 5 and used a 5-fold conversion, it would become even more outrageous. The 50% reduction to wind damage worked differently from my general damage reduction. It weakened a wind spell first, then Fearless Body and the metal reduced what remained. Against a wind aspect enemy, I had resistance almost comparable to my water and mental immunity, but it was still not true immunity. By giving me equipment he had worn for more than 20 years, Wan Chang'an was also trying to compensate for my parents' absence as an elder. He never said so directly, but I could feel it in the pauses whenever he spoke about his former subordinates. After I put on the uniform, it automatically adjusted to my size. The rank insignia had already been embroidered on the shoulders, however. That meant my appointment was not a sudden impulse. Wan Chang'an had decided before coming to Westlake City, and used the sword strike only to verify that I possessed the basic reactions needed to face danger. When I left headquarters, I encrypted the image of my parents separately. After returning home and seeing Grandma, I almost spoke several times, but ultimately honored my promise. Before I knew whether they could regain consciousness, burdening an old woman with hope and fear at the same time would only leave her unable to sleep. After the commissioning ceremony, Wan Chang'an left with his personal guard. Xia Chiang took me to the military cafeteria and introduced the facilities available to Hidden Dragon members. Neither the equipment depot nor the stipend immediately tempted me. But when he mentioned the skill training hall, I stopped. It was a military-exclusive facility that could greatly increase skill proficiency. The Westlake base had only a beginner hall, capable of training skills to no higher than level 5. Higher-level facilities existed only at Hidden Dragon headquarters in the capital. At the time, sword formation and sword control were both level 3, while attribute conversion was level 1. If all 3 reached level 5, my combat power would leap again. Xia Chiang brought me to an independent cube-shaped building. After I entered, the hall would teleport me into a sealed room. I could not leave until I completed the selected program or voluntarily quit. Washing facilities and nutritionally complete meals were available inside, enough for someone to live there long-term. Inside the roughly 540-square-foot training room, an artificial intelligence scanned my class and skills first. Trainable, sword formation LV. 3. Sword control LV. 3. Attribute conversion LV. 1. Training schedule 16 hours per day. Estimated total duration 20 days. 27 days remained before the entrance exam. I was already level 18. Even if I spent the full 20 days inside, I would still have a week to reach level 19. My high spirit could also sustain long training sessions. I messaged Grandma and my aunt to explain so my sudden disappearance would not worry them, then confirmed the program. The first task was to deploy my sword formation and strike a wooden dummy 100 consecutive times with sword control. The room's energy field amplified the feedback from each action, allowing me to sense more clearly how my spirit connected to the swords. After completing the 100 repetitions, the flying blades indeed turned more smoothly. By the end of the first day, I was too exhausted even to wash. I fell asleep immediately, but sword control had already reached level 4. The next morning, a mechanical arm extended from the ceiling and dumped a basin of cold water over me. Day 2 training begins. Strike the wooden dummy 1,000 times with sword control. I could not help asking whether this was a training hall or a prison. The artificial intelligence calmly began a 10-second countdown and warned that failing to start would count as withdrawal and permanently revoke my access to this facility. My competitive instinct ignited completely. I summoned the flying swords. From that day onward, I ate when hungry, slept when exhausted, and resumed training the moment I awoke. I deployed the sword formation, turned the blades, stopped them instantly, split their trajectories, and recalled them. Then I converted spirit into strength, agility, and constitution over and over until my body adapted to the abrupt attribute changes. Sword formation and sword control required only 3 days to reach level 5. I spent the remaining 17 days entirely on attribute conversion. The training was not quiet meditation. After converting spirit into physical attributes, I had to complete a harder version of an Ironman triathlon. My stomach had been flat before I entered. By the time I left, I had 6 clearly defined abdominal muscles. 20 days later, the artificial intelligence announced that the beginner hall could no longer improve my skills. Sword formation LV 5. Base radius 165 feet. Critical damage within the formation plus 140%. Sword control LV 5. Attribute conversion LV 5. Spirit can be converted into strength, agility, or constitution at a 5-to-1 ratio. When I stepped through the door, I found soldiers crowding around outside. Xia Chaiyang told me the previous record for the training hall was only 7 days. He had bet that I could last 5. No one expected me to complete the entire 20-day program. I looked at the soldiers as they stared at me like a monster and could only ask, if the system gives you a program, aren't you supposed to finish it? No one answered. Xia Chaiyang merely gave me a thumbs up. The most difficult part of the first week was not physical fatigue, but repetition. 100 sword control attacks, then 1,000, then 10,000. The movements appeared identical, but the artificial intelligence magnified every error. A sword point an eighth of an inch off target, a turn 1/100th of a second too slow, an uneven gap between the 10 swords. Every mistake required a repeat. When sword formation reached level 4, its coverage suddenly expanded. I had to learn to compress my perception inside the small room, or information from outside would flood my consciousness all at once. At level 5, the critical damage bonus increased to 140%, and my control precision at the domain's boundary improved noticeably. No scroll could make me truly understand those changes. Only repetition turned them into instinct. Training attribute conversion was even more painful. I converted spirit to strength and lifted weights, converted it to agility and sprinted rapid shuttles, then converted it to constitution and endured impacts, all while switching quickly under fatigue. On my first failed conversion, I let spirit drop too low. The flying swords lost support, and the abrupt attribute change knocked me to the floor. The artificial intelligence offered no comfort. It recorded the mistake and added another 100 repetitions of the same exercise. Every night before I slept, I could choose to quit. The door command was right there on the panel and required only one confirmation to open. Precisely because leaving was always possible, continuing had meaning. I was not locked in that room for 20 days. Every day, I chose to train for one more. After I emerged, Xia Chaiyang showed me the soldiers' bets. Some guessed 3 days, some 5, and the longest was 10. No one had chosen 20, so every one of them lost. I refused the prize money they collected and asked only for a real meal from the cafeteria. After 20 straight days of nutritional rations, what I wanted most was hot food with actual flavor. The 16-hour daily program did not mean 16 continuous hours without rest. The artificial intelligence divided it into multiple stages according to my mental fluctuations. During short breaks, it still replayed my movements and required me to identify each error. The only genuinely free time was sleeping and eating. After sword control reached level 5 on the third day, the training dummies began moving and releasing interference. 10 flying swords had to track different paths without touching the room's walls. That taught me to reduce the sword formation's active control area instead of deploying its entire 1,640-foot range every time. The five-fold conversion at attribute conversion level 5 did not appear all at once. Level 2 doubled the conversion and level 3 tripled it. Every advancement required my body to adapt to a more extreme change. Without several days of gradual training, instantly converting 3,000 spirit into 15,000 points of a physical attribute might have caused my muscles and consciousness to lose control. On the final day, the artificial intelligence required me to move at high speed, maintain precise attacks with all 10 swords, and switch among strength, agility, and constitution simultaneously. Only after I passed did it recognize all 3 skills as having reached the facility's limit. The sunlight made me squint when I left the hall. Only 20 days had passed outside, but my body felt as if it had endured several months. The most important change was not the six-pack. Every skill had transformed from text on a panel into instinct that no longer required thought. I changed back into ordinary clothes, left the military zone, and headed straight for the Rakshasa River. Only 7 days remained before the entrance exam, and I was still level 18. The training hall had improved my skills, but provided no experience. Capital University's hard level 19 requirement would not disappear merely because I had joined the Hidden Dragon unit. The moment I reached the dungeon entrance, I saw Schwerer waiting beside the road. "Dummy, you finally showed up." She ran over and punched me. "You didn't answer your phone for 20 days, and no one was home when I visited. I asked all over before learning you'd farmed this dungeon before." I said only that I had been training my skills and did not reveal my Hidden Dragon identity. The military had not demanded absolute secrecy, but there was no reason to flaunt it everywhere. Schwerer complained that I had not sent even one message. I explained that I assumed she was focusing on leveling and did not want to interrupt her. She clearly recognized the excuse as something I had invented on the spot, but did not pursue it. Instead, she asked about my level. Eye of the Abyss showed that she had reached level 16. That was excellent for an ordinary student, but she still needed 3 levels to qualify for Capital University. "You should worry about yourself first," I said. Unconvinced, she used inspection on me. The moment she saw level 18, her eyes widened. She had worked hard in parties to reach level 16, while I hit 18 on the 3rd day after awakening and then disappeared for 20 days of skill training. The difference was understandably discouraging. A few solo nightmare runs were enough. Talking about leveling in front of you is just asking to be humiliated. She rolled her eyes, then explained why she was really there. The military had just introduced a new policy. Students in this year's class could apply to universities while also taking part in Special Forces selection and receiving military development resources. Westlake City was about to open a secret realm dungeon trial, and the best performers might even enter the Hidden Dragon unit. The city's major families had fought fiercely over the available slots, and Schwerer had specifically secured one for me. A secret realm dungeon was an artificial instance created by humans at great expense. Its monsters, space, and rules could all be adjusted. The national entrance exam would also take place in an enormous secret realm. This trial would simulate that exam while providing generous experience from its monsters. I intended to tell her that I had already joined Hidden Dragon, but she patted my shoulder and encouraged me earnestly not to feel pressured because I definitely had a chance to pass. Watching her worry on my behalf, I could not bring myself to spoil it immediately. She pulled me straight into Butler Sue's car, and we traveled to Cloudsea Manor at the summit of the mountain north of the city. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars belonging to Westlake's prominent families. A blue dungeon vortex stood in the center of the estate. Elite students of level 16 or higher had already gathered, and some had reached level 19 in advance. This was only Westlake's branch venue. Every city nationwide had an independent space with identical rules and tests. In the crowd, I saw Wang Hu again. The military had temporarily assumed control of the dungeon entrance at Cloudsea Manor. Before entering, every student had to verify their slot, level, and class. Accompanying relatives could go no farther than the outer courtyard. Butler Sue handed the car keys to an attendant and stayed behind. He only told Schwerer to withdraw immediately if she encountered danger and not risk her life for a score. The slot Schwerer obtained for me had clearly been difficult to secure. Many names on the registration form belonged to Westlake's major families, while others were rare-class professionals who had traveled from surrounding counties. Even a normal school that wanted to recommend someone might not receive a single place. Yet she had given one to me after I vanished for 20 days without even answering her messages. I asked about her leveling schedule. For the past 20 days, she had entered dungeons with parties almost every day. Elven Saintess offered powerful healing and multiple purification abilities, making her the healer every party wanted. The problem was that healers received less experience. Their advancement was safe but slow. She had refused direct power leveling from high-level professionals because she wanted to master her skills through real combat, which was why she remained level 16. After hearing that, I stopped provoking her about being only level 16. Level was one metric. Combat awareness and skill proficiency mattered just as much. The entrance exam did not judge only the panel, and this secret realm trial would prove whether her decision had been correct. When Wang Hu made a threatening gesture, several followers nearby watched to see how I would react. I did not let Qi Xiao produce the slightest fluctuation. I merely recorded his position and the people around him. When action truly became necessary, fewer emotions meant fewer mistakes. The branch venue appeared to have only one vortex, but many independent spaces overlapped inside. Different parties would never meet after entering, and relatives in the outer courtyard could not contact them through ordinary communications. That prevented family interference and ensured every party faced the same monster configuration. Before the start, the military repeated that an S grade granted only Hidden Dragon candidate status, not an immediate commission. Candidates still had to undergo a background investigation and further training. The major families competed not for a title, but for military-exclusive dungeons and development systems. Shuer listened carefully to the rules, especially the ban on potions. She left every recovery potion she had prepared with Butler Sue and carried only her elven staff. Once the fighting began, managing her spirit would directly determine how long she lasted. I also sealed the Rakshasa King's mask, return scroll, and other items in a prohibited inventory slot. I kept only equipment, including Qi Xiao, Zhanlu, and the cursed set. The trial permitted personal equipment, but no consumables, a boundary that had to be made clear in advance. He clearly had not expected me to obtain a slot. After a brief moment of surprise, he raised one hand and drew a finger across his throat at me. I memorized the hatred in his eyes and offered no response there. Wang Hu's hostility had gone beyond simple romantic jealousy. He threatened me publicly again and again, backed by his family and a combat guild. If I allowed it to continue growing, I might not be the first person harmed. It could be Grandma or my aunt. But Cloudsea Manor was full of high-level elders and military surveillance. Attacking now would only place me on trial. I suppressed my killing intent. At level 5, my sword formation's radius reached 1,640 feet after the constellation enhancement. If I truly needed to deal with him later, I would not have to stand in front of him. The dungeon opened, and a majestic voice announced the rules. Students would be randomly assigned to 4-person parties based on class, with 1 damage dealer, 1 tank, 1 healer, and 1 support. Personal equipment was allowed, but potions and other items were prohibited. Anyone earning an S grade would become an auxiliary member of the Hidden Dragon unit. Participants could withdraw at any time, and safety took priority. After lights swept over me, I appeared at the entrance of an underground palace. My teammates were Shuer, a tall female knight, and Wang Hu. This is our first time in a party together. Shuer sounded excited. I looked over the composition. Wang Hu was a level 19 flame mage, so the system had clearly classified him as damage. Level 17 Miao Shulan was a holy shield knight, and Shuer handled healing. My sword formation master had been misclassified as formation-based support. Miao Shulan initially spoke softly and seemed reserved. After we briefly introduced ourselves, Wang Hu declared on the spot that a level 19 flame mage had been forced to carry a useless support, so the trial was doomed to fail. Shuer immediately argued that high-level professionals had power-leveled him to 19. Wang Hu treated his family background as part of his strength and threatened us. Either I withdrew voluntarily and let him carry the other 2 through, or he would stop trying and make sure the entire party failed. Miao Shulan attempted to mediate. She had traveled alone from a remote border county and crossed mountains filled with level 30 wilderness monsters to reach this place. She refused to lose her opportunity because of an argument inside the party. But Wang Hu believed he was our only damage dealer and grew increasingly arrogant. He even said he did not care if he left the trial because level 19 was already enough to apply to Capital University. Then get out, I said. He acted as if he did not understand and kept insisting that support classes were expendable. Shuer sided with me and told him to leave. Wang Hu turned to Miao Shulan and demanded that she choose. If she stood with him, he would guarantee the clear. Miao Shulan remained silent for several seconds, then punched him to the ground. The girl who had spoken so softly drew her knight's greatsword, and her voice shook the passage. I've put up with you long enough. Fight or get out. Stop whining like a baby who hasn't been weaned. Shuer and I both froze. The contrast genuinely exceeded our expectations. Wang Hu invoked his father and bodyguards. Miao Shulan simply raised her sword and asked whether he wanted to test the attack power of a Holy Shield Knight right now. At last, his arrogance collapsed. He retreated while threatening us, left the party, and exited the dungeon. Miao Shulan spat, then apologized to us. Her teacher had explicitly told her to control her temper before she left, but she lost it in the first minute of the dungeon. She also offered to teach Wang Hu another lesson before leaving Westlake. I told her not to waste more time and turned toward the palace. She hesitated when she looked at the three-person party. How are we supposed to fight without damage? After Wang Hu withdrew, the system did not supply a fourth member or lower the dungeon's difficulty. The party contract showed that someone who withdrew could not rejoin during this round. The remaining 3 members had to continue or abandon it together. Miao Shulan's punch had looked impulsive, but the moment we entered a combat state, she became cautious again. She checked her shield's durability, healing range, and retreat signals. She even proposed that if we could not handle the first elite monster, she would hold it back while Shuer and I withdrew. Shuer described her elven staff skills one by one: rapid single-target healing, regeneration, constitution enhancement, a short increase to resilience, and low-level purification. Her spirit could sustain moderate use for half an hour, but repeated emergency treatment of dying targets would drain her quickly. I revealed only that I could deal range damage over 1,640 feet and did not state the exact amount. It was not because I distrusted them. I simply had no need to expose the entire mechanism of my unique class to military surveillance and a temporary party. Once the first monster appeared, they would naturally discover whether my damage was sufficient. We agreed that Miao Shulan would strike the ground with her shield to signal a trap. 2 flashes from Schwenner's staff meant low spirit. If my flying swords circled overhead, everyone withdrew immediately. Since this was our first time working together, establishing basic communication mattered more than charging into the palace while emotions were still high. After learning I had no support skills, Miao Shulan checked whether the party panel had truly classified me that way. The system displayed formation category, but no specific role. The lack of information on a unique class had caused the mistake. Wang Hu constantly interrupted communication while he remained in the party. His departure actually allowed the 3 of us to establish a plan quickly. In theory, losing 1 mage reduced the party's damage. In practice, execution became smoother. More people did not automatically make a team stronger. Someone who could not cooperate consumed both resources and attention. The underground palace had no entrance countdown, but scoring began the instant we teleported. We did not waste more time because of the argument. Once the signals were confirmed, we advanced immediately. Miao Shulan moved first not because she considered us weak, but because a Holy Shield Knight should be the first person to meet an unknown attack. I concealed 2 iron swords behind her shield. If a monster proved stronger than expected, I could counterattack from the closest possible position before it broke through. I'm the damage dealer. With that, I stepped into the dark passage first. Shuer followed without hesitation. Miao Shulan could only raise her shield and chase after us, shouting that she was supposed to lead. The palace passage was long and narrow. Miao Shulan led with her great shield, Shuer stood in the middle, and I brought up the rear. They continued discussing cooperation according to a standard healer and tank system. Miao Shulan asked me to increase her attack first. When she learned I had no buffs, she asked if I could lower the monster's defense. After discovering that I had neither debuffs nor control abilities, she finally stopped and turned around. Then what support skills do you have? None. I told you. I'm the damage dealer. She still did not believe me. The Secret Realms rules clearly assigned 1 damage dealer to every team. After Wang Hu withdrew, the system should not have left a second one behind. All I could do was explain that there was too little information on my unique hidden class, so the military had misclassified Sword Formation Master. A headless suit of armor more than 6 feet tall charged from the darkness. Miao Shulan reacted instantly, using taunt, raising her shield, and lowering her shoulder in one fluid movement. The greatsword crashed against her shield, but she did not take a single step backward. She even reminded Shuer to conserve spirit at first. Headless Knight Elite Level 20. Strength, 1,800 agility, 1,200 spirit, 800 constitution, 1,000. Skills, charge, heavy slash. Withstanding an attack like that head-on at level 16 or 17 proved the Holy Shield Knight's defense. I did not prolong the battle. One ordinary iron sword appeared behind the Headless Knight. Damage, 38,963. The monster disintegrated on the spot. Miao Shulan was still applying a status enhancement to herself and froze when the experience notification appeared. Schwer knew I was strong, but this was the first time she had personally watched a plain iron sword one-shot a level 20 elite. After I left the training hall, my spirit was 3,160 and both sword formation and sword control had reached level 5. If I equipped Tier 3 Qi Xiao and Tier 1 Zhanlu, my full damage could exceed 20 million. But this was a scored trial, not a solo leveling run. If I used my Constellation Splash damage to empty the entire palace at the beginning, Schwer and Miao Shulan would have no opportunity to perform, and their scores would inevitably suffer. From then on, I deliberately allowed monsters to approach. Miao Shulan received the first attack and stabilized threat. Schwer maintained healing while enhancing constitution and resilience. Then I finished the enemy with an iron sword. The dungeon recorded every response the two of them made, while I ensured the situation could never spiral out of control. Elite knights, gargoyles, and elemental mages appeared one after another. Other parties would have to reposition, control, and focus their fire. For us, the front line absorbed one attack, and I followed with one sword. Our speed remained astonishing. When Schwerer had healed random parties in the past, she constantly had to prevent teammates from being killed in one blow and felt as if she had lost half her own life after every dungeon. Now she needed only to keep Miao Shulan's stamina safely above the danger line. Miao Shulan changed from wary to excited. For the first time, she experienced how aggressively a tank could play with absolute damage behind her. By the time we reached the deepest part of the palace, Schwerer had advanced to level 17 and Miao Shulan to level 18. I needed less than 10% more experience to reach level 19. The boss door stood before us. I reminded them that leveling was not our only objective. Our advance had been too smooth, and their scores might remain insufficient. After we opened the door, "I won't attack at first," I said. "Hold out against the boss for half an hour and maximize the data for healing, defense, reactions, and teamwork. Then I'll finish it." Miao Shulan slapped her shield in agreement. Schwerer also declared that they were not decorative props. The doors opened, and the red eyes of a Night King statue nearly 40 feet tall lit up. Level, 21 strength, 5,000 agility, 3,000 spirit, 1,000 constitution, 6,000. Skills, stomp, earthquake, self-healing. The entire room trembled as it raised its stone sword. I had not waited for every monster to complete an attack along the way. When we met ranged elemental mages, I interrupted their casting with 2 iron swords before letting Miao Shulan engage the melee units. When gargoyles ambushed us from the ceiling, Schwerer called out the blind spot, while I sealed the route from above through the sword formation space. Miao Shulan's taunt worked reliably on elite monsters, but was not absolute control. Some elemental creatures prioritized the healer, so Schwerer practiced chanting while moving instead of standing still and expecting the shield to protect her. The first time a fireball locked onto her, she panicked slightly. The second time, she raised a barrier in advance and moved toward me so the swords at my side could intercept it. Once I deliberately held back my damage, battles lengthened from an instant to several seconds. Those seconds gave both of them enough situations to respond to. The scoring system did not record only the number of kills. It judged whether they made correct decisions when conditions changed. The palace monsters' experience had been artificially adjusted. They did not drop every material their real-world versions would, but could still grant normal levels. Schwerer's healing immediately strengthened at level 17, while Miao Shulan's shield became more stable against impacts at level 18. With less than 10% remaining for me, defeating the boss would probably bring me to 19. If this had not been an assessment, we would have cleared the entire area already. Controlling my power so my teammates could grow became the most difficult part of the dungeon. The Iron Sword's 38,963 damage had not used an exclusive weapon, yet far exceeded the elite's HP. After seeing the number, Miao Shulan stopped asking me to provide support and instead asked where she should gather the monsters. I told her to keep every target inside the sword formation without clustering them too tightly, or the splash damage would end the battle before they could demonstrate anything. Schweder's healing left green motes over a wound and continued restoring it without repeated chanting. She invested the spirit she saved into strengthening Miao Shulan rather than deliberately overhealing to inflate her data. The scoring system clearly valued effective treatment more highly. When we encountered a trap, Miao Shulan struck her shield twice against the ground. The stone tiles ahead would fire paralysis arrows. I triggered them first with a flying sword, then returned it through the sword formation space, allowing the three of us to continue without taking a detour. The system recorded this use of a ranged weapon to test danger as a team strategy. Our advance looked effortless, but every member was learning my damage rhythm. I was learning how to protect teammates without taking every opportunity away from them. The Night King statue charged. Miao Shulan raised her shield and met it head-on while Schwerer chanted rapidly. Several rays of light descended, increasing Miao Shulan's constitution by 50%. The giant stone sword smashed into the shield. The floor beneath Miao Shulan's feet cracked immediately, but she did not retreat. Schwerer followed with regeneration and quickly restored all the stamina she had lost. Miao Shulan seized the opening while the statue recovered its sword and activated Holy Charge. Golden light covered her body, and she struck like a massive beast charging head-on, actually knocking down a stone statue nearly 40 feet tall. The thunderous impact shook dust from the walls, while Schwerer immediately added slowing and protection effects. After seeing that, I stopped worrying completely. Holy Shield Knight and Elven Saintess were both rare classes, and Miao Shulan's shield was clearly no ordinary equipment. Their coordination had been awkward at first, but improved with every exchange. One controlled threat and stopped heavy blows, while the other predicted skills and applied barriers and regeneration in advance. The Night King possessed self-healing, so they could not kill it, but neither would they be endangered easily. I stood outside the battle and observed without making a single move. Only after the trial did I learn that several hidden dragon instructors above level 70 had gathered in the monitoring room. They first noticed our abnormal three-person party, then saw a composition supposedly lacking damage reach the boss room at high speed. Once they learned that Sword Formation Master was a new class personally recruited by Wan Chang'an, everyone enlarged the feed and waited to see what I could do. Instead, they watched me coast on the sidelines for more than 20 minutes. At first, someone guessed that I was charging a skill. Then they suspected the report that I had soloed an abyssal dungeon was false. One instructor was even ready to write undeserved reputation in my evaluation. Meanwhile, Schwerer and Miao Shulan won unanimous approval. The instructors had already begun considering both of them for the Hidden Dragon unit. I could not see the monitoring room at the time and simply estimated the duration according to my plan. As the half-hour mark approached, Miao Shulan and Schwerer had generated enough teamwork data. At last I spoke. "That's enough. Move away." The two immediately split to either side. With its threat target gone, the Night King turned and charged me. The sword formation deployed, and Qishao appeared from the space. A streak of red light pierced the statue's head. Night King statue slain. EXP plus 30,000. The enormous statue collapsed and transformed into black smoke. Schwerer and Miao Shulan had expected it and merely sighed in relief. The monitoring room, however, fell completely silent. During the later review, the instructors told me that no matter how slowly they replayed the footage, they saw no complicated skill. The formation instructor confirmed that the sword formation had deployed instantly, while the strike I used looked like an ordinary attack. Level 18. One ordinary attack to kill a level 21 nightmare boss. Only then did they understand that my teammates had not carried me to the boss room. I had deliberately left the opportunities to perform for the two of them. While we were distributing the loot, Wan Chang'an arrived in the monitoring room. After hearing the situation, he did not end our trial. Instead, he ordered the instructors to modify the dungeon's parameters temporarily. The new command contained only one sentence: spawn a level 30 boss for this three-person party. The Night King's stomp briefly destabilized the ground, while earthquakes spread outward from the stone sword's impact point. The first time Miao Shulan was shaken hard enough for her knees to bend, Schwerer did not heal immediately. She increased Miao Shulan's resilience first, waited until the second attack ended, then restored all her stamina. That resource decision proved she did more than watch a health bar and press a skill. After 10 minutes, the Night King changed its rhythm, combining 3 consecutive heavy blows with one use of self-healing. Miao Shulan interrupted the third strike with Holy Charge. Schwerer used Purification as a brief source of mental stability, helping her resist the boss's pressure. They lacked enough damage, yet continuously fought for the initiative through the mechanics. Standing aside did not mean I had stopped paying attention. Qishao remained at the entrance to the sword formation space. If any attack bypassed Miao Shulan, or if Schwenner's stamina fell into the danger zone, I would end the fight immediately. True, coasting meant abandoning responsibility to others. I was giving them a chance to perform within controlled risk. By the half-hour mark, Miao Shulan's shield was covered in cracks and Schwerer's spirit had fallen to 30%. Continuing would change their score from courageous to reckless. I struck before the boss's next self-healing and guaranteed the battle ended in one attack without allowing the mechanics to reset. Wan Chang'an saw that complete set of data and judged all three of us worthy of Hidden Dragon. Instructor Ning Wuwei later showed us the monitoring replay. Watching the instructors change from suspicion to silence was dramatic, but it exposed a problem. If they saw only the final strike, they could not know whether the preceding half-hour had been a deliberate arrangement or passive non-participation. Wan Chang'an therefore did not give me an S grade based only on the one-shot kill. He reviewed everything from the entrance onward. He saw that I had deliberately allowed my teammates to perform, remained within rescue range throughout, and ended the boss promptly once the data was sufficient. Only then did he confirm my teamwork. Nor did Schwer and Miao Shulan earn points mechanically for surviving half an hour. They adjusted continuously when the boss changed its attack rhythm, never wasted healing, and never allowed incoming damage to spiral out of control. If they had merely stood and absorbed attacks, their scores would have decreased instead. Adding a level 30 boss was not a fair entrance exam-style assessment. It was Wan Chang'an's temporary intensity check for candidates who had already qualified. The instructors held forced exit authority throughout. If I had been unable to resolve the threat, they would have ended the trial immediately. A portal opened in the center of the boss room, and a second Night King statue stepped out. Warning, a powerful enemy approaches. Do not lower your guard. Miao Shulan's first reaction was still to raise her shield. With you here, it doesn't matter how many they send. She used taunt on the new boss. The instant its stone sword fell, a terrifying pressure wave drove her several steps backward and reduced her stamina to less than half. The strength is wrong. Schwerer's heel landed almost simultaneously and pulled her back from the danger line. But the healing drew threat. The Night King suddenly bypassed the front line and raised its sword toward Schwerer. At that distance, Schwerer had no time to dodge. Miao Shulan roared and used Holy Charge to knock the boss off course. Used taunt again, then activated super armor to take the second strike directly. She remained standing through the violent impact and ordered Schwerer to focus on healing. I saw that this was not an ordinary additional fight and immediately activated Eye of the Abyss. Night King statue boss level, 30. Strength, 10,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, 2,000 constitution, 12,000. Skills, stomp, earthquake, self-healing. A level 30 boss on Nightmare difficulty normally required a full 5-person party, averaging level 35. Here, it faced only 3 students below level 20. If I continued letting them generate data, one shift in threat could kill them. Both of you move. Chi Xiao shot in from the side and pierced the statue's chest. Night King statue slain. EXP plus 70,000. Golden light erupted from my body. At last, I reached level 19. After the 2 boss fights ended, we were teleported directly back to Cloudsea Manor. The instructors later admitted that watching an ordinary attack kill the level 30 boss as well made them suspect I had awakened a special talent. Some wanted to continue increasing the difficulty, but Wan Chang'an vetoed it. A higher level would endanger Schwer and Miao Shulan. If they truly wanted to test my limits, they could wait until I arrived at Hidden Dragon headquarters. In the end, all 3 of us received S grades, while my Hidden Dragon rank was raised from Major to Lieutenant Colonel. When I returned to the manor, I knew nothing about the decision backstage. After encountering abyssal corruption in 2 consecutive dungeons, my first thought upon seeing the additional boss was that the abyss had invaded again. Only after the teleportation completed normally did I truly relax. Wang Hu, who had withdrawn early, came over to mock us. He said we must have struggled even against ordinary monsters without his damage. Miao Shulan raised her fist, and he immediately backed away while invoking the bodyguards waiting outside. Schwer did not bother arguing and pulled Miao Shulan away. Wang Hu turned his anger toward me again. He claimed the 2 women treated him that way only because of me and swore that we would settle the debt someday. Is there a rabid dog barking nearby? I asked the 2 of them. They both burst out laughing and walked into the distance with me. The trial results immediately echoed across the manor. First place, S grade. Second place, Miao Shulan, S grade. Third place, Li Schwerer, S grade. Wang Hu, F grade. Unqualified. When announcing my place, the system necessarily used my registered name. In my own narration, I continued referring to myself simply as I. Wang, who shouted that we had cheated and demanded a military investigation. The surrounding students looked at him like an idiot. Instructors above level 70 had monitored the entire trial. Questioning the scores was the same as publicly accusing the military of fraud. Someone soon recognized him as the flame mage who had voluntarily abandoned the party containing the top 3 performers. Laughter spread from one corner through the entire courtyard. Everyone who had secured a slot either came from a powerful family or possessed an exceptional class. None of them feared the Wang family. Wang, who could only leave in disgrace, staring at me with venomous hatred until the end. That look confirmed he would not stop after one defeat. The level 30 boss's first strike appeared to reduce Miao Shulan only to half stamina, but it had actually exceeded the safe limit. If Xuan's heal arrived half a second later, the second attack might have triggered a forced withdrawal. When Miao Shulan used Taunt again, she deliberately turned the boss's back toward the healer, preventing Earthquake from covering both of them. That detail made the monitoring instructors raise her score immediately. The shift in threat toward Xuer was not a mistake. Her burst healing was so powerful that the system boss considered the healer a greater threat. Miao Shulan redirected the sword with Holy Charge, then used super armor to absorb the hit, completing a textbook emergency rescue. They responded correctly despite not knowing the boss's level. After seeing 10,000 strength and 12,000 constitution, I did not reuse the old plan merely because I had just one shot a level 21 boss. The level gap was not there to make the numbers impressive. It meant any contact could be lethal. Taking over immediately was the only responsible decision. After we returned to the manor, the system sent each of us a private report. My S grade cited damage, judgment, teamwork, and anomaly response. Shuete cited healing efficiency and reactions under danger. Miao Shulan's cited threat control, damage absorption, and protection of her teammates. I had not carried them to 3 copies of the same S grade. Each had met the standard in her own role. Wang, whose F grade did not come from withdrawing early by itself. It came from maliciously undermining the party, refusing to fulfill his role, and deliberately giving up. If he had withdrawn normally, he would at least have avoided the public label unqualified. When the golden level up light appeared at level 19, my stamina and spirit recovered simultaneously, further clearing the fatigue accumulated in the training hall. I did not use the level up pill on the spot. At level 19, it could still provide 1 complete recovery, while it would become useless once I reached level 20. The second Night King dropped nothing into our inventories, showing that it was an examiner-added test unit rather than part of the normal dungeon rewards. Its experience counted normally, however, which allowed me to cross Capital University's threshold. After we returned, I first checked both teammates for hidden injuries. Miao Shulan's shield had only 10% durability remaining, and Xuer's spirit was nearly exhausted. If the battle had lasted a few more minutes, they truly would have been in danger. Wan Chang'an made the correct decision to stop escalating. The military did not release the specific battle footage after publishing the results. Wang, who knew only that the 3 of us received S grades and had no idea what occurred after he left. That made his accusation of cheating even emptier, leaving his peers to laugh at him in public. Wang, whose malice had progressed from provocation to a specific threat. I could disregard danger to myself, but I could not gamble that he would leave my family alone. The rewards were distributed immediately after the scores were announced. I told Xuer I needed the restroom, slipped into an empty corner, and took out the Rakshasa King's mask. Red light poured from the mask. The Rakshasa King appeared at normal human height and knelt on one knee before me. Eye of the Abyss confirmed that its attributes had not decreased after summoning. Level 30, with 10,000 points in strength, agility, spirit, and constitution. Its skills remained Flash of the Sword, King's Pressure, and Undying Will. I ordered it to follow Wang, who without being seen. The Rakshasa King departed as a blur. Through the mask, I shared its vision and watched Wang, who climbed into a luxury car while cursing, then traveled down the mountain. The shared connection allowed me not only to see, but also to issue precise actions from a distance. This piece of epic equipment could explore dangerous areas for me in the future. I left the summon to track him independently and returned to the courtyard. Students who scored below A had already left. Only 7 or 8 people remained to receive rewards. The level 70 instructor in charge first gave every A-grade student 1 level-up pill. A level-up pill allowed a professional below level 20 to gain 1 level immediately. Its black market price reached 5 million yuan, yet supply still never met demand. The military possessed higher-level versions, but those were already strategic resources. Every pill had an individual serial number and could not be traded. If one appeared in someone else's hands, The original owner would face a military court regardless of the reason. One student grew so frightened by the warning that he swallowed his at level 16. Only after reaching level 17 did he learn that using it at 19 produced the greatest value, and he regretted it immediately. Before distributing the S-grade rewards, Instructor Ning Wuwei asked Shuer and Miao Shulan whether they wanted to join the Hidden Dragon unit. Both accepted at once. He announced that he would be responsible for training all three of us, but Shuer noticed he had never asked me. This kid was already a member of Hidden Dragon, Instructor Ning said with a laugh. The military introduced the auxiliary student policy because of him in the first place. Shuer turned and stared at me. I had no choice but to admit I had kept quiet because she was encouraging me so earnestly, and I was afraid the truth would embarrass her. She blushed all the way to her ears, punched me again, and called me a dummy who had deliberately watched her make a fool of herself. Instructor Ning produced the 3 S-grade rewards, 1 level-up pill and 1 gilded black card for each of us. Sky Tower admission ticket. Sky Tower was one of Daxia's most precious dungeons, admitting only 1,000 people every year. Incredibly rare treasures could drop inside, with rumors claiming they even included divine artifacts. A first challenge granted additional rewards, making the value of an admission ticket impossible to measure in ordinary money. I stored the level-up pill and ticket without using the pill immediately. Otis knew I intended to take the entrance exam, and he knew beginners were most likely to relax at level 19. Saving one opportunity to gain a level and recover completely at any moment was more valuable than receiving the level now. Once the rewards were distributed, Shuer and Miao Shulan invited me to eat with them. I made an excuse, declined, and descended the mountain alone. In the mask's shared vision, Wang, who had not returned to the city, he was furiously attacking low-level monsters in the wilderness north of town, accompanied by a middle-aged mage. I converted spirit into agility at a 5-to-1 ratio and activated Ride the Wind. With my speed doubled, I became a gale skimming across the ground and soon caught up to the Rakshasa King. Jiang Yeching Water Archmage level 48. The level-up pill rested inside a military sealed case that displayed its serial number and owner when opened. I left the case shut so the medicinal power would not dissipate early. The Sky Tower ticket was bound to my identity, could not be replaced if lost, and could not be transferred. One reward served my present level, while the other offered a future opportunity. Both mattered more than cash. Instructor Ning Wuwei also granted us auxiliary Hidden Dragon communication privileges. Formal group training would begin after the entrance exam. In the meantime, we could report any abyssal anomaly directly instead of escalating it through every local layer. He emphasized that we remained both officers and students and could not invoke Hidden Dragon to settle personal grudges. That rule made me even more cautious. Wang, whose threats were infuriating, but hatred alone could not justify killing him first. Only after confirming that he was organizing a real attack on my family would I have legitimate grounds for self-defense. The Rakshasa King was therefore ordered only to track him. It could not attack or deliberately create a confrontation. While I descended the mountain, the shared vision blurred several times when the car entered tunnels, but the mass connection never broke. I took the shortest route, while keeping the summon more than 300 feet away, so the commotion from its 10,000 agility would not alert a level 48 mage. When I saw Jiang Yeching's class, my first reaction was not relief that Zhanlu countered it. I checked whether he carried scrolls of other elements. A high-level professional possessed abundant experience and would never depend on only one type of attack. I needed to hear their plan before deciding whether to expose myself. The shared vision could not capture precise sound. Only after approaching did I truly hear the conversation. To avoid detection by the level 48 mage, I kept the sword formation at its smallest range rather than deploying the entire domain, while the Rakshasa King continued observing from the other side. Wang, whose curses initially focused on teaching me a lesson, then he explicitly described dissolving bodies with sulfuric acid, named my home address, and ordered them to kill Grandma and my aunt first. Jiang Yeching changed from discouraging him to accepting the command. At that moment, a threat became a murder plan with an executor, a method, and specific targets. I could return to the city and call the authorities, but an overheard conversation would be difficult to prove. The Wang family could replace the killer immediately and strike while I took the entrance exam. Official protection alone could not guarantee my family's safety every second. After deciding to act, I still chose their current location away from the city rather than following them home to fight. No ordinary residents were nearby, minimizing the chance of uninvolved casualties. Wang, whose bodyguard was stronger than I expected. I remained hidden at the edge of my sword formation and listened as Wang Hu slaughtered wild rabbits while cursing that he would kill my entire family. At first, Jiang Yeqing advised him not to ruin his health over an ordinary student. But Wang Hu grew more agitated with every word. He believed the S grade, Schwenner's attention, and every piece of glory should have belonged to him. He knew I might join Hidden Dragon and still ordered Jiang Yeqing to kill me in secret. He even mentioned the mage's sulfuric acid abilities, which could dispose of the bones along with the body. Finally, he recited my home address and instructed Jiang Yeqing to kill Grandma and my aunt before dealing with me. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yeqing agreed. That conversation eliminated every need for speculation. The danger now pointed directly at my home. If I let them leave, the next time I returned might be only to collect bodies. Rakshasa King, attack. Flash of the sword became a red blur. Jiang Yeqing reacted instantly, summoning his grimoire and raising a water barrier around himself and Wang Hu at the same time. The Rakshasa King's sword entered the water as if it had struck thick mud and could advance no farther. Wang Hu fell onto the ground in terror. Jiang Yeqing immediately recognized the summon and roared for its controller to show himself. I did not appear. First, I moved at high speed through the surrounding area and drew in several hundred low-level monsters. The level gap made a direct confrontation too dangerous, and even the Rakshasa King might not break the water shield. I needed a killing method that did not depend on one flying sword striking one target. Jiang Yeqing flipped through the grimoire. A water dragon bolt knocked the Rakshasa King away, and a water prison formed in midair, trapping the summon completely. A sulfuric acid arrow then pierced its chest, transforming the entire prison into corrosive liquid and rapidly draining the Rakshasa King's stamina. Only after confirming that enough monsters had gathered nearby did I step out of the woods and use the mask to recall the summon. Jiang Yeqing looked clearly surprised when he saw me. Wang Hu's fear, however, instantly became delight. He looked like prey that had finally watched its hunter walk into a trap and ordered his bodyguard to kill me. Several sulfuric acid orbs flew directly toward me. Zhanlu floated forward by itself and deployed a blue barrier. Every water aspect attack vanished on contact. Once Jiang Yeqing recognized an exclusive weapon, his killing intent deepened. Reaching maximum constellations in one draw was already astonishing. Now I also possessed an exclusive weapon, making it easy for him to suspect that I had a talent capable of improving card draw results. As far as the Wang family was concerned, once an enemy like me grew, they would never recover. Water Prison, Riptide Cutter, and Sulfuric Acid Arrow followed in succession. Zhanlu absorbed every trace of water element magic that approached me. His class had been completely countered. I deployed the sword formation and opened the space directly in front of Wang Hu. An iron sword stopped half a step from piercing his skull as the water barrier contracted in time, enveloped the blade, and disarmed it. That proved Jiang Yeqing's defense did more than block damage. It could seize a physical weapon. I was fortunate I had not ambushed him with Qi Xiao, or the water layer might have temporarily controlled the exclusive sword as well. Young Master, run. Jiang Yeqing finally understood that he could not kill me. He wrapped Wang Hu in a water shield and levitated him in preparation to flee. That sword makes him immune to water. I can't hurt him. Wang Hu continued urging him to attack, incapable of understanding why a level 48 mage could not kill a level 19 student. I did not pursue with the flying swords. I merely looked at Jiang Yeqing. It's too late to leave now. He sneered that his water barrier could disarm me, so I could not hurt them either. Look around. Hundreds of wilderness monsters I had gathered were already packed inside my 1,640-foot sword formation. Jiang Yeqing glanced around and mocked me for thinking low-level rabbits and feral cats could kill anyone. I equipped Qi Xiao and Zhanlu and activated every constellation. The moment the cursed necklace lit, the smile finally vanished from Jiang Yeqing's face. Mental storm. While gathering the monsters, I deliberately avoided every region where people were leveling and selected only low-level beasts. Mental storm covered a 1,640-foot radius. If an unrelated professional entered the range, my constellation's splash damage could injure them as well. I revealed myself only after Eye of the Abyss, and the sword formation repeatedly confirmed that the domain contained no one but my targets, summon, and monsters. The Rakshasa King's first assault served two purposes: forcing Jiang Yeqing to reveal his defensive abilities and making the system recognize the two sides as enemies. The water barrier trapped physical weapons, water prison restricted movement, and sulfuric acid arrow carried both water and corrosive properties. When Zhanlu absorbed the acid, it proved that the spell's core remained water aspect. Otherwise, I would never have stepped out to confront him directly. When Jiang Yeqing tried to retreat, he did not flee alone. He shielded Wang Hu first, proving that protecting the young master was his primary responsibility. Chasing the mage directly would only let him stall, while Wang Hu remained inside a safe lair. Mental Storm bypassed both disarmament and the water barrier. It was the only reliable way to end both at once. The hundreds of monsters did more than add base damage. Mental Storm struck every target once, and each target then spread 10% of its damage to all the others. As the number of targets increased, the total splash damage accumulated almost exponentially. No matter how high Jiang Yeqing's level was, a single target water shield could not withstand defense-ignoring damage arriving from every direction. Before activating the skill, I gave them one final opportunity to abandon the plan against my family. Jiang Yeqing did not refuse the order, and Wang Hu continued demanding murder. Their choices were complete. Jiang Yeqing turned the pages of his grimoire extremely quickly, showing that many of his water spells had been trained to cast instantly. Even with Zhanlu negating his attacks, he could still use water shields to move, block vision, and protect Wang Hu. The longer the fight lasted, the more likely reinforcements from the Wang family would arrive from the city. The disarmed iron sword had not been damaged. It merely floated out of control inside the water layer. I deliberately stopped struggling to keep Jiang Yeqing from realizing that the sword formation space could release other swords elsewhere. By preserving that unknown ability, I made him believe neither side could harm the other and encouraged him to remain for the conversation. Equipping Qi Xiao and Zhanlu together before Mental Storm created a conspicuous energy surge. Jiang Yeqing sensed lethal danger but lacked time to determine its range. If he had abandoned Wang Hu immediately and teleported beyond 1,640 feet, he might have survived. His duty to protect the young master and his confidence in the level gap made him choose to maintain the shield. This fight was not a level 19 overpowering a level 48 in a head-on clash. It was the result of class advantage, an intelligence gap, group mechanics, and advanced preparation. Without any one of those, I would not have acted rashly. An invisible storm swept across the 1,640-foot radius. Every monster took a mental attack, and Constellation 4 caused each instance of damage to splash 10% onto every other target inside the formation. Constellation 5 guaranteed that every hit became a critical and converted excess critical rate into critical damage. Constellation 6 ignored defense. Tier 3 Qi Xiao provided 3,000 attack, 70% critical rate, and 400% critical damage. Tier 1 Zhanlu added another 1,000 attack and plus 100% total damage. Hundreds of targets made the splash damage stack layer after layer. Jiang Yeqing's water shield had no effect because this was neither a flying sword that could be disarmed nor water aspect magic. When the storm faded, the entire area seemed to lose all sound. Jiang Yeqing slain. Wang Hu slain. Wild Rabbit slain. EXP +1. Feral Cat slain. EXP +1. Rows of notifications flooded the panel. Neither man bore an external wound, yet both were dead. Their equipment entered my inventory automatically, a platinum water grimoire and a platinum flame staff. I did not move the bodies or remain at the scene. We were close to the city, and Mental Storm had created a significant disturbance. Nearby professionals would arrive soon. I converted Spirit into agility again and fully activated Ride the Wind. Following the route I had calculated in advance, I reached the Rakshasa River dungeon and entered nightmare difficulty under the eyes of numerous professionals. The normal travel time from Cloudsea Mountain to the Rakshasa River was close to the total time I had spent racing after Wang Hu, completing the battle and reaching the dungeon. Neither attribute conversion nor Ride the Wind had been publicly revealed to the Wang family. They could never imagine I could move that fast. 1 hour later, I emerged from the dungeon. By then, word of the deaths north of the city had spread. One victim was the Wang family's youngest son, and the other was a level 48 water archmage. I then remained at the exchange for several hours, selling ordinary materials and excess equipment so my movements would look as natural as possible. I did not display the 2 items taken from them. Water Grimoire, Platinum Spirit plus 1,000. Power of Water Magic plus 30%. Usable at level 40. Flame Staff, Platinum Spirit plus 300. Power of Fire Magic plus 30%. Usable at level 15. Together, they might be worth more than 10 million yuan. But selling 2 items of the same models in Westlake immediately after their owners died would cause any investigator to trace the source. They were standardized equipment without unique serial numbers, yet selling them now would still amount to exposing myself deliberately. The 3 million guan Xian transferred, combined with my monster farming and material sales, brought my account balance to 3.28 million yuan. I did not need money urgently. I spent 100,000 on 10 intermediate healing potions. The sword formation restored stamina, but I might face damage faster than it could recover. A potion could instantly pull me away from the danger line. My life depended on them, so this was not the place to save money. Beginner skill scrolls likewise cost 100,000 each, and even spending all 3 million might produce no new skill. I resisted the impulse to buy them. Before leaving the exchange, I spent tens of thousands more on gifts for grandma and my aunt. I had not seen them for more than 20 days and suddenly wanted to go home immediately. I arrived just in time for dinner. Grandma was in the kitchen, while my Aunt Jiang Yuya was practicing vocal exercises in the living room. The moment she saw me, she shouted toward the kitchen that the little brat finally remembered how to come home. I piled the gifts in the living room and told the big brat to choose first. She immediately dove into the packages. Grandma scolded me for wasting money the moment I started earning. Equipment and training resources should be a beginner's priority. I've earned several million recently. The gifts cost only a few tens of thousands. It won't affect anything. When my aunt heard the number, she rolled around in the gifts with envy. She said she earned only tens of thousands for singing and dancing through an entire concert and wanted to draw a combat class all over again. Grandma rapped her on the head and told us to clean the living room and eat. At the table, I described my dungeons and training, leaving out the 2 deaths that had just occurred and the possibility that my parents had become abyssal bosses. A rare expression of pride appeared on Grandma's face. She reminded me only not to relax and never to forget safety merely because I had grown powerful. Someone knocked at that moment. Lianping stood outside with a grave expression. Before leaving the scene, I collected no monster materials. I allowed only the target's system-dropped equipment to enter my inventory automatically. Bending down to move bodies or bury evidence would extend my time there and might leave more direct physical traces. An effective alibi did not come from scrubbing a scene clean. It came from a timeline proving I could not have been present. The entrance records, witnesses, and system cooldown at the Rakshasa River all established a time for my arrival. Spending the entire hour inside showed that I had not exited early. The exchange's appraisals, consignments, and payments likewise had precise logs, joining the following hours into one continuous record. I could not refuse the water grimoire and flame staff entering my inventory automatically. I moved them to the deepest section and did nothing beyond the required appraisal. Standardized platinum equipment existed in large numbers. Waiting until the case cooled and handling them in another city would be safer. Chasing 10 million yuan now would destroy the entire chain of evidence. During dinner, my aunt asked exactly how I had earned several million. I mentioned only the 3 million share from the Rakshasa King Serpent's equipment and ordinary materials, leaving out the platinum loot that could not be revealed. Grandma was more satisfied to hear that I honored an equal split of epic items than she was by my high damage. She said weakness was not the greatest danger on a battlefield. It was forgetting a promise the moment valuable loot appeared. Her words briefly brought the 2 bodies north of the city back to mind. Power brought more than money and glory. It also brought decisions whose weight I had to carry alone. Mental storm left no external wound, but its victims endured a violent impact to the soul before death. I did not approach to observe it or comfort myself by pretending they died easily. Once I chose lethal force, I had to acknowledge the weight of the outcome. The Rakshasa King had been badly damaged inside the water prison and entered recovery after I recalled it to the mask. It could not prove how quickly I had traveled to the Rakshasa River, nor did it leave a physical corpse at the scene. Its aura vanished with the mask connection, leaving behind only traces of water magic and mental storm. Every deposit and withdrawal in my exchange account was recorded. The source of the 3.28 million yuan could be explained by Guan Xian's transfer, association sales, and dungeon materials. As long as the 2 platinum items never entered the market, investigators would find no abnormal surge in my wealth. Buying gifts on the way home appeared unrelated to the case, but it made the day's behavior consistent with that of a student who had just earned an S grade and substantial income. A convincing timeline was often built from many ordinary details. There was a murder north of the city, Lianping said. One of the victims was your classmate. Do you know about it? I controlled my heartbeat and pretended to hear the news for the first time. Lianping told me Wang Hu and his level 48 bodyguard had died from an extremely powerful mental skill. Their bodies bore no fatal injuries, but terrifying mental fluctuations remained at the scene. The association, police department, and city defense force had opened a joint investigation. What truly surprised me was that their primary suspect was Otis. No publicly registered mental mage in Westlake City could instantly kill a level 48 professional. Otis had appeared nearby, and his objective was to eliminate young geniuses. Wong, who might have possessed only average talent, but he was still a level 19 flame mage. From an investigator's perspective, he could absolutely have become the target of an abyssal attack. Liamping had come personally because he feared Otis's true target remained me. The government had temporarily sealed the surrounding dungeons, while the association would inspect each one for abyssal corruption. The city had a defensive array. As long as I stayed within Westlake, I would be relatively safe. I thanked him solemnly and made no attempt to correct the investigator's direction. After he left, Grandma asked what had happened. I said only that an abyssal leader had killed a classmate and the association had warned me to be careful. My aunt lamented that the abyss would not even spare students. I agreed that Otis was truly evil and said I might have died in the Shadow Forest if my exclusive weapon had not countered him. Grandma's expression turned grave. My parents had disappeared inside an abyssal dungeon. She reminded me that those demons were not only powerful, but skilled at deception and planning. Countering one of them once did not mean I would always remain safe. For the next week, the murders and abyssal alert threw all of Westlake City into turmoil. The association failed to locate Otis, and the surrounding dungeons eventually reopened. The Wong family also reclaimed the bodies. Their patriarch supposedly held his son's corpse and cried for 2 hours before placing a 5 billion yuan bounty on Otis. I stayed in the city like an ordinary student. I shopped, ate, and played games with my aunt and Schwer. I even attended Wang Hu's funeral and expressed my condolences to his parents. I did not do it to gloat. I wanted everyone to confirm that a level 19 student could not possibly kill someone protected by a level 48 bodyguard, much less appear calmly in public after doing so. On the night before the entrance exam, Schwer invited me to run at our school track. For the past 3 years, we had often run laps after evening study sessions and talked about grades, classes, and the future. Now the entrance exam we had discussed countless times was only 1 night away. The experience from the secret realm and her level-up pill had brought her to level 19, but she was clearly nervous. A rare class stood out in Westlake City. Across the entire province, she would face countless geniuses. After 10 laps, she stopped under the moonlight and asked, "Are you confident about tomorrow? Don't worry. We'll meet again at Capital University." She smiled and held out her pinky, asking me to turn those words into a promise. I hooked my pinky with hers. At that moment, I did not think about the reward for becoming the top scorer or the abyss. I only hoped we would both survive the exam and reach the wider world beyond it. After Li Onping visited, the association indeed increased covert patrols around my home. Otis becoming the suspect diverted the investigation away from the truth and genuinely raised my family's security level. Even if the Wang family still suspected me because of my conflict with Wang Hu, they would not dare retaliate under military and association surveillance. At the Wang family funeral, I saw Jiang Yeching's relatives. Unlike Wang Hu, he had merely been hired to protect the young master, but he still chose to accept an order to murder innocent family members. That did not make the outcome something I could dismiss lightly. Death had occurred. No matter how strong the justification, it could not become an achievement worth showing off. The calm week returned me to the rhythm of a student. I spent the days with my family and the evenings reviewing dungeon rules and entrance exam subjects. Schwetter occasionally asked about skill coordination, and I helped her simulate healing threat with a training dummy. In return, she explained mechanics commonly seen in previous entrance exams, filling the information I had missed during 20 days of isolated training. During our night run, someone truly was protecting us from inside the teaching building. Principal Ning later admitted that after Wang Hu died, he feared the abyss would continue hunting students and guarded the area every night. At the time, I sensed a familiar aura in the distance but did not expose him. Our pinky promise under the moonlight was about more than admission. We both knew combat professionals would enter real dungeons in the future. Meet again at Capital University first meant neither of us could throw our lives away in tomorrow's exam. The next day, the national entrance exam officially began. Every combat class candidate in Westlake City first assembled in Government Square, then traveled together through a massive teleportation array to Eastsea City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. When Principal Ning saw that Schwer and I had both reached level 19, he could not stop smiling. He repeatedly reminded everyone to remain calm and put safety first, then personally distributed every admission card. Westlake First High School had 34 combat class students taking the exam. Schwer noticed that I remained level 19 and demanded to know why I had not used the level-up pill. I said only that I wanted to save it for an emergency. The pill became useless after level 20 and could not be traded, so any normal person would consume it immediately at 19. She could not understand and ultimately labeled me a freak who refuses free experience. The East Sea test site was enormous. Tens of thousands of candidates from dozens of cities gathered without making it feel crowded. A glowing tower floated above the center, while an immense secret realm entrance stood beneath it. The exam consisted of basic and advanced portions. The basic assessment depended on class. Damage dealers tested damage, tanks tested defense, healers tested restoration, and supports tested buffs and control. A candidate needed at least a D grade to attempt the advanced exam. The advanced dungeon awarded points for difficulty, performance, and strategy. Personal equipment was permitted, while consumables such as potions and buff items were forbidden. Cheating would not only invalidate a score, but also lead to criminal charges. Teleportation light descended, and I appeared inside an arena. Its center contained only a tall test post and a counter. Task: attack the test post with your full power. I deployed the sword formation, equipped Qi Xiao and Zhanlu, and sent Qi Xiao straight into the target. Boom. The post displayed no number. It simply exploded into fragments. I waited. A second post appeared in the arena. Do they need to test consistency too? Qi Xiao pierced it again, and the second post exploded as well. The third took longer to appear and was visibly thicker. I did not know that the examiners at the top of the glowing tower had gathered around my feed and were arguing about whether the first two results had been caused by a secret realm malfunction. Those posts could withstand 1 million damage. They found it impossible to believe a level 19 candidate could destroy them completely. My third attack left no test post behind either. The arena continued producing replacements. I merely thought the exam's basic assessment was more boring than expected, but the task had not ended, so I could not stop on my own. Every time a target appeared, I attacked with full power as instructed. At the same moment, the examiners in the tower finally ruled out a malfunction. The problem was not the posts. The damage of each individual strike had already exceeded their limit. Before teleportation, the admission card bound itself to each candidate's status panel. Withdrawals, dungeon injuries, and item use were all recorded in real time. During Principal Ning's final roll call, he spoke more slowly than usual. He had taught many students, and not all 34 returned from every graduating class. East Sea's glowing tower was more than decoration. It connected to the nationwide central trial system and could forcibly teleport a candidate out when they encountered an unavoidable danger. Additional trials were the exception. Some advanced mechanics sealed space, which was why the rules repeatedly warned everyone to judge their limits. The basic test classified me correctly as damage and did not repeat the military secret realm's mistake. The education authorities had updated their data on my unique class, though the examiners still did not know the details of my skills. No other target stood around the post, so Constellation Force splash damage could not activate. What I produced was entirely Qi Xiao's single target attack. The secret realm automatically recovered the fragments after the first post exploded. The system told me to remain in place before producing the second, which made me assume it was testing sustained output. If I had known the examiners were manually increasing the target's HP in the background, I would have asked for the maximum instead of helping them test one post after another. I used the same posture and distance on every strike so the data would be comparable. There was no skill cooldown, no spirit consumption, and no temporary enhancement. That consistency made the explanation of a defective post increasingly impossible to defend. Before the basic assessment, the system scanned every piece of equipment for legality. Qi Xiao, Zhanlu, and the Windrider boots were all permanent equipment and permitted. The level-up pill, potions, and return scrolls were sealed automatically. The Cursed King's Blade had not appeared yet, so my equipment slots contained no other anomaly. I did not activate Mental Storm because the task required my full power against one post. An area skill was less effective than Qi Xiao when no other targets were present. Nor did I use attribute conversion. Spirit was already an important source of sword control damage, so converting it into strength would not necessarily produce a higher number. The 5 posts used different parameters, but I could not see the numbers behind them and could only feel the resistance increase. Even after the final one received 500% additional defense, Constellation 6 ignored it completely. The portion remaining after 80% damage reduction still exceeded its HP limit of 10 million. The system ultimately awarded an S rather than a higher grade because S was the entrance exam's maximum. Destroying every post granted no extra basic points, but placed me first in the internal ranking among candidates who shared the same S grade. When the 4th test post appeared, I could clearly sense that its HP and protection were stronger than the previous ones. Qi Xiao still pierced it in one strike. Professor Qinyun later told me that the monitoring room had already descended into an argument. The first 3 posts had a maximum HP of 10 million, while the fourth received an additional 50% damage reduction. Many level 70 professors could not necessarily deal 10 million damage with a full power strike, yet a level 19 candidate like me was destroying them one after another as if they were ordinary boards. The examiners had been ready to admit defeat and let the system end my basic assessment. Chief Examiner Chen Yun, however, became stubborn and raised the next post's defense by 500% and its damage reduction to 80%. I frowned slightly when the fifth appeared. There's more. The task had not changed, so I could only continue. Red light flashed, and the enhanced post still exploded. This time, the arena finally produced no new target. The system awarded me an S grade and teleported me to the waiting area. A giant screen in the sky simultaneously announced the top 100 candidates in the basic exam. First place, S grade. Second place, Jiang Yun, S grade. Third place, Miao Shulan, S grade. 10th place, Li Shuer, S grade. A total of 2,326 people earned D or higher. Nearly 80% of the remaining candidates were eliminated in the first round. Performance still differed among S-grade results, but all received the same base points when converted for the advanced exam. My name inevitably appeared on system rankings and in dialogue, but the narration remained first person and never replaced I with my name. Outside, Principal Ning saw 2 students from Westlake First High School enter the top 10 and excitedly showed off to the surrounding schools. Feng Gaoyuan, principal of East Sea First High School and an old classmate of his, mocked him by saying this was only the basic assessment. Jiang Yun, the rare class professional from his own school, would become the provincial top scorer. The two publicly made a wager. Whichever principal's student failed to become the provincial top scorer would resign from his original school and teach at the winner's school. Numerous principals and teachers nearby became witnesses. Principal Ning told me all of that himself after the exam. Inside the secret realm, I had no idea people outside had wagered their positions on one ranking. I was simply waiting for the second round rules. The examiner's opinion of me changed completely after those 5 posts. At first, they believed the secret realm had malfunctioned. After confirming that every strike was an ordinary attack, some said sword formation master was unreasonably powerful, while others simply called me a level 19 monster. The nickname was not flattering, but it accurately expressed the shock they felt. The second, advanced exam began soon afterward. Professor Chen later showed me the 5 sets of parameters: 1 million HP, 10 million HP, 10 million plus 50% damage reduction, 10 million plus increased defense, and finally, 500% defense with 80% damage reduction. The fifth still exploded instantly, proving that my damage was not only high, but also almost unaffected by armor, because Constellation 6 ignored defense. The reduction should have allowed only 20% of the damage through. Since the post still failed to survive, the true value had to exceed 50 million. The examiners stopped not because they had found my limit, but because the secret realm posts had reached their maximum adjustable parameters. Raising them further would have destabilized the entire test site. The basic assessment recorded only the maximum S grade and did not make a precise damage number public. That preserved the ranking while preventing the national broadcast from exposing my complete abilities. Elder Bai and Wan Chang'an had already warned that possible traitors existed within Daxia. The examination system's automatic concealment spared me one intelligence leak. Seeing Shuer and Miao Shulan in the rankings reassured me more than seeing myself in first. A healer and a tank had earned S grades in separate assessments, proving they had not entered Hidden Dragon merely because the party accommodated them. If we met again on a battlefield, they possessed the independent ability to survive. As for the wager between the two principals, if I had known at the time, I probably would have advised Principal Ning not to stake his position on a student. But to them, it was more like a contest between longtime classmates than a true gamble with their schools. The loser would merely continue teaching somewhere else. After the basic assessment, every candidate of D grade or above received an individual report. It disclosed no skills and listed only attack consistency, burst output, endurance, and anomalies. My anomalous performance section contained one sentence: test facility unable to determine upper limit. The examiners did not deduct points because the posts were destroyed. Secret realm facilities were designed to absorb attacks. Inadequate parameters were the examination authority's problem, not the student's responsibility. Professor Chun even ordered the technical team to raise the post's limits for next year, preventing another case where they had to infer the result from an explosion. First place granted no early reward. A basic S grade only qualified me for the next round, where I began at the same starting point as every other S grade candidate. Advanced points and additional trials would decide the actual admissions tiers. This prevented candidates with one exceptional skill from taking first place through a single assessment. I saw none of the eliminated students in the waiting area. They were sent directly back to their school's rest zones. Their results could still be used to apply to ordinary combat academies or professional training programs. Failing the entrance exam eliminated a path into the top universities. It did not declare the end of someone's entire career. This time, instead of standing still and striking posts, every candidate independently selected a dungeon difficulty and party composition. The system provided every candidate with 4 NPC teammates matched to their attributes: a damage dealer, tank, healer, and support. Candidates could choose normal, hard, or nightmare difficulty, as well as how many NPCs to bring. Normal, hard, and nightmare had base point multipliers of 1, 2, and 5 respectively. Each teammate added another 1 to the multiplier. Selecting nightmare without bringing a single teammate granted 1 more, producing the maximum 10-fold multiplier. The rule-tested strategy, as well as personal power. Higher difficulty and multipliers slowed progress and increased the risk of death. Blindly chasing a multiplier could produce a worse result than clearing normal steadily with a full party. In the past, a candidate with a legendary class had confidently attempted nightmare alone and died inside. A normally powerful professional would keep at least 1 tank or healer. Zhang Yun selected nightmare and brought only a healer for an 8-fold multiplier. Miao Shulan likewise chose nightmare and brought 1 damage dealer. Shuer brought both damage and tank, giving her a 7-fold multiplier. The examiners guessed I would retain a tank to compensate for the fragile body of a ranged damage class. Instead, I selected nightmare with 0 teammates. It was not arrogance. Although the combined attributes of the 4 NPCs matched mine, they possessed only plain equipment and basic skills. My sword formation covered an enormous area. Teammates on the battlefield would force me to divide my attention to protect them and restrict my clearing route. After teleportation, I found myself in an underground city. An orc stood in the passage. Orc warrior elite level, 15. Strength, 1000 agility, 300 spirit, 100 constitution, 2000. Skill battle cry. At last, I understood why Capital University set level 19 as its threshold. To an ordinary candidate, a level 15 Nightmare Elite was already lethal. After the Shadow Forest, Rakshasa King, and level 30 Night King, however, this intensity offered no challenge at all. Let's finish this quickly. The level 5 sword formation deployed. Its base radius of 165 feet increased tenfold through the Sword Master constellation. My 1,640-foot domain covered the entire small underground city at once. Chi Shao pierced the orc in front of me. Constellation Force splash damage spread through the sword formation and simultaneously injured the other monsters. Each of them then became an attack target and transmitted new splash damage to the rest. In one brief instant, all 450 monsters and the level 15 boss died. Dungeon cleared. Time, 36 seconds. Kill points, 5,000. Clear points, 5,000. Time points, 5,000. Clear record broken. Bonus points, 10,000. Total points, 25,000. Current rank, first. Most of those 36 seconds had been spent reading the rules and examining the first monster. I yawned and waited to be teleported. The glowing tower had fallen into complete chaos. The examiners first asked where the monsters had gone, then suspected I carried a large area item. Only when the system produced no cheating alert did they accept one fact. I had cleared an entire nightmare dungeon with one ordinary attack. The previous record was 1 hour and 2 minutes. Excluding the time I spent standing around, my actual raid lasted less than a second. When the giant screen updated, the other candidates had not even finished killing their first monster. Points, 25,000. Rank, first. Before allowing me to select 0 teammates, the system displayed 3 consecutive risk confirmations and listed historical deaths. I read every one instead of accepting blindly. It warned me that I would have no healing, no tank, and a 10-second channel before withdrawal, which any control effect could interrupt. I judged the risk acceptable because the sword formation's 1,640-foot radius exceeded the dungeon's longest straight-line distance. Monsters entered my attack zone before approaching my body. Constellation 3 continuously restored stamina. Qi Xiao and Zhanlu both protected me automatically, and parry instinct could stop one physical attack. My decision rested on specific abilities, not a reckless attempt to obtain the tenfold multiplier. As the dungeon emptied, I could sense the splash damage reflecting back and forth like ripples. The first orc died and injured nearby monsters. The system simultaneously recognized them as hit targets, and they passed the damage farther outward. The final boss never even appeared in my field of view before receiving hundreds of overlapping instances in a distant room. The 36-second timer began the moment I entered and included the rules, difficulty confirmation, and attribute inspection. Only several seconds passed between deploying the sword formation and the system's result. The 10,000-point record bonus did not scale according to how much I surpassed the old record. Breaking it granted a fixed amount, so 25,000 was already the highest possible score for the round. Before I left, I checked for any hidden chest. Entrance exam secret realms did not drop real equipment and settled points directly. Remaining longer served no purpose, so I ended the dungeon instead of exiting early merely to boast about speed. The tenfold multiplier from bringing no teammates made every ordinary monster worth 10 points and the boss worth 500. After the splash damage cleared the map, the system still verified ownership of each kill individually and confirmed that neither NPCs nor environmental effects had taken the points before settling all 5,000 at once. Time points decreased from a maximum based on 90 minutes. Clearing in 36 seconds earned the full amount. The extra 10,000 for the record was a one-time honor reward. Anyone who eventually beat 36 seconds would receive the same bonus, forcing future candidates to push their limits for real. The examiner's fear that an orc would eliminate me with one blow showed that they had seen only my single target damage against the posts. They knew nothing about the sword formation's range or automatic protection. Keeping my class information confidential made their assessment inaccurate, but also stopped them from modifying the dungeon specifically to counter me before the exam. After witnessing the map empty, Professor Chen did not raise the difficulty and demand that I retest. Rules could not be changed after the exam began simply because one candidate was too powerful. That was a fundamental requirement of fairness in a national examination. The advanced dungeon always contained 450 monsters and one boss. Each ordinary kill was worth 1 point, while the boss was worth 50. With the tenfold multiplier, kill points maxed out at exactly 5,000. Clear and time points had a base value of 500 each, which also became 5,000 apiece. Breaking the nightmare clear record added 10,000 more. Therefore, 25,000 was not an exaggerated number the system invented casually. It was the theoretical maximum permitted by the rules. To earn it, someone had to enter Nightmare alone, kill every monster and the boss within 90 minutes, and break the historical record. No one had fulfilled every condition since the entrance exam system was established. My result appeared on the giant screen only minutes after the dungeon began, and every teacher outside wondered if they had misread it. No one dared openly accuse the national exam of cheating. An assessment jointly supervised by Daxia's leadership could not alter its rules for one student. Every argument eventually centered on the same question: what ability had I used? Principal Ning seized the opportunity and told Feng Gaoyuan to start packing. Although Principal Feng had lost some confidence, he insisted Zhang Yun could still overturn the result during the additional trial. 1 hour and 3 minutes later, Zhang Yun ranked second with 10,704 points. 10 minutes after that, Miao Shulan took third with 9,816. Schwetter surged into fifth with 9,072. In any other year, each score could have competed for the province's top place. Beside 25,000, however, they appeared separated by an invisible chasm. I could see the live ranking from the waiting area. Zhang Yun was a delicate-looking rare-class mage. After his clear, he watched me from a distance with defiance and intense curiosity in his eyes. He later admitted that he had killed 288 elites and the boss within 90 minutes and thought first place was secure, until he saw that I had eliminated the entire dungeon and broken the record. The advanced exam ended. Of the 2,326 participants, only 321 exceeded 500 points and earned a secure qualification for university admission. The system then opened the additional trial. It was optional and carried a genuine risk of death, intended primarily to let the best students competing for the country's top 3 universities widen the gap. The overwhelming majority withdrew. Only 98 candidates from Jiangnan province continued. We were teleported inside the glowing tower and faced Professor Chen Yun and the other examiners for the first time. Professor Chen announced that the additional trial would connect every province nationwide. Each candidate would lead an NPC party match to their attributes into a simulated abyssal battlefield. Every abyssal monster killed granted 100 points, with no multiplier and no upper limit. That meant the existing scores could not lock in anyone's rank. A candidate who performed powerfully enough on the abyssal battlefield could still overtake everyone. Almost every candidate present ignited with determination. Jiang Yun tightened his grip on his grimoire, clearly treating the additional trial as his final opportunity to reverse the result. I did not relax merely because I had a large lead. An abyssal battlefield was the environment best suited to a sword formation master. During the hour I spent waiting for the others, I did not repeatedly check the rankings out of boredom. I reviewed the underground city instead. Clearing the map at once had exposed the sword formation's range and group damage characteristics. If the footage leaked beyond the examiners, Otis might respond by spreading monsters apart or using long-range control. The entrance exam could not conceal every ability. My only option was to grow faster than the enemy could prepare. Xuana's 5th place surprised me as well. She brought 2 NPCs for a 7-fold multiplier, but her healing and elven support kept the party moving with almost no pause. Her clear speed compensated for the lower multiplier, proving stable advancement could outperform blind risk. Miao Shulan brought only 1 damage dealer and pushed her defensive advantage to its limit. When Professor Chun explained the additional trial, he specifically emphasized simulated abyssal monsters. They used real attack logic and pain feedback, but could not carry abyssal contamination outside the secret realm. The danger of death came from damage rather than corruption of the soul. Under normal conditions, the glowing tower could force a rescue before a fatal blow. The NPC party's attributes were generated from the candidates to give non-damage classes a fair opportunity to earn kills. A candidate who treated them only as tools could easily lose points through poor coordination. Someone who commanded like a real leader would have teamwork added to their university record. The additional trial preserved all previous points, but provided no difficulty multiplier because the abyssal battlefield remained open for 6 hours with unlimited monsters. Damage classes could kill more, while healers and tanks could command NPCs to improve party efficiency. Every class had a way to catch up. No one forced the 98 candidates who remained inside the tower. Professor Chun provided an exit button again and stated clearly that dying would not grant additional admission credit for bravery. Everyone who stayed understood both the risk and the fact that universities across the country were watching. Jiang Yun's grimoire could summon area spells, theoretically making it ideal for a battlefield. His high scores in the first 2 rounds did not come from media hype. He genuinely possessed the strength of a provincial top scorer in an ordinary year. Sharing a class with him did not diminish that ability. It merely raised the standard for first place to an unprecedented height. When I entered the battlefield, I inspected the NPCs first to confirm whether losing teammates carried a penalty. The system stated that an NPC death reduced team evaluation but did not directly subtract kill points. I ordered them to stand by and hold formation, reducing risk while preserving the minimum party integrity. I initially intended to observe their capabilities before deciding whether to advance together. Only after seeing their plain equipment and basic skills did I order them to remain in place. That was not contempt for the rules. It prevented 4 artificial teammates from being dragged into danger by the rhythm of my large area attacks. I was deployed onto a barren plain with 4 level 19 NPCs beside me: a warrior, mage, knight, and priest. Their combined attributes were close to mine. Though the warrior favored strength and agility, the mage spirit, the knight constitution, and the priest both spirit and constitution. They wore plain level 19 equipment and knew only the most basic versions of their skills. I ordered all 4 to stand by and advanced alone. The first abyssal patrol had barely entered my sword formation when 10 iron swords harvested it. My points jumped by 50,000 at once, and Constellation Splash damage continued clearing monsters throughout the 1,640-foot radius. I spread the flying swords along the edge of the domain and maintained full movement speed. Any abyssal unit entering the sword formation was locked on before it could react. My points climbed like a number out of control and quickly passed 100,000. The other candidates were still organizing their NPCs for a difficult battle against the first squad. Jiang Yun's clearing speed was already worthy of a top provincial scorer from any previous year, yet he had earned only 500 points. The Sword Formation Master's battlefield advantage was overwhelming. 0 resource cost, defense penetration, guaranteed criticals, and area splash damage. One person could fulfill an army's entire clearing role. I did not know the monitoring room had already declared me the inevitable national top scorer. nor that a real crisis was unfolding outside the glowing tower. Professor Chun Yun reconstructed the entire sequence for me afterward. Two clouds of purple fog appeared above the Jiangnan test site. One contained Otis. The other held a demon in a blue mage's robe with an azure grimoire floating beside him. He introduced himself as Ishtar, another level 70 abyssal leader. Otis crushed a black heart and used abyssal blood to contaminate the glowing tower's barrier. The sky above East Sea City darkened instantly. The protective shield began to corrode, and both demons forced their way inside. Every monitoring feed turned red. The examiners activated the emergency protocol, terminated the exam by force, and returned candidates to safe spaces. Only my dungeon underwent complete abyssal corruption, entered raid mode, and became impossible to close from outside. As expected, Otis had come for me. Professor Chin made an immediate decision. He prepared to travel to East Sea University, take its treasured core of Gaius, and forcibly sever the abyssal dungeon. Fewer than 5 such cores existed in the entire country, and East Sea University might refuse to expend one for a single student. His answer was that if they refused, he would take it by force and bear every consequence himself. The other examiners above level 70 followed him. Judging by my entrance exam performance, they valued my life above one rare treasure and refused to let me die in an assassination before I could mature. Inside the dungeon, all I felt was the temperature plummet and a familiar abyssal presence enter the air. Purple fog gathered before me, and the blue-robed demon stepped out. He mocked me as a weak human infant. Eye of the Abyss could not inspect him, confirming that he was at least level 70. I quietly gripped the crystal sphere Elder Bai had given me and prepared to call for help immediately. As Ishtar introduced himself, an enormous amount of moisture gathered around him. I am a level 70 water archmage. Next, you will drown in agony inside an ocean of my creation. When I heard the word water, my hand slowly loosened around the sphere. You should have said so earlier. I put the life-saving item away. You had me worried for nothing. The abyssal battlefield initially spawned patrols of 5, with each monster worth 100 points. I destroyed multiple squads in a single wave, making the 50,000-point increase appear almost immediately. Once the flying swords spread to the edge, the sword formation moved with me like a zone of death. Monsters were attacked from behind or above before they ever saw my body. I did not bring the NPCs because they would draw threat and cause monsters to spread apart before entering the 1,640-foot range. My order to stand by included defending and watching over one another. If the battlefield spawned enemies near them, they would form a standard formation rather than remain exposed. Before the environment changed, a nearly invisible violet line appeared across the sky, followed by every monster freezing at once. A normal secret realm spawn would not affect units already present. That detail made me draw my flying swords inward before the system sounded an alert. The falling temperature, mental pressure, and corrosive smell in the air were identical to the shadow forest. Elder Bai's crystal sphere sat in the easiest inventory slot to access and could appear in my palm with one thought. Against an uninspectable Ishtar, I was prepared to crush it at the first non-water attack. Putting it away only after confirming the class advantage was not arrogance. It prevented Elder Bai from making a pointless teleportation from the abyssal front. After entering the dungeon, Ishtar severed my connection to the glowing tower first. My communicator and exit command stopped working simultaneously. Only Elder Bai's sphere, which relied on independent spatial coordinates, still displayed itself as usable. The Abyss had clearly studied the entrance exam's rescue mechanisms, but did not know I carried a private life-saving item. When Ishtar called himself a water archmage, I did not reveal Zhanlu immediately. I waited for the first sea dragon to attack for real. A spoken class could be a lie. Only after the blue barrier absorbed the spell could I confirm the counter was genuine. Xiao's first ambush tested his speed and survival methods. Ishtar dissolved into mist and dodged, proving that a successful single-target kill was unlikely. Continuing to pursue would only expose more uses of sword formation space. Abandoning the attack and stalling suited the advantage of fighting on humanity's home ground. He openly pointed out that I was waiting for reinforcements, proving that time also pressed against the demons. The purpose of an abyssal assassination was not to occupy the glowing tower. Once Daxia's high-level forces arrived, their spatial escape route might be sealed. Ishtar knew I had repelled Otis, yet still came equipped with water abilities alone. That meant the Abyss's intelligence was incomplete. They knew about my mental immunity, but not that I had drawn Zhanlu before the entrance exam. Ishtar did not understand my reaction. I confirmed it once more. Like Otis, you cultivate only one attribute. He proudly declared that he possessed an innate affinity for water and had trained only water magic since birth. His ultimate dream was to create a flood that drowned the entire world. Abyssal demons had terrible personalities, but astonishingly narrow dedication. Otis used only mental powers and Ishtar only water, placing them directly against Qi Xiao and Zhanlu respectively. I kept him talking while opening the sword formation space behind him. Qi Xiao silently stabbed toward his back, but Ishtar seemed to have studied the battle intelligence in advance. He transformed into mist instantly and condensed again in the distance. I already know you can ignore defense, he sneered. Without enough speed, you still can't hit me. I did not waste more attacks. A level 70 leader did not necessarily die from one successful sword strike. They possessed smoke reconstruction, death prevention, or other survival methods. We were at a Daxia entrance exam site. Delaying until human experts arrived was more reliable than forcing a kill. Ishtar recognized my intention and immediately activated Sea Dragon's Roar. The grimoire turned a page, and a massive water dragon attacked from the front. Zhanlu floated before me. The instant its blue barrier touched the dragon, the entire spell seemed to fall into a bottomless ocean and vanished. Refusing to believe it, he consecutively cast Heavenfall Cascade, Great Tsunami, Siren Scream, and Toxic Sea. Within seconds, ocean water covered the wasteland, yet I stood unharmed inside the churning element. Why are you immune to water attacks too? Maybe they aren't strong enough. Try again. The provocation made Ishtar even more furious. Only when Otis's voice came from outside the space and ordered him to stop playing and kill me did he finally lose control and shout. He's immune to water. What am I supposed to kill him with? Space tore open, and Otis entered the dungeon personally. He also froze when he saw me swimming leisurely through the water. I waved. This is the help you brought? He seems pretty average. Otis furiously unleashed Soulfire. Mental flames spread across the ocean and transformed the whole body of water into a bizarre sea of fire, but Qi Xiao blocked every trace of damage. Nice combination skill. The hot tub temperature is perfect. 2 level 70 demons, 1 mental and 1 water, joined forces against a level 19 student and still failed to deal damage. Otis looked ready to cough up blood from rage. At last, he changed tactics. He poured his immense mental power into the dungeon. The water receded, and thousands of corrupted orcs erupted from the wasteland. Corrupted Orc Warrior Elite Level 20. Strength 10,000 Agility 10,000 Spirit 10,000 Constitution 10,000. Skills Abyssal War Cry Damage Sharing. Every one possessed primary attributes equal to the Rakshasa Kings, and their number continued rising. Exclusive weapons could protect me from attribute-based attacks, but they could not make me immune to physical axes. I summoned 10 flying swords to defend myself. Ishtar immediately created 10 water ropes and trapped every weapon in midair. Disarmed. Weapons unavailable. Immunity to water damage did not equal immunity to water-based control. Ishtar had finally found a way to participate in the battle. More than a dozen corrupted orcs charged into range and brought their giant axes down together. My only option was Mental Storm. The storm covered a 1,640-foot radius. Otis and Ishtar sensed the lethal threat and withdrew beyond the domain before its edge swept over them. The thousands of corrupted orcs, however, all turned to ash. For the first time, true fear appeared on both demons' faces. The more targets present, the more outrageous my splash amplification became. If that attack had reached them, it would have killed the 2 level 70 leaders on the spot. That made their decision absolute. Whatever the cost, they could not allow me to continue growing. Ishtar's water immunity tests had not been entirely useless. Heavenfall Cascade dealt pure impact. Great Tsunami included suffocation. Siren Scream transmitted mental vibrations through water, and Toxic Sea dissolved poison into the water element. Zhanlu classified every core attack as water aspect and absorbed the attached effects with it. After Otis appeared, I deliberately continued provoking them. Anger made him more willing to reveal his abilities and delayed their discussion of effective tactics. But provocation could not keep me safe forever. If they immediately withdrew and returned with a fire aspect leader, I would lose my known advantage. I therefore kept the sword formation active and prepared to attack before their spatial tear closed. The corrupted orcs' damage sharing made single target attacks less effective. When one took damage, nearby companions absorbed part of it. Against thousands, even Qi Xiao's lethal strike would disperse through the entire horde. Mental Storm struck every unit simultaneously instead, making damage sharing meaningless and triggering even more splash damage. The water ropes were Ishtar's improvised solution. He did not use water to damage me, only to restrain my weapons. My exclusive weapons protected their wielder, but did not make Qi Xiao and Zhanlu themselves immune to control. I had to remember that weakness. Earth walls, spatial seals, or metal manipulation could disarm me in the same way. After the first mental storm, the two demons retreated beyond 1,640 feet and stopped exactly at the edge of the sword formation. They had learned my range and would not step inside during the next wave. The true battle of attrition began at that moment. The corrupted orcs Otis summoned were not the original simulated monsters. He created them temporarily through the Abyss-corrupted dungeon. 4 attributes of 10,000 far exceeded the normal standard for level 20. A single one could suppress most level 30 professionals head-on, while thousands could trample a small city. Damage sharing allowed them to protect one another outside my formation, but became a weakness once they entered mental storm. Every orc took damage at the same time, leaving no safe node in the sharing network. Instead, all of them triggered additional attack resolutions together. Otis and Ishtar sensed death from the storm without taking a direct hit. Even the aftershock at the edge destabilized their smoke and water shields. If they had withdrawn a moment later, thousands of splash layers would have crossed the 70-level difference. Their decision to exhaust my spirit proved they still did not dare approach. As long as I retained enough energy for one mental storm, they had to remain beyond 1,640 feet and could not deliver a fatal blow personally. The battlefield appeared to surround me, but the threat of one skill had created a circle of safety as well. Thousands of kill notifications flooded the panel, but every experience value was 0. Experience unavailable due to demonic suppression. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Mental Storm consumed 500 spirit each time, and in my current state, I could use it no more than 6 times consecutively. In a normal battle, kills would eventually grant a level, instantly restoring all my stamina and spirit. Ishtar had used an ability to remove the experience and seal that path of endurance completely. That was exactly why I had saved the level-up pill until now. Otis knew I would take the entrance exam and had made new human geniuses his main target. I could not predict the exact round in which the attack would occur, but I could reserve one complete recovery by advancing from level 19 to level 20. Even so, the pill gave me only 12 mental storms in total. If reinforcements still had not arrived after 12 waves, I would have to crush Elder Bai's crystal sphere. Otis did not send thousands of monsters charging together again. He dispatched only a few dozen, trying to exchange the least possible pressure for one use of my area skill. I did not take the bait. I converted spirit into agility at a 5-to-1 ratio, then activated Ride the Wind and doubled my movement speed. The corrupted orcs possessed high attributes, but in small numbers they could not seal the area. I moved between their giant axes and used my turns and spacing to make them obstruct one another, avoiding a second mental storm. Ishtar immediately recognized the problem. He cursed Otis for being stingy and reminded him that human reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Otis had no choice but to summon thousands of followers again and block every route I could use to evade. I canceled attribute conversion and restored my spirit. The second mental storm cleared the battlefield. A new horde rose from beneath the ground. Ishtar continued using water ropes to disarm me, while Otis made the orcs compress the space. If I did not use the skill, thousands of axes would cover me simultaneously. Whenever I did, 500 spirit vanished instantly. Third, fourth, fifth. Every storm emptied the entire battlefield, only for new monsters to fill it in the next moment. Pain began stabbing through my head, and the edges of my vision darkened. After the 6th clearing, my spirit was almost exhausted, and even thinking clearly became difficult. Otis looked pale as well. He was not a summoner. Forcing the abyssal dungeon to shape tens of thousands of high-attribute monsters consumed far more than a normal spell. Ishtar had likewise nearly exhausted his spirit by continuously suppressing my experience. But they believed they had won. Otis summoned several thousand more orcs, spread his arms, and declared that victory belongs to the abyss. Ishtar mocked him from the side, saying 2 level 70 demons had drained themselves to surround one level 19 student, and he still had the nerve to strike a victory pose. Their argument gave me exactly the intelligence I needed. Otis could perform no more than 2 large-scale summons, and Ishtar no longer had the strength for high-intensity suppression. So you're almost done too. I took the level-up pill from my inventory. The triumph froze on Otis's face. I swallowed it, and golden light erupted from within my body. Level increased to 20. My stamina and spirit recovered completely, while the headache and exhaustion vanished together. Several thousand new orcs had already entered the sword formation. I raised a hand, ready for the next mental storm. Come on. I gave the two demons the middle finger. I have 6 more. Keep going. Ishtar finally admitted they could not kill me today and suggested withdrawing to find a demon who specialized in another attribute. The instant Otis heard withdraw, he produced a teleportation item and disappeared without even warning his companion. Ishtar erupted in curses. Then he realized human experts would arrive at any moment and hurriedly teleported away as well. Otis repelled. EXP plus 200,000. Ishtar repelled. EXP plus 200,000. Abyssal Dungeon cleared. Qishao Divine Artifact Quest Progress. January 10th. Achievement completed. Unbelievable provocation. 1 random talent will advance 1 level. I am the Sword Immortal advanced to level 2. All damage increased 20-fold. Both experience rewards resolved at once, and Golden Light appeared again. Level increased to 21. After changing his tactics, Otis sent only a few dozen monsters in each batch. It looked conservative, but forced me to choose between 2 risks. Mental Storm wasted 500 spirit on them. Refusing to use it meant evading enemies with 10,000 strength and agility. When I converted all my spirit into agility, the flying swords fell because my spirit reached 0. I was voluntarily giving up attacks in exchange for movement. Ride the Wind increased my current movement speed. Combined with 5-fold attribute conversion, it took me far beyond ordinary level 20 units. I still could not escape in a straight line because the abyss had sealed the dungeon's boundary. All I could do was constantly change direction between the monsters. When Otis increased the orcs to several hundred, the gaps narrowed. Only then did he deploy thousands at once and force me to clear them. The 6 mental storms did not truly have 0 cooldown. I could activate the skill repeatedly, but my consciousness endured the shock of locking onto the entire area each time. After the 5th, I could no longer distinguish individual distant targets precisely. I completed the 6th almost entirely through the sword formation's overall perception. Even if numerical spirit remained, my body might fail first. The level up pill restored more than panel values. Gaining a level rebuilt my physical condition. When the golden light appeared, the headache, blurred vision, and mental fatigue all vanished. Otis had calculated my maximum spirit accurately, but did not know I had preserved 1 advancement as an entire second energy bar. The demons escaped with abyssal positioning items rather than ordinary spatial magic. Even if I crushed Elder Bai's sphere at that moment, he might not arrive before the teleportation completed. I did not waste the rescue opportunity on pursuit. I first confirmed that the dungeon's corruption had stopped and Qixiao's quest progress had resolved normally. I am the Sword Immortal increasing from 10-fold to 20-fold meant that every single target and area attack I used in the future doubled again. The growth came from an achievement rather than my level, making it the battle's most unexpected reward. When I left the dungeon, a group of injured examiners stood outside. Professor Chen Yun held a black diamond-shaped crystal aimed at the portal. They had taken the core of Gaius from East Sea University by force and were preparing to close the abyssal dungeon. Fearing that Otis might ambush them at the exit, they were also ready to continue fighting. Everyone froze when the red portal suddenly turned blue again and I walked out on my own. Professor, what are you doing? I looked at the core. Professor Chen's first reaction was not to answer, but to check whether I had been injured. I told him I had suffered nothing serious beyond excessive spirit consumption. Then I asked whether the exam results remained valid after 2 abyssal leaders interfered and whether we would have to retest. The corner of his mouth twitched, as though he could not understand why I cared about the score first. Then he caught the other important detail. 2. I described Otis and Ishtar's identities, levels, classes, and combat methods in full. The 2 level 70 leaders specialized in mental and water magic and were respectively countered by Qishao and Zhanlu. Otis summoned enhanced orcs while Ishtar disarmed me and removed my experience, trying to exhaust my spirit. I recovered with the level up pill and ultimately forced them both to retreat. For a time, none of the examiners said anything. They had prepared for a team of level 70 professionals to fight Otis and were not even certain they could win. I entered at level 19, was attacked by 2 level 70 leaders, survived, forced them to flee, and ultimately reached level 21. Even a novel wouldn't dare write that, someone murmured. Space distorted at that moment. An Elder Bai returned from the abyssal front. He had teleported the instant he received word of the invasion and asked about the situation as soon as he landed. When he learned the crisis had already ended, he saw me and initially assumed Otis had once again come alone to deliver another failure. Professor Chen added that Ishtar had been present too, and Elder Bai's expression immediately turned serious. One Otis infiltrating the country might indicate an accidental gap in the border defenses. A second abyssal leader appearing silently inside Daxia meant someone had provided them with a route. He did not state the judgment publicly, but the atmosphere grew heavy again. Professor Chun held up the core of Gaius and explained that the examiners had fought EC University's faculty as a group to save me and taken the school's protected treasure by force. Since the item had not been used, they were prepared for disciplinary action or even prison. Elder Bai promised to negotiate personally. As long as the core was returned intact, EC University would not pursue the matter. Only then did the examiners relax. I thanked everyone, then returned to the subject of the entrance exam. Professor Chen finally gave me a clear answer. Every result from before the abyssal invasion had been saved. The public would be told only that the secret realm system required a temporary adjustment. Once the dungeon was repaired, the other candidates would resume the additional trial and my points would remain. The exam isn't over, but you're already the undisputed national top scorer, he said. Keep earning points. The higher your final score, the better the reward for first place. Those words were more effective than any reassurance. I was already looking forward to what the central trial tower might give me. The examiner's injuries came not from the abyss, but from fighting EC University's guardians to obtain the core of Gaius. Neither side wanted to cause real harm, yet neither could easily yield. One defended the school's greatest treasure, while the other raced against time to save a candidate. Professor Chen finally used superior numbers to break through the blockade and take the core. When I thanked them, I did not treat the fact that it went unused as wasted effort. If Jean-Lu had failed to make me immune to water, or if I had not saved the level-up pill, the core of Gaius would have been the only way to pull me out of abyssal raid mode. They had made the correct preparation. The battle simply ended before they needed it. Elder Bai classified Ishtar's appearance as a top-level investigation. An abyssal leader could not cross the country's great border barrier from nowhere, and the Black Heart had targeted the glowing tower's defenses with precision. Someone behind them had to have provided structural intelligence. The Entrance Exam Authority described the event publicly as a technical adjustment to prevent nationwide panic and keep the traitor from knowing how many clues Daxia possessed. My combat report was likewise encrypted. The public record stated only that I survived a dungeon anomaly. The class advantages against Otis and Ishtar, Qi Xiao and Jean-Lu's abilities, and my level-up pill tactic were disclosed only to Elder Bai, Wan Chang'an, and the assigned investigators. When Professor Chun confirmed my points, he also reminded me that the experience from repelling the abyssal leaders and Qi Xiao's quest progress did not count toward the entrance exam. Once the trial resumed, I still needed to kill simulated monsters according to the rules. Keeping national rewards separate from exam results was the only way to remain fair to the other candidates. Elder Bai asked why I had refused to use the life-saving crystal sphere he gave me while facing two abyssal leaders. Was I not afraid at all? It wasn't that I wasn't afraid, I admitted. The sphere was already in my hand when I first saw a level 70 enemy. I put it away only after confirming he used water. Both demons happened to be countered by my exclusive weapons and posed no true threat. Wasting one unconditional rescue didn't make sense. The answer left Elder Bai silent for a moment. He had intended for me to summon him with the sphere so he could kill Otis. My power and equipment far exceeded his expectations and had caused the pursuit plan to fail instead. He gave me a new crystal sphere and emphasized that the items were nowhere near as precious as I imagined. The next time I encountered an abyssal demon, I should crush one immediately instead of saving it. I accepted gladly. 2 unconditional rescues from one of Daxia's greatest experts were more reliable than any armor. Once the secret realm was repaired, the additional trial resumed. Elder Bai reminded me that the final points would affect my reward, so I no longer held back. I deployed the sword formation across the full 1,640-foot radius and moved the 10 flying swords across the battlefield. Every newly spawned abyssal monster was eliminated immediately. When the 6 hours ended, my total score had exceeded 1 million. After the final monster fell, I even felt that the spawn rate had been too slow. If Otis had been willing to summon followers continuously as he had before, my score could have risen higher. Every candidate returned to the plaza beneath the glowing tower. The others knew only that a technical issue had briefly paused the exam. They had no idea 2 abyssal leaders had breached the barrier. During the wait, Shuer and Miao Shulan had been transported into the same safe room, and their friendship had clearly deepened. Shuer earned more than 30,000 points, while Miao Shulan earned over 50,000 as a tank. Holy Shield Knight had little offensive power, so killing more than 400 abyssal monsters over 6 hours was enough to prove her combat ability. The final results unfolded across the giant screen. First place, me, 1,100,000 points. Second place, Jiang Yun, 80,000 points. Third place, Miao Shulan, 53,000 points. Fourth place, Li Shuer, 32,000 points. The official system ranking used my registered name. Here, I preserved the first-person expression relevant to my own story. 1,100,000 points meant killing more than 10,000 abyssal monsters. The highest record in any previous entrance exam was only 100,000. Many people in the plaza once again assumed a system failure. But this was the national entrance exam. No one could alter more than 1,000,000 points under the joint supervision of Daxia's leadership. Jiang Yun stood nearby with his body rigid. He had considered me the final opponent he needed to surpass, only to discover that the gap was not a few thousand points, but more than tenfold. The wager outside ended with the ranking as well. Feng Gaoyuan admitted defeat and agreed to teach at Westlake First High School after summer vacation. Principal Ning was so excited that the national top scorer is my student might as well have been written on his face. He even told his old classmate that I had soloed an abyssal dungeon on the first day of my awakening. Principal Feng could not produce a word after hearing that. Shuer was happier about my first place than her own fourth. She asked how I had managed to farm 1.1 million points, and I answered only, "It was all right. I got lucky." Do you have any idea how discouraging that sounds? I looked toward the top of the glowing tower. Compared with the truly powerful figures of the abyss, I still had a long way to go. The two level 70 demons had merely been countered by my class. If a physical or fire aspect leader had come instead, the result would have been completely different. Either way, Schwerer said with a smile, we'll be classmates again. Together, we had fulfilled the promise to meet at Capital University. After the trial resumed, the glowing tower did not spawn additional monsters for me merely because I had survived an assassination. Everyone still fought under the same 6-hour rules. My 1.1 million points came from constant movement, searching for spawn zones, and eliminating simulated monsters. The followers Otis summoned contributed nothing to the score. The map contained several wastelands, ruins, and valleys. Monsters spawned in fixed regions, and I used 5-fold agility with Ride the Wind to travel between them at high speed. The flying swords remained at the sword formation's edge. Whenever I entered an area, I attacked the densest target first and let splash damage cover the entire group. If a location respawned slowly, I moved immediately to the next. The NPC party guarded the starting point throughout. When scattered monsters approached midway through the trial, the warrior held them. The knight absorbed damage, the mage attacked, and the priest healed. They resolved the encounters independently and contributed a small number of points. Although they did not participate in my main clearing route, everyone survived until the end, which counted toward my team protection evaluation. After the ranking went public, Schwerer and Miao Shulan first wondered whether I had exterminated every monster in the dungeon. I did not reveal the abyssal attack and told them only that the sword formation's range had expanded, making larger groups faster to eliminate. Confidentiality was not lying to my friends. My hidden dragon identity forbade me from revealing a national investigation. Jiang Yun later approached on his own, shook my hand, acknowledged the difference, and proposed that we compete again after reaching the capital. The fact that he retained his determination despite the enormous gap deserved more respect than finding an excuse to deny the system. After the entrance exam ended, the other candidates returned to their schools. Professor Chen Yun took me to the central trial tower in the capital. It was the main body connected to every provincial glowing tower and one of Daxia's nation-guarding divine artifacts. Each year, the national top scorer received one opportunity to retrieve a treasure from its internal space. The higher the score, the greater the tier of treasure it could connect to, with even the worst result being epic equipment. Even Professor Chun, who had overseen the entrance exam for years, could not guess what 1.1 million points might produce. We approached a golden vortex with a radius of about 3 feet. He told me to reach inside, and whatever I grasped would become my top scorer reward. I did as instructed. The golden vortex instantly turned crimson. Lightning exploded along its edge, and terrifying energy overflowed along the tower. I felt a cold object, tightened my hand around it, and pulled. The entire central trial tower began to shake. Professor Chen sensed an ominous presence. His face changed, and he ordered me to let go immediately. By the time his voice reached me, I had already dragged the object out of the vortex. It was a pitch-black short blade covered in cracks. Curse power exploded outward. The impact threw Professor Chen away, while the blade stabbed into my chest on its own. Black fog swallowed my vision as system information appeared. Curse King's blade, damaged. The wielder is cursed, continuously losing stamina and spirit until death. Forced equipment. Cannot be discarded or destroyed. Divine artifact quest. Reap the souls of the weak. 0/100,000. Weapon of the Curse King. Only one who withstands the wrath of the King of Curses can ascend his throne. The description contained no positive attribute, only a fatal curse and a quest requiring 100,000 souls. If anyone else had drawn it, the reward would have become an immediate death sentence. The Heart of Curses reversed the outcome completely. The curse that continuously reduced stamina and spirit became continuous recovery. I felt no pain. Instead, the wound in my chest healed repeatedly, while my spirit seemed to connect to a spring that could never run dry. I gripped the hilt and pulled the blade from my chest. You have temporarily gained the Curse King's acknowledgement. Every trace of black fog throughout the tower flowed backward into the weapon, and the agitated energy calmed again. When my vision returned, experts surrounded me. Elder Bai, Wan Chang'an, and Professor Chun were present, along with many people I did not recognize whose auras were extraordinarily powerful. Every one of them looked at me as though they had seen a ghost. Elder Bai and Wan Chang'an checked my body first and confirmed that no curse residue remained. I explained that I possessed the Heart of Curses, obtained from the hidden First Clear after repelling Otis for the first time. It transformed every curse applied to me into a beneficial effect. Neither of the two greatest experts had heard of such an item. I instinctively stopped explaining and glanced at the strangers around us. Elder Bai guaranteed they were all trustworthy senior defenders of Daxia, while Wan Chang'an added that even if an abyssal traitor truly existed inside the country, it could not be anyone present. Only then did I reveal the complete effect. After hearing it, Elder Bai said the Central Trial Tower might not have given me the Curse King's blade by accident. 30 years earlier, an abyssal demon king had led an army into Daxia. The Empire paid a terrible price to kill him. This short blade was the divine artifact left behind after his death. When the blade entered my chest, the first thing I checked was not the pain, but why Qi Shao had failed to protect me. The system classified the Curse King's blade as forced equipment rather than an external attack, so Qi Shao did not knock it away. Without the Heart of Curses, no automatically protecting exclusive weapon could have saved its wielder. The continuous restoration of stamina and spirit appeared extraordinarily powerful, but came with forced possession. The blade could not be discarded or destroyed. That meant an enemy could not easily steal it, but might also use it to locate me. Temporary acknowledgement did not equal complete control. Before storing it inside the sword formation space, I repeatedly confirmed that its curse would not affect my other swords. The divine artifact quest demanded 100,000 souls of the weak, wording filled with malice. The system did not force me to act immediately or require innocent lives. Relative to my future strength, abyssal monsters might also count as weak. I would have to find a way to complete the quest without violating my limits. Elder Bai examined me with light, fire, life, space, and several other elements, but found no trace of the black fog. Wan Chang'an used a warrior's perception to confirm that my heartbeat and mental state remained stable. They trusted the data, but cared more about whether I had developed a compulsion to kill. The most dangerous effect of a cursed divine artifact was often not losing HP, but the alteration of its wielder's mind. I answered honestly that I felt only recovery and heard no seductive voice. The Heart of Curses appeared to transform negative effects on both the physical and mental levels. The Curse King's blade was more than a divine artifact. It was also a symbol of the abyssal royal family. After Daxia took it, the Abyss concentrated most of its forces against Daxia's border, reducing the pressure on other nations. Otis and Ishtar's infiltration, corruption of beginner dungeons, and hunting of geniuses were also connected to this divine artifact being sealed within Daxia. The Empire had attempted to use the blade for a counterattack, but no one could withstand its curse. In the end, Daxia could only suppress it beneath the Central Trial Tower and invest immense manpower and resources every year to maintain the seal. I asked the most direct question. If Daxia could not use it, and keeping it only drew abyssal attacks, why not destroy it or return it? Wan Chang'an said every generation of experts had naturally considered that. Another nation might have surrendered it long ago in exchange for temporary peace. Daxia could not. The Abyss's goal of exterminating humanity would never change, and one country had to stand at the front. Return one divine artifact today, and tomorrow they would demand a city. The shorter the rest purchased through surrender, the stronger the next attack would become. I remembered a classical passage from my previous life and answered instinctively. Seed 5 cities today and 10 tomorrow, and perhaps you earn one peaceful night's sleep. But at dawn, you look around and the abyss has come again. Yielding to the abyss is like carrying firewood to extinguish a fire. Until the fuel is exhausted, the flames will never die. Wan Chang'an's eyes lit up. He said he would use those words to challenge the capitulationists at the next Imperial Council. I hurriedly explained that the idea was not mine, but came from an ancient text. He had read the entire Daxiao library and did not believe an 18-year-old student could have found such a passage anywhere. All I could do was change the subject and propose returning the Cursed King's blade to the central trial tower. The divine artifact was too important, and carrying it would expose me to enormous danger. Wan Chang'an and Elder Bai both refused. If the central trial tower chose me, it had a reason. The Heart of Curses could suppress the blade, freeing the Empire from the yearly cost of maintaining the seal. If I completed its divine artifact quest and truly activated it, I might become one of Daxia's greatest combat powers. Their only condition was that I never reveal it before outsiders. If a traitor inside Daxia truly had opened a route for the abyss, news of the divine artifact would instantly make me the target of every abyssal force. Wan Chang'an issued a gag order to every expert present. He would show no mercy to anyone who leaked the information. After they acknowledged the order, military matters required him to leave first. Professor Chun prepared to depart as well, but Elder Bai stopped him and asked him to handle my capital university enrollment. I might be away for some time and unable to attend orientation or the training camp for new students. Once only the two of us remained in the central trial tower, I asked Elder Bai exactly where he intended to take me. Do you know about class awakening? Level 30 was the first great threshold for a professional. Under normal circumstances, someone went to an advancement hall for their first class advancement. Success strengthened the class and increased attributes dramatically. Failure left the person trapped at level 30 until they awakened again. Some classes were weak in the early stages, but became overwhelmingly powerful after the first or second advancement. Others shone at first, only to fall behind through later awakenings. The other path was to use a special awakening stone. Different stones added different traits during the first advancement. Even the lowest bronze awakening stone could sell at auction for tens of billions of yuan, while no one offered high-grade versions publicly at any price. Elder Bai admitted that even he had failed to use an awakening stone during his first advancement. I did not understand why he suddenly brought this up. I was only level 21 and still some distance from 30. He looked at me and finally revealed his true plan. You're very lucky. I happen to know a dungeon that contains a divine-grade awakening stone for the first class advancement. My breath stopped. And even now, Elder Bai continued, no one has taken it. The word struck my heart like a heavy blow.